Welcome to a special debate edition of the Whatever podcast, coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. I'm your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 30. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation. Consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. For the sake of a smooth stream and debate, if it is too disruptive, we may have to delay, hold, or boost the TTS. So please see the description for all triggers and full details. Also, for those of you who tuned into the sort of debate, I don't know if we would call that a debate, yesterday on our Discord, discord.gg/whatever, we posted the, could you X out at the top there? Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We posted the clip on our Discord. It's discord.gg/whatever. You can sign up via patreon.com/whatever. If you want to check it out, this woman, she, was it an assault, Andrew? Did she assault you, or was it?
I mean, I don't know exactly what to call it. I would say some kind of maybe battery or at the very least harassment. I have no idea.
Something. In any case, that is available.
If I did it, I would have gone to jail. Let's put it that way.
Indeed. Mm-hmm. So it is available on our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. That was just from yesterday's show. And without further ado, I'm joined today by Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. He is a political commentator, political satirist, and blood sport debater. His feminist debate opponent is Pixie, as she goes online. She's the co-host of the Sugar Spice podcast. She graduated from University of Florida with a triple major, getting her BS in psychology and BA in philosophy and economics. Now, you can each have an opening statement, and the rest of the show will just be an open debate/conversation. Pixie will go first, and then Andrew. So go ahead, Pixie.
Hi, I'm Pixie. I was asked to basically begin with a general worldview. Obviously, that's really complicated and really hard because the world's complicated and hard. But if I had to say what I generally believe in, most of my principles are utilitarian-like, the greatest amount of good for the greatest amount of people with the least amount of harm possible. Other than that, I'm a big fan of rules like veil of ignorance, right? If we didn't know what race, gender, whatever component you want to say, and we're going to be thrust into society, how would that society ideally be? I just want to live in a world that is as equal as possible in terms of opportunity and, you know, with a basic standard of living. That is my ideal. Obviously, life be a little bit more complicated than that. And even in terms of utilitarianism, oh, God.
Party foul. Party foul, it's okay.
Utilitarianism.
Keep going, you're fine.
Yeah, I still believe that.
How many utils did you just lose?
So many. I am going to the bad place.
It's negative 10 utils.
I still think that we have certain duties towards, you know, our loved ones or, you know, our friends, family members, etc., etc. But yeah, overall, I have more of a utilitarian perspective on things. So that's my general worldview.
Peace out, you too, homie.
Sorry, did not mean to press that. I had to move. I was cleaning up the popcorn. I was cleaning up the popcorn.
And then I guess we can get into your views on feminism.
Yeah. Do you want me to do that right now? Or
yeah,
do
for your opening. So
yeah.
I was just requesting that you gave me your worldview so that I knew what prism you're looking through as you kind of tell me what your takes are on feminism.
Yeah, so basically my general view on feminism is that we've made a lot of long strides when it comes to equality. I still think that there's certain like gender stereotypes or behaviors that we like punish for both men and women. I do think men are sometimes at a slight advantage when it comes to certain power structures in place because of old notions of what it means to be masculine or feminine. But yeah, I just want to strive to be in a world where, you know, a guy can act sad or emotional and they're not punished for it, and where a woman can act like, you know, straightforward or confident or direct and not be punished for that either. That's just where I'm at.
So just to reiterate very quickly, your general worldview is utilitarianism. The only thing I just wanted to quickly follow up on is you said that you have duties. Does this fall under threshold deontology, where you feel that there's duties up until a point and then you switch over to utilitarianism?
Yeah, basically. I mean, if there was one moral system that solved it all, we wouldn't be constantly debating about this in philosophy, right? Like, this wouldn't be a thing that's still talked like in academia for forever. But basically, even though I ascribe a lot to like to utilitarianism in the sense of like greatest amount of good for greatest amount of people, there is still a level of duty that you have towards your friends or family. So for example, let's say you get slightly more utility by, in a hypothetical reality, right? This might not make sense, whatever. In a hypothetical reality, lying to everybody about your friend in a negative manner for whatever reason. Let's say that just produces more utility in the world. Well, then there's two things there. I think you can probably still create a better world where you don't have to stoop to such a level to lie in a malicious manner, most likely. And then second of all, you also shouldn't do that because that's your friend. And I guess what I'm trying to say here, what I'm trying to get at, is that there's a way to be good to each other on a personal level that I think a framework of duty explains better than a framework of utility. So you could have a framework of utility when it comes to like general policies, like on a large scale, whatever. But when it comes to personally, like, how should I treat you? Should I treat you with kindness? That's where you get a little bit more individualistic. Obviously, sometimes these things can like contradict. Again, moral philosophy, as you know, is pretty complicated in terms of like academia. There's so many different arguments. I'm open to learning, to talking more about it. It's just obviously something that people still wrestle with a lot because there are a lot of moral conundrums out there.
Yeah, I don't think that you could explain the entirety of your worldview in a single opening statement, right? Yeah. I'm just kind of looking for the key point principles. So utilitarianism, the basic harm principle, and then a threshold where it meets duty. So duty has to be in play there in some points because you don't think that utilitarianism itself can accommodate everything. Okay. So there's like a bit of threshold deontology. All right. So I'll dive into to my opener here. So I came to Christianity first logically rather than spiritually. The spiritual part of it came after the logical part. That actually is very common with people, more common than people know. So to give you kind of my framework and understanding, I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian, so that's the viewpoint that I go, look at the world from. But when
Intel Wild donated $100. Andrew, for all of us on the Crucible/whatever side, please wreck this woke, leftist bluehead, feminist Nazi, tree-hugging, carbon footprint, gender pronoun Kuma.
Blue-haired? That's where I draw the line. Everything else is fine, but I clearly do not have blue hair.
She only has green hair sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
In edited thumbnails.
Yeah, so I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian. But to give you an overview of what that means, I'm going to kind of accommodate Catholics and then what I would consider most Protestants would consider to be a Christian. So from my worldview, knowledge is not possible without there being a God. It's not even possible. And here's what I mean by that. Without an unerring standard, or a standard which is unchanging, your ability to know something is going to be arbitrary. Any appeal that you make, any standard appeal that you make to anything ever is going to reduce to relativism, and it's going to reduce to being arbitrary, no matter what. So because that standard doesn't exist, I actually believe that there is truth which you can know and knowledge which you can know because I appeal to the standard which is unchanging. The reason we're Trinitarians, meaning we believe in the triune nature of God, is because first in John 1:1, the Word was with God and God was the Word. Okay? What this is saying is if you move forward to 1:14, in John, it says, and the Word became flesh. So that would be Jesus Christ. So in the beginning, there's the Word was God, the Word was with God, and then in 1:14, the Word becomes flesh. So that means Jesus Christ is God, right? Part of the nature of God. John 14:6, Jesus Christ says, I am the way, the truth, and the light. Okay, so the key word there for us is truth, right? The way, the truth, and the light. So in philosophy, a justified true belief is knowledge, right?
I mean, Aristotle was the one, or not, I can't remember who exactly. But then
knowledge is a justified true belief. So you can have a justified belief, but that doesn't mean it's true. So since we don't have a justified true belief, and we believe that the truth is God and must be God because that's the only inerrant, unchanging standard that there could ever be for truth, essentially I feel like most everything that anybody tells me who's not a Christian is a lie because it has no foundational grounding for it to be true. It's moving towards some kind of standard which is completely arbitrary. So I think that your worldview in and of itself destroys the very ability for you to even have knowledge. So that is my worldview and how I see things. Now, I'm not here to have a precept debate with you about Christianity, right? But I did want you to understand my viewpoint and how it is that I think about Christianity. And I think most Christians think of it this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel bad because I know we're supposed to talk about feminism, but I want to ask you if you've ever heard of Gettier problems.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
what do you think
the
about
thing
them?
is that those can be reconciled through the Orthodox worldview as well. Okay, so you're talking in the Gettier problems of the laws of logic having problems, like you could be half in a room, half in a different room, stuff like this. But these are semantic issues, right?
No. All right, here, let me give you an example of a Gettier problem. So, for example, let's say you are driving by in your car,
Yeah.
and then you pass, what is it? You pass a barn,
Yeah.
and you say, there's a barn.
Yeah.
It's justified, you saw it. It's a belief that you're holding, and it's true. Except in this case, in this scenario, that was actually a fake barn, and right behind it was a real barn. I know that sounds weird, but obviously it's just theoretical.
Sure.
Technically, your belief is still true. You said there's a barn over there. But can you really say that's knowledge? Did you truly know there was a barn there when what you were pointing to was, in fact, a fake barn?
But I mean, that would just move into precept. So whatever standard applied knowledge that you would have be relative anyway. So who cares if there's a barn behind it or not? Because it's going to be whatever you're going to appeal to know that there's a barn behind it. It's going to be an arbitrary standard, which can be reduced to relativism.
I mean, does it have to be arbitrary? I guess.
Yeah, you can never. I don't see how if you didn't have a standard which was unchanging, meaning could not be changed, how it wouldn't reduce to a relative standard.
Okay, I'm going to put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that there is a certain period in time where you had this village. And in this village, they decided that like when the water falls down, when you're getting water, whatever, you should give it to the old people first because they need it more. You know, it's more important that they get water first, whatever. Sorry. And let's say over time, everything gets better, like their water systems get better, blah, blah, blah. Things become more evolved, more advanced. And now that rule is arbitrary. Things changed, the circumstances changed, but it doesn't mean that rule is always arbitrary. What I'm trying to convey here is that...
No, okay. That rule would not have been arbitrary. So the meaning of arbitrary, meaning without system or something like this, but it would have been relative.
Yeah.
And that's the point. It would have been a relative rule. So it wouldn't have been anything that you were basing it on other than some metric you made up.
But even though it was a metric you made up, it was a metric that was tied down towards like our physical reality of how we interact with each other, how the environment is.
But could somebody have come in and said, don't give the water to the old people first? And they could have agreed to that, right?
They could have agreed to that, but that doesn't mean that they did what was in the best interest of the society.
But that means that the standard can be changed. So if the standard can be changed, the standard is relative. For instance, the laws of logic can't be changed.
Okay.
So for instance, can you tell me how you would change the laws of logic without appealing to the laws of logic first?
No. I'll agree with you that the laws of logic can't be changed. But I think what I'm trying to disagree with you here on is just because something can be changed doesn't necessarily make it arbitrary.
No. Arbitrary in this case, if you're talking about the definition of has no system to it, I believe that you can come up with all sorts of systems, and then it's no longer arbitrary, but it's still relative. It's still made up. And so
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that the laws of logic are not relative. They're not made up. They
Yeah.
exist as a metaphysical reality, and they must exist as a metaphysical reality because they can't be changed. And if you can change them, I would love to know how you could.
Can I ask you a question on, like, how do you define, and this sounds funny or weird, but how do you define, like, objectivity?
Well, it depends on what you mean by objectivity. So, like, an easy way might be correspondence theory of truth, that which corresponds with reality, you could say, is objective. There's many different theories of truth which are encompassed in Christianity, but I think correspondence theory would be fine for us to use as some definition for objective truth.
Yes. Okay. And just to you believe in objective truth. You would have to because you believe in.
That objective standard. So if you believe in a subjective truth and everything is relative, then, like, for your moral standard, what do I even care about your moral standard for?
Yeah. Okay. So, because in my head, what are you writing? She's crazy.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where was I?
We're talking about subjective.
Yes. Subjective, objective. What that which relates to an outside reality. So I think, and we agree with this definition, just making it crystal clear.
Well, I'm not sure if we agree on it or not. I don't think we need to for the purpose of the debate. I'm just trying to express to you what my viewpoint is as we go into the debate on feminism.
Yeah.
And showing that I'm probably not going to agree with your principles of utilitarianism, nor you with my principles of Christianity. But that doesn't mean that if we both can look at, like, correspondence theory or something like that which corresponds with reality, that maybe we couldn't find some common ground here on feminism itself.
Yeah, I agree. I think just my main issue that I take is that when you are, because I also believe in objective morality, but I believe in it, I think, for a different reason that you do. And there's so many thoughts, but here, I'll start here. So basically, I think my problem with your worldview, or with how you're starting it out, is that you're saying, oh no, like, there has to be an unchanging God, because then anything else is relative and therefore, like, subjective. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No.
No.
No. What I'm saying to you is that knowledge itself is not possible. If knowledge itself, the thing that you appeal to, has an arbitrary metric, knowledge becomes impossible. You can't know anything if you say there's no standard which is unchanging for which we can know a thing by. Therefore, no belief you have can be true, because knowledge itself is a justified true belief.
Yeah. Okay.
So by having a subjective worldview, from my worldview, you have destroyed the very capacity to even have knowledge.
Yeah. And I think where the major disagreement comes from is that things can be changing, but you can still know of something despite the changes. Does
How
that
do you
make
know
sense?
if you can't appeal to a standard from which, if you always appeal to it, is unchanging? How could you ever know that?
Yeah. How do you know? Okay. Maybe you can help me answer
So,
this.
like,
Yeah.
this beer, right? Can that be water?
No.
How do you know?
Because I see that it is beer, and I know that you, unless if you decide to do a bunch of, like, chemical processes, essentially, it's not gonna.
So you're appealing to some unerrant standard, some unchanging standard, which would say that this always must be itself. Like the laws of logic would say, this beer can only be what it is, which is beer, right?
Yeah, I'm basically appealing to. This is where we're gonna start disagreeing probably. My experiences, essentially, and some laws of logic within, like, those experiences that I've had, right?
Yeah, but your experiences are going to have to still be limited to the confines of knowledge, which is still going to be confined to the laws of logic.
Yeah, but those confines are within my reality, if that makes sense. So, okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, well, hang on. That's true.
Yes.
Yeah, you yourself, I think, can have subjective experiences. Sure.
Yes.
I think that you can have many subjective experiences, but that really doesn't have anything to do with whether or not they're true, or whether or not you have the capacity to know things. If you think that knowledge itself has no standard for objectivity, how the hell can you say I know anything if that is the case?
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna get to. Basically, for you to state that there is an outside, like, external, like, unchanging force, you would have to essentially prove that to me,
Why?
because otherwise.
Okay, so here's the thing. I will give you philosophical proof that there is an unchanging source from which we can always appeal to for knowledge, called the laws of logic. Now, if that is not true, can you explain to me how these can be changed? If they are subjective, they should be changeable. Can you change the laws of logic, or can you not?
No, I'm saying those laws of logic can 100% not be changed in your reality.
In your reality.
The problem is...
In any reality.
You would have to prove to me a reality exists outside of your perspective, which you inherently cannot do because you are quite literally processing everything through your perspective. Like, it would be an impossible task. For me to prove that...
In any reality, do you think that a thing cannot be what a thing is?
Essentially, even if those rules are true, they're so confined to my reality. Does that make sense?
Even if they're confined to your reality, all I need you to do is envision a reality in which a thing isn't what it is.
Which I can't, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist outside of the confines.
So in all possible realities that you can possibly come up with, it's not good enough philosophical proof for you that you can't think of a single one in which the laws of logic would not apply?
Andrew, what I'm trying to convey here, you see this box?
Yep.
Okay, let's for the audience. You are in this box.
Okay.
And you're basically saying, oh, nothing outside this box can exist because I cannot perceive of anything outside this box. But just because you cannot perceive of anything outside this box doesn't mean that there's nothing outside the box. You are confined to the box through your experiences.
This is just an argument from incredulity, ultimately. What you're saying is it's possible that there are things which exist outside of anything you could ever envision. And so therefore, this thing may not be true. That's just incredulity.
Yeah, no.
That's just incredulity. It's a fallacious argument. What I need you to do is tell me, based on any experience, subjective or otherwise.
I need you to explain to me why.
I just did. I gave you the...
No, you didn't. You said it's fallacious, but you did not explain to me why it's fallacious.
The argument from incredulity is a fallacious argument.
You have to explain to me why you believe it's fallacious. You can't just say it's fallacious.
Okay, because I could be incredulous about any argument you make, right? You could say, for instance, I'm not here right now, right? And I go, well, I don't believe that. Well, that's not an argument. That's not an actual argument.
That's not my argument is essentially...
Yeah, hang on. Do you agree with me that that would be fallacious argumentation?
I would agree with you, but that's not what I'm saying.
It is what you're saying. You're saying because I can't envision something outside of anything which can even be envisioned, where the laws of logic may not be true. You're just saying conceptually there could be, but when I ask you to demonstrate a reality in which it could even be true, you still can't even do that.
No, because what I'm trying to say is that inherently every law of logic, every experience you have, everything you ever do must go through your own perception first.
Okay, but you would agree with me, even if that's true, okay? You think that other people have perceptions, right?
Yes, but I can never prove it fully.
From your perception, you think, but you do think that.
I can think that, but I'll never be able to prove it fully.
But you don't really need to. You don't really need to prove it fully. We can just go off of your perceptions then. If you can't prove anybody else has them and only you have them, inside of anything in which you can envision, you, from your subjective metric, the only one which exists or is necessary, can a world exist where the laws of logic do not apply?
No, but here's the deal, right? That's
powerful philosophical proof, by the way.
But okay,
of an unchanging standard which can be adhered to for knowledge.
Here's the deal, right? If we can agree that even though I do not know or I cannot prove something outside of my own perception, that's an impossible task to do, it is still real to me, right? It is still something that is, actively affecting my life. I cannot just pretend it doesn't. It doesn't make it any less real. Does that make sense? Did I explain myself clearly?
You can say that, but I'm just going to grant it. I'm just going to grant that it's all real to you.
Okay.
So even granting that it's all real to you, right? From what is real from your perspective, can you change the laws of logic?
No, we've already gone through
just
that.
Answer the question.
No, I did. I answered it 3 times.
So if the answer is yes, then that's the only standard you can appeal to for objective knowledge, right?
What, the laws of logic?
Yeah. What other objective standard can you think of which is unchanging?
Well, that's the point that I'm trying to get across is that even if there is a reality outside of my current experience, which I do not know if that's the case, whatever, there are still these basic components of our experiences. And yeah, like the laws of logic, in a sense, are an experience, right? Thinking like 1 + 1 = 2 is something that you are actively experiencing, going through, thinking about, putting together.
No, I disagree. I believe that these are discovered. They're not subjective metrics of the human mind, but rather discoveries, which you find because they're true,
So now
external to mind.
you're presupposing an external world, which brings us back to our original problem.
Hang on. I'm not presupposing an external world. What I'm saying to you is, from your subjective metric right now, which is what you consider to be everything in reality which exists and that you could ever perceive of, from that metric, do you agree that when you pass away, the laws of logic will still be here, even if you can't perceive them?
Yeah, no, that's presupposing that there is a existence outside or
That's
after
right.
myself.
Everything is a presupposition which reduces itself to an unerring standard, which has always been there and always will be there and always must have been there to assume creation or any
To assume
justification for knowledge.
creation. I don't think, what is it? I'm trying to think how to phrase this. You are basing your worldview off a presupposition that there is an external world, which I don't even 100% disagree with. What I'm trying to convey here is that it is our...
No. You're presupposing that you can have this conversation right now. You're presupposing that you have knowledge right now. You presuppose everything leading to this conversation, and everything you presuppose leading up to it has a requirement for knowledge, which you presuppose baked into the laws of logic, but won't grant that there has to be has to be an unerring standard. What else would you call that but God?
Oh, okay. Is it? I mean, we could get into like a theological debate about God if you want to.
I would like to move it to feminism, right? If I have substantially answered your questions so that you understand where I'm coming from my worldview.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I'm just like a little bit uncertain when it comes to...
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then I would have to cross-examine what you gave us for utilitarianism, which wasn't much.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
We could dive into that.
Sure.
But I would like to dive into the purpose of the debate now that you know my worldview.
Okay,
the
we can
worldview
dive
itself
into
wasn't to be
feminism.
the debate, though I'm happy to do one in the future with you on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason, but if anything, we'll just circle back.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, okay, because what my concern is that once we start talking about like feminism or worldview, I'm concerned that you're going to bring it back to God, which is...
I make secular arguments.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Yeah.
Great. We're good then.
Before we do that, I'll just allow TTS to come.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $100. I give Pixie prompts coming prepared and taking notes like Andrew. I don't agree with her worldview, but I appreciate her taking the debate seriously and wanting to engage.
Well, Pixie, I ran into her on quite a few panels in the Twitch poll universe, so I was happy that she was coming in to debate.
Aw, thank you. I'm happy I'm debating you right now. We're talking,
Well, let's
really.
get into the
Yeah,
debate.
we're
So
just
let's...
talking.
Perhaps actually one question before we do that, and I think it is perhaps related to feminism. I don't know if we've had you on the panel since, Pixie, but this is something that we've brought on our dating talk panels very frequently. Are you familiar with the man versus bear question?
Yeah.
And so what the... okay, our Stream Deck tripped out there. So, I mean, perhaps right before we get into the meat of the feminism conversation, I wanted to just hear your take on that. So the scenario is, if you ask a woman, would she rather be stuck in the woods with a random man or a random bear? Quite a lot of women respond by saying bear. What's your take on this? What's your answer to the question? And,
Am I allowed to ask what type of bear?
well, it's a random bear and a random man.
Yeah, okay. I might be wrong on this number. From last time I actually researched this question or whatever, I do think that the majority or the most likely bear that you're likely to run into is a black bear. If it's a black bear, I would pick bear. If it's anything but a black bear, I would pick a guy.
Is the most likely guy you're going to run into predatory?
No, but
Well, then that's weird.
No, let me finish.
All right,
let
all
me
right.
finish. So the reason why I say this is because even if the most likely guy I run into is not predatory or whatever, there's still like an unstable factor there, right? Where it's like in the vast majority of cases with bears, or black bears, let's be specific. They don't know they're really apex predators. They will they have basically no freaking clue. They'll usually like run away or stay out of your way, unless if you're like threatening a cub or something and it's a mama bear, though. That's a whole different scenario. Men, I think, are a lot more spontaneous. They're obviously more intelligent, in my opinion. It could be the case where you have like a normal guy or something, and then something happens to a normal guy, maybe isolation in the wilderness for a couple of years could drive anybody crazy, and then it results into them acting out, for example. It could be a predator, or it could be somebody who, doesn't really care. Like, let's say it's a gay guy, whatever. Either way, the factor is more of an unknown versus if it's just like a black bear, which just seems like they'll stay out of your way most of the time. Now, if it's a grizzly bear, fuck that. I'll take my chances with even like a predator guy, because grizzly bears will kill you on sight.
Black bears will kill you on sight too.
The vast majority of black bears are pretty they don't know. They don't realize they're apex predators. It's kind of insane. I'm not joking. I did my research on this question. I'm not going crazy.
Do you think? Let me ask you this: if you walked up to, 100 random men on the street and just walked over and patted them on the head, versus you walked over to 100 random bears in the forest and walked over and patted them on the head, which one do you think would be more likely to attack you?
Yeah, the point is I wouldn't be patting the black bears in the head. I'll make sure I'm staying my proper distance from them. With a guy, again, as we've established, if black bears don't know that they're apex predator, which the vast majority don't, they're going to stay out of your way, whatever. With a guy, even if it's like a friendly guy, maybe he'll want to talk to me or get towards me or whatever, and I can't really ascribe his intentions. With the black bear, we can stay out of each other's ways.
So from a utilitarian standpoint, though, wouldn't you be far more likely to be helped by a man than a black bear?
I guess it depends
based
if
on
I
your
need
current-
help in that scenario.
Well, based on your current level of forest survival skills, do you think you would be up to the task on your own?
I don't think the average man knows how to survive a forest either.
I think that the average man can survive in the forest a lot better than the average woman. They're just stronger, right? They're built stronger. They can just do tasks that most average women can't do.
Yeah,
They
but I
just don't
also
have the
think,
required prerequisite strength, right?
well, I think women do have the strength to live in a forest, just like how men have the strength to live in the forest. But I understand your point. You're saying, let's say there's a heavy log or something you have to move out of the way. A man is going to be a lot better at that task than a woman.
Well, no, it's not just that. It's just even tool making requires physical strength.
Yeah, but I mean, I can still make a tool. Maybe it'll take me a little bit longer, but it's not going to be the end-all, be-all. But the point that I'm trying to get across, or what I'm trying to say, is that there is a chance that I might get helped, but then I'm also, rolling the dice on whether there's a chance that the guy is fucking insane and wants to kill me or do bad things to me.
If you're such a savage, you can live in a forest. If you're just dropped in a forest with no equipment and you can just survive in there, then why aren't you savage enough to take care of yourself from a man?
What is it? There's a very big difference between being in a forest, trying to scavenge for your own, hunt for fish, whatever, start a fire, versus having somebody
How would you
actively
hunt for
attack
fish
you.
if you were in a forest?
If there's a freshwater stream or lake or something.
Yeah, how? How would you do it?
Ideally, I would find some sort of small insect or bait or something like that. Try to do something maybe with the lining of leaves or something, basically a little rod maybe, and use that to try to lure in the fish.
That's how you would try to catch fish in a forest?
I'm not an expert at catching fish, but if our ancestors did it for thousands of years, I'm sure that I can figure out a way through trial and error.
Okay. So I guess that really doesn't have... I don't know where we were going with that.
That was it. Let me just let this TTS come through.
LOL Paladins donated $100. Weird to see Pixie arguing W/Andrew for the existence of God. Somehow I agree with her. We are flawed humans and cannot know real objective truth and his plan for us.
Is that objectively true? Is that objectively true, Lil Paladins? Because if it's not objectively true, then why should I believe it? But anyway.
One quick thing. This is breaking news. I've received word that Desiree from the show yesterday, who she in an Instagram story states she is raffling off the underwear that she wore, fresh out, and I quote, "fresh out of the ass I used to put Andrew in his place."
What the fuck?
Yesterday on whatever. So make sure you subscribe and enter before I pick a winner Sunday night.
That's wild. That's
Fucking
horrible.
degens.
She didn't learn a thing. Anyways, sorry. Continue on.
So anyway, over to feminism. So can we agree to a definition of feminism?
It's just something really boilerplate, basic.
So I give you my definition. You
Go
can
for
tell
it.
me if you like it or don't like it. I would say it's the move towards egalitarianism with the rejection of patriarchal systems.
When you're saying egalitarianism,
Equality and equity.
I'm not sure if I 100% agree with that, but we'll
So
say
then,
yes.
so
for
then,
now.
what's your definition?
Well, no. I'm gonna agree with it in general, but I know some people take that and then they bring it to an extreme. They're like, oh, so you mean like I'm trying to think of an example.
Are you full, by the way? Because people. People-
Killer
I
of Cereal
did not catch
donated
this soon.
$100. Presuming prepositions is preposterous. I propose a pedantic posturing proliferated by poor practice. Must go back to school. If only there were a university I could sign up to based around debating.
Right. That's actually a really good point. He's saying that you're actually presupposing even the idea of the subjective being in the box has the requirement of knowledge. So, I mean, that's the point. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Over to feminism. The idea on feminism,
Yeah.
rejection of patriarchy,
Yeah.
and the movement towards egalitarianism. Do you agree?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna assume that we're being like good faith right now because some people will be like, oh, you want like equality and like equity, do me, and then maybe that means I don't want equity. I'm not sure. But like you believe in that? That means that you think like both a guy and girl, despite of their qualifications, should be in the same like military bracket or whatever. I'm using a random example, and it's like, well, no, only if they meet the requirements to be in that bracket. Does that make sense? Like people will take it and think that, on the basis of gender, it means that they should be exactly 100% the same, even if they're not as equally qualified.
Yeah, I don't think men and women are interchangeable widgets, or that feminists even say that they are.
Okay. Just
Yeah.
clarifying. Okay, we're good then.
Yep. So, I think that that's fine.
Okay.
Right. So if your idea there is that their ontology is different, men and women, their being is different.
I don't. What do you mean by being like?
Well,
their
they're not
spiritual-
Well, they're not interchangeable widgets. So what we would call telos or purpose, or the things that they're interested in, maybe from your perspective, are going to be different than the things women are interested in, and that's going to be innate somewhat.
Yeah,
Because otherwise, then we do have a problem of you thinking they're interchangeable widgets. So if you think their ontology is exactly the same, that men and women are exactly the same, then we do have a problem.
Yeah, I think if I had to draw it out again, I would say that
You do a
there's-
lot of drawing.
Yeah.
I like drawings. Go ahead.
There's probably like a scale of behaviors. I don't even like doing it this way, but I'm going to put man, woman, even though I think this is dumb because I think there's just human behaviors in general that both men and women have. But I think there's
You're talking about a gender scale?
Yeah, essentially.
X amount of these qualities make you a woman, X amount of these qualities make you a man.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying. That's where I would disagree. I would say that there's certain behaviors that are just human behaviors that both men and women have.
Yeah, I agree. So I would say anything that you would consider like a gendered emotions nonsense, anything you'd consider specifically a gendered behavior would be nonsense, right?
Okay.
Like if you can have tom girls, for instance, they're still females. You can have men that do little fucking tea parties or whatever. They're still men, right? They're still males.
Yeah.
So I would agree with all of that, right?
Okay,
So
cool.
I don't think that there's a specific I just think that the men and women perceive them differently, and that men and women are built differently.
Yeah.
From conception, they're built differently. Their brains work differently, and their bodies are different.
Yeah, I think there's definitely differences in body, especially in strength. The brain argument is a lot more complicated because then it becomes a question of like nature versus nurture. Like the whole idea of like female and male brain is like pretty contentious. A lot of it, like,
Yeah, but if you have one sex that's stronger, right, physically stronger on average, and the male sex is much stronger on average than women. Now, it's significantly stronger. The tailoring of society necessarily around that would create different interests, right?
Yes, at certain points. I think the problem is that as we have a society has evolved, and as we've had like more like, let's say, machinery or even like other things have just come and spawned essentially, our DNA and like biological predispositions also somewhat slightly change, even if it's like ever so slightly. So do you know like epigenetics?
Yeah, but I mean, epigenetics wouldn't even explain this in 60 years. That's insane. even from an epigenetic standpoint.
Well, from an epigenetic standpoint, like our genes are like, like they're constantly changing to our environment, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't happen in one generation.
It doesn't happen in one generation.
Or
but
two, or three.
No, well, it can happen pretty quickly. I mean, there's like, what is it, epigenetic studies on like, for example, women who have had children or were pregnant.
Okay, you got to do me one favor, though.
Yeah.
You got to say women and not woman.
I am English is my second language. Like,
got to say women and not women.
Okay, call me out.
All right.
Women.
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 W-O-M-E-N.
Woman.
No, that's.
I could say mujer if that's easier in Spanish.
Just say women.
Woman. I swear to God, I'm not being crazy right now.
All right, fine.
It's not me trying to be an asshole. It's a second language. There's epigenetic studies of women who
Women.
Who are, let's say, like pregnant or whatever during like a time of strife, starvation, resources are low, and like how that like literally genetically affects their offspring to be able to like retain like fat better, for example, or like basically things that can happen within like one generation essentially. Or even
that wouldn't apply to the societal social characteristics of the entirety of a nation when it came to the interests of men and women.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that if we can already see things like that within like one pregnancy and see like DNA changes, that it's not a giant leap of faith to assume that like over time, especially as society has like more and more changes, you'd start seeing
What kind of changes? Well, what kind of changes would you expect to see?
Let's see. In a society where physical labor and force becomes less important, essentially.
Like right now?
Yeah, or like how it has been.
What would you expect to see?
Yeah, you would expect to see basically societies that start centering intelligence as a more important component, or start selecting based more on, expected intelligence, whatever, than just pure brute strength.
Yeah, but society's not becoming smarter.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I know about that.
Okay.
IQ slated to continue to reduce on average.
Where
not
are you
increase.
getting this?
Well, I'll give you the numbers.
Yeah.
But not only that, let me bring this up as well.
Don't give me just the numbers. Give me the study.
Yeah. But let me give you the numbers on this as well. This is all CDC information, by the way. If I were to take what you're saying at face value, that necessarily through epigenetic leaps, that men and women, by the way, would suddenly begin to have different interests.
Not suddenly. It would be gradual. But over time.
But how? You said, what do you mean gradual? Like how long? Because you said it could happen very quickly.
It can happen very quickly.
Well, how quickly?
It could theoretically, or certain changes could happen within a generation.
Yeah. So this is CDC info. Most female jobs. This is according to the BLS. These jobs have the highest percent.
As a society as a whole, if labor is less important because we have machinery to do it instead, you would find both men and women more in service sector jobs, which
But
we
you're
have seen.
not. You're seeing mostly women in those jobs, and that's what I'm going to show you.
Yeah, no, the amount of men who are now like in STEM in general, like the United States as a whole is a
Men
service-based
have always
economy.
been in STEM. Men have always
No,
been dominant
not
in STEM.
just not always. We have seen
No,
an
men have
increase.
always been dominant in STEM.
I'm saying that doesn't matter because I'm saying that when we compare manual labor jobs to service jobs, we have seen a vast increase in service-based jobs versus manual labor jobs in the United States. That is just objectively true.
Yeah, that
we are a
women
service-based
women
economy.
do, which is the exact same jobs they were
men
always
have
doing.
also done more service-based jobs.
Yeah.
More people are lawyers, doctors, software, even just
wait. Men have always been in those fields.
That's
always been in those fields.
Maybe I'm not explaining my point clearly enough. The point that I'm trying to get across is that as manual labor has become less important in the United States, there's an increase of men doing more of those jobs. So before, it might have been like, hey, maybe I'm going to go
But
work in
why
the factory.
don't we?
Wait, let me finish.
Yeah,
let me
but this
finish.
makes the argument
no,
makes no
please
sense.
let me finish.
I'll steel man the argument. That way, you know I understand it.
Okay.
The argument that you're making is, as these other service sectors have opened up, men are gravitating into those service sectors instead of just manual labor, right?
Yes.
Then how come women aren't gravitating towards the manual labor sections?
Because the manual labor sections have been either taken over by technology.
No, they haven't.
Or
Roofing?
Or-
Has roofing been taken over by technology?
no, but what is it? It doesn't necessarily. I'm trying to think of.
Has construction been taken over by technology? Roofing? Has even gardening, basic gardening? What about lawn mowing, lawn care? In fact, almost all labor I can think of, which now is heavily inundated with machines, still totally dominated by men. Almost
But
no
there's a
women do
lot
it at
less
all.
men in average doing those jobs compared to before because you have had machinery
Yeah, dude,
replace.
but-
If it took three,
But this
if it-
argument still makes no
sense. Let her
sense.
finish,
Please,
let
if
her
it took
finish.
5 men to redo a roof or whatever,
Sure.
now it takes 2, right?
Yeah, why isn't one of them a woman?
No, because the point is, as a society as a whole, we have just moved away from manual labor. So obviously,
This
a
argument
woman
makes no
Yes,
sense.
it does make sense. It's very simple.
Okay, give it to me again.
Yeah, here.
Okay.
Manual labor jobs have
Yep.
become less important.
Yep.
We have found technology to basically help replace a lot of the brute force or strength that we needed before.
Agree.
So the vast majority of people, men and women, are now more inclined towards service sector jobs.
Okay, so I don't understand though. Are you implying that women were doing manual labor
No,
jobs
I'm
before?
not implying women were doing manual
So then,
labor
if
before.
that is true, and women were not doing manual labor jobs before, and now you have machinery which are assisting in these manual labor jobs, why aren't women gravitating towards those jobs? All you're saying to me is, as manual labor jobs have decreased, all right, because the market demand, men who ordinarily would take those jobs move into things which aren't manual labor. That is not a fucking argument
Yeah.
at all
Oh my
for
God.
any epigenetic stride at all. That's just, I'm going to take this thing away, so now you have no access to it because it's not available, so you have to do something else. That doesn't mean that their
The
interests
argument-
still aren't here. It just means it's not available. Why aren't women taking those jobs still, especially if they're less physically demanding?
The argument that I'm trying to make is, as a whole, our society has decided to put more value on the service labor jobs. That's
So
why you're
what?
not going to see women. Well, first of all,
What would that have
Wait,
to
hey.
do with anything? I'm serious. If the argument is...
Andrew, you can either become a doctor or you can do roofs.
Sure.
The doctor will pay better.
Are those choices available to men and women?
What, to do the doctor
To do
or
doctoring
the roof?
or the roof?
Yes.
Okay, so I
So
understand. So I
obviously-
understand if there's less jobs available to do roofs, which there aren't, right? But I mean, there's still
That's
plenty
just-
of jobs to do roofs. But even if there was less of them, so now the men who wouldn't ordinarily be doing roofs go, fuck, I got to go be a doctor now. So they go and they be a doctor now. You have eliminated this option for them, so this is what they can do. Why are women who can do both only doing the doctor and not doing the construction part?
Because our society elevates the freaking doctors. That's why our society, and I'm not saying this is right, I'm not saying this is necessarily how it should be, but yeah, our society tends to value things that are more service-based than manual labor-based.
So this argument still
we value
makes,
our CEOs
so
more
even-
than we value.
so even if the
wait,
idea-
let me finish.
Yeah,
We value
go
our
ahead.
CEOs more than we value our janitors, for example.
So let me get this right. Even if it were true that we put the value, and we do, right? We put a value on doctors and lawyers more than we do like garbage men and shit like that.
Yes.
There's no way in hell you're assuming that every woman is so smart that they're going to be able to be the doctors and lawyers, right?
No, I never
so
said
how
that.
come none of them?
It's not none
Hang on,
of
hang
them.
on.
There's
Yes,
obviously,
no.
we can
I'm
search
saying,
up statistics right now. It's not zero.
I've got them right now.
let's do it.
Do you think that 98 fucking
I don't
percent
think
of
98.
dental?
I never said that.
I said that.
I never gave a specific number.
I'm giving you specific numbers.
Yeah,
Preschool
the
and
number is obviously not
preschool,
zero.
kindergarten
so when you say
teachers.
none of them,
Stop,
you're
stop.
exaggerating.
Listen, preschool, kindergarten teachers, 98% women. 98% women.
Can you send us that so we can pull it up for
Yeah.
the audience?
Yeah, okay, but none of what you're saying is contradicting what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like, no,
where's,
literally.
So how many roughnecks? Let's find out how many
Oh,
roughnecks are
wait,
there.
let me finish before I forget. Here's the other thing.
Is it Rachel who's sending it, or
What's that?
no?
I'm sending it to you. What do you mean? You just told me to.
Yeah, no, but
Yeah, so here's a couple.
send it to our Instagram if you can.
Here's a couple of things to break down also. What is it? Women are also a lot less likely to apply towards jobs that are male-dominated fields for a variety of reasons. You could say some of them are just not interested in it, sure. Even for women who aren't interested in it, which is more of a minority, yes, you are more likely to experience sexual harassment or just sexism in general, the more male-dominated a field is. So you're less likely to get hired, and even if you are hired, you're more likely to be looked down upon. So there are a combination of factors, which I've never denied that, even I said it multiple times, I never denied that women are less into these fields.
No, you gave a descriptor that because of epigenetics, what's going on is that...
No, what I said... So
My
I'll let you
turn.
finish, and then I'll go.
Okay. You gave me a descriptor. I asked you this question specifically. The question was, why is it that you think that this is happening? And this is in regards to why women are taking these fields, men are taking these fields. Your descriptor for this was because through epigenetics, through genes, their interest can suddenly change, and that's what's going on because now society is valuing different things. I'm granting the argument as being true for the purpose of internally critiquing it. So here's what I see. I see you saying this. We have 5 construction workers, and then we have a robot. The robot comes in, takes the job away from 2 of those. Now we have a doctor's slot over here, okay? The women who are on this side who are in, I don't know, they're fucking coffee baristas or something. There's 5 of them, okay? Robot comes in, takes 2 of those jobs away. Now there's 3 of them. Now you're saying they're both competing to be doctors. Okay, I agree. But how come the women who are the baristas, if what you're saying is true about epigenetics, aren't coming in to take those 3 jobs of the construction workers, or the construction workers going in to take the 3 jobs of the baristas? That's the fucking question that you are not actually answering.
Yeah, no. The argument that I was trying to make is that the reason why people are not trying to suddenly jump into another labor job or whatever is because as a whole, both the men and the women are trying to get into the I'm not saying it's actually nice, but whatever, the nice service-based jobs instead, because that is where the fame, notoriety, whatever you want to call it, societal respect, let's put it that way.
Yeah,
is
but
that.
I've already granted that this is the case. So I'm just going to assume
Okay.
that men and women both want to be doctors.
Yeah.
But you can then grant to me that almost nobody's ever going to be a doctor.
Yes,
Yeah,
sure.
so that would be men and women.
But there's, what is it?
So if it is the case that almost no men and no women are going to be doctors, and they're not going to be in high status jobs, lawyers, doctors, professionals like this, most of them are going to be in the service industry, or they're going to be
Yes.
working in factories and construction and shit
They're
like that.
gonna be more specifically
How
in
come we don't
service.
see from these ends any crossover into these other fields? In fact, they seem to be more inundated along gender lines for construction than ever before.
Yeah, and like how I stated before, there's 2 reasons for this.
Okay.
Because if a person can escape, or if there's an opportunity for them to escape the manual labor, they're gonna most likely take it than
They
not.
don't. Men aren't taking it. You think they have to do it?
What do you mean by they have to?
Like, couldn't they go? They could go be a fucking waitress.
Yeah, no. what I'm also saying is that there's also other combinations or other factors that, like how I was saying before, for example, women, even the ones that are interested, because the number isn't 0, it is low, however, I will grant that.
So low as to be abysmal. Like almost none in many of these cases. Like Roughnecks, for instance, there's basically none. Line workers, for instance, on power lines, basically no females at all.
Yeah, the point that I'm trying to get across is that there's other barriers also in place.
What are they? Okay, well, let's get into those barriers.
Let me finish, please. So what is it? When it comes to a lot of these women, or when it comes to breaking into male-dominated fields, the more men there are, the higher rates of sexism a woman's more likely to experience, or just straight up sexual harassment. There is usually a direct correlation with those. Some of it could just be straight up interest. Maybe not as many women are interested in doing those jobs, essentially.
But I thought epigenetics was going to take care of that interest problem.
Well, what I was trying to describe before when it comes to, first of all, that's not how I was using epigenetics originally, but even if I was, my original argument for epigenetics was that we might see a slight difference in interest over time. But
that would be
regardless.
That's what I just said.
Wait, let me finish.
Okay.
Regardless of that, even if I did 100% grant whatever you were saying, you would see the biggest leap not in between, other manual jobs. You would see the biggest leap into, as what we were describing before, service-based jobs. Because service-based jobs are the ones, again, with the more prestige, the more value, the more societal respect. So that's why you wouldn't see intercrossing. You would just see people trying to move up instead.
Yeah, that makes no sense. If you have a barrier for entry inside of those service-level jobs that you're talking about, meaning you and I both know that not everybody can be a doctor or a lawyer or in one of these high-status fields, you should actually see the interconnecting. Why wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? You say because there's a barrier to entry to be a construction worker, female. What barrier?
No. What I'm trying to describe here, if we're saying, okay, epigenetics, your genes, or whatever, your offspring's genes, even your genes can change depending on the environment.
Okay.
Even ever so slightly.
Okay.
Over time, our society starts valuing X quality. Just let's say they value X quality. Mm-hmm. People are going to start selecting for that quality more, right? Or your genes are going to respond to that quality more, essentially. Men and women.
Got it.
Right? So if X quality is essentially intelligence, that's what more of society is going to start leaning and focusing more towards. They're not going to be focusing on the other manual labor job. They're going to be focusing more towards the intelligence-based job or whatever.
Got it. So both men and women want they're selecting for X quality. They want to move towards being doctors and lawyers. Got it.
Yes.
However, this still does not answer my question, which is this. Why is it that women still, even if they're competing for these neutral jobs that they can do because it requires zero fucking physical strength, they sit in an office building all day, being a lawyer or doctor, whatever it is, why is it that you don't see them competing to be line workers? Why don't you see them working on power lines? Why don't you see them working on oil rigs? Those are extremely high-paying jobs, even for dumb women. Way higher-paying jobs than being a fucking coffee barista or somebody who works as a waitress. There's no more barrier for entry. Why aren't they crossing over? That would make no sense. Why wouldn't they do that?
There's a couple of reasons, like I listed before.
So
some of it can be based off of interest. Maybe not as many women are interested in doing those things.
Why not?
What is it? There are a million reasons. Maybe some of them do have a biological predisposition to not be interested in that.
A biological predisposition.
Right?
So something to do with their ontology?
Some other ones might be raised in a household where they're taught, hey, that's not a very ladylike thing to do. You should focus instead on, taking care of children. That's more, that's the more ladylike thing to do. So their interest might develop more into that field, basically, rather than having it being a biological innate thing. So for some people, it might be biologically innate. For some other people, it might be just a result of society.
That's really weird. Is pornography a ladylike thing to do?
What is it? It's not necessarily ladylike, but it is highly rewarded.
Yeah, it's highly rewarded. So is being a person who works on an oil rig highly rewarded? Hang on. Let me finish now. I just let you go through your whole spiel.
I'll let you finish. Go for it.
Just like working on a fishing boat. Just like working at the world's deadliest catch. You don't see any women doing any of these or working as an ice trucker.
Yeah.
Here's why. Here's what's so interesting to your argument. Pornography is not ladylike in any way, shape, or form. So your argument of, wait a second, they're told that X thing is not ladylike. It seems that women will ignore this isn't ladylike if it leads to a lot of fucking money. If it leads to a bunch of money, suddenly it's not ladylike, we can put a big fucking X through it. So if we can put a big X through, doesn't seem very ladylike because we will compensate for that with money. Why the fuck wouldn't they go do that with other jobs? Is it because they can't?
No,
just say,
right,
Andrew,
no,
they can't.
Andrew, let me finish.
Okay,
I let
finish.
you finish. Now it's my turn.
Uh-huh.
So, I use the word ladylike, but the truth is, if a woman tries to go into the fucking oil rig, whatever field, yeah, a lot of guys are gonna straight up laugh at her, not even give her the opportunity to prove herself, basically be like, hey, you're a fucking woman. And again, as we stated before, yeah, more male-dominated fields tend to be more discriminatory towards women. So even a woman who could do those things and is physically capable of doing those things will probably
Well,
get fucking laughed. Hey, no, let me finish.
Let's test
Wait,
this.
let me finish, please. Will probably get laughed out of the
I've been
freaking
interrupting
room.
you too much?
Yes. Okay.
Really?
I'm just being playful right now.
So hang on.
Wait, no.
I just
okay.
want to test this real
Wait,
quick. Let's
no,
do one point
please.
at a time.
Well, you said 3 points. I just want to respond to those 3 points, and then
Okay.
you can respond to everything you
Go
want.
ahead.
Then, in addition to that, yeah, women are very much rewarded, also somewhat societally, when they do pornography. Okay, that's straight up. You have a lot of guys being like, "Oh, like you're so hot, you're so sexy. Oh my God, like you're the most beautiful
But not
woman I've
very
ever
ladylike,
seen."
right?
It's still positive reinforcement. Versus if you're a woman who works in an oil field, you somehow get in there, you're not laughed off, whatever. You make that bag, you make that money. You're still gonna be people being like, really? Like that's a field you chose?
Well, I wanna
While pornography, you still have a shit ton
Yeah, I
of
can put
people
this to
in
the
our modern
test.
society being like, wow, you're so hot.
Yeah, I can put this to the test, though. But by the way, that's really weird because that would be the barrier entry of politics, all sorts of things which are male-dominated. Women come in and instead they're glorified. The opposite happens. They're not repressed. They're fucking glorified. Here's an example of this. Have you heard of the first female Navy SEAL? Do you know her name?
No.
Okay, she doesn't exist. That's why you've never heard her name, because not a single woman, even though the Navy has done everything in its power to recruit women to be Navy SEALs. Treat them like fucking gold. They put out every ad you can imagine. They want one in the worst way so they can be like, this is the first one. None of them can actually do the training. None of them have been able to actually accomplish the feat of being able to pass basic underwater demolition school, so there's no female Navy SEALs, not one. So the thing is that your argument here of, but wait, they'll be laughed at. They have every government incentive on planet Earth to not be laughed at. Oil rigs will be given incentives, for instance. Linemen will be given incentives, for instance, to bring women on, instruct their staff to train them every which way possible, give them massive incentives, and women just physically can't fucking do the job.
Yeah, no, I said in the beginning there
So
are
this idea that it's stigma, I need you to answer to the idea of how you can have massive government programs doing everything they can to bribe the employer to bring women on, which reduces the stigma to like something non-existent. And somehow though, you think that they're just afraid they're going to get laughed off the line.
There's a couple of things to break down here.
Okay.
First of all, just saying, oh no, you see they have incentives to like not be stigmatic doesn't necessarily take away the stigma. As like stated before, a lot of it, like it's
Be
basically
stigma
your
against weak
coworker.
men,
No,
too.
I'm sorry. You have like, well, who's getting the incentive? It's what is it? The oil company, let's say per se, whatever. It's not necessarily the daily lineman worker that is going to be interacting with this woman. So you can have government incentives. That doesn't necessarily take away the social stigma. Even with that, like what I stated before, yeah, a lot of women can't necessarily physically do it. I'm not disagreeing with that. I think the biggest difference between you and me right now is that I'm saying there could be a variety of reasons. Some of them physical strength, some of them societal pressure, while you're saying, no, it's only because they physically can't. Social stigma doesn't exist,
I didn't say
which
that.
is insane to me.
Wait. You're strawmanning my position. I never said that there couldn't be more than one reason.
Then
I was
why
just,
are you attacking
stop,
me so hard when
because
I say...
I'm starting with my first reason, which is that men and women are not interchangeable units. They're not interchangeable widgets, and almost no women, almost none, have the physical capability to do a lot of these jobs that men are doing. Almost none.
Yeah.
Maybe some outlier somewhere that I don't know about, but almost none do.
But I don't disagree with that.
Well, then
I
if you
was trying
don't,
to say there's various reasons.
So then if you don't disagree with that, you agree with me that men and women are not interchangeable widgets, which is how we got on this to begin with.
Yeah, like I never, what is
Got it. So then if that is the case, then there must be, society's going to tailor itself around people's purpose. And if men are incredibly strong, can do these jobs because you agree with me that most women can't, then that would kind of say that society is going to form itself around the purpose of men at that point, right?
And as I stated before, when it comes to the whole idea of like, oh, presupposed purpose, as society also changes, the purpose of both men and women will change as well because society has changed. So as how we got here in the beginning,
critical
when we were
infrastructure
talking,
hasn't changed.
The necessary requirements for critical infrastructure has absolutely changed in the sense of, oh, it's no longer brute strength. We have
it's still
machinery.
Brute strength. Yeah.
No, it would
what
take.
machinery is going to lay a roof?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, eventually, but it's not. It's not
Eventually.
impossible.
No.
Wait, no. Wait, it's not impossible for a woman to do
Don't
roof laying.
obfuscate.
You're
Don't
acting.
obfuscate.
No. Okay, I'm not obfuscating.
Then good. Then
You're
let me go
acting-
down. Then let me go
you're-
down my series
no,
here.
okay.
And
You're
ask you.
acting as if it's impossible for a woman
Let me
to
go
do
down
roof
my
laying.
series. Yeah, okay, so what I'm saying to you is almost no women anywhere on planet fucking Earth can do roof work. Almost none.
Well, do you think they're physically incapable
Yes.
of doing roof work? Okay, I disagree. I think there's definitely jobs that women are less inclined to do. Rescaling a roof, I'm pretty sure we can find out multiple examples of women doing it. I think most women are not inclined to do it.
No.
Maybe they're not.
Wait.
It's not optimal
Did I
for
say
women
all?
to do it.
Did I say all, or
okay,
did I say
you said none. I
most?
literally just
Nope,
asked you.
I said.
Can we replay?
Yeah,
Can we go
replay
back?
it. My exact words were this to you. I said almost none. Is that all?
Okay.
Is almost none the word all?
No, I'm pretty sure you said none.
Nope, I said almost none.
okay,
And
let's
the
say you
reason
said almost
I
none.
never put anything in a monolith because dumb fucking liberals will always do this. If I can point to one, and then they say
But the
hang on. Then they say they're the ones who are good faith. Well, if I could point to one, then you're all claim. So I never make the all claim. What I'm saying to you is that almost all women, almost all, not all, almost all, are incapable of doing roof work, incapable physically of doing it.
Okay, and this is where I disagree.
Good.
I think,
Now we can get to the argument.
okay, I think we could say, at least to my understanding of a roof work, I'm pretty sure most women could do it. It's just not optimal. It's not ideal. It would probably be easier if a guy did it, but that doesn't mean women are incapable of doing roof work. Or almost all women
Do
are
men and
incapable.
women's body temperature regulate the same?
No, I think women run slightly colder.
They have trouble in heat.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it's not possible for them to do roof work.
Well, wait. Not possible for most of them to work in extreme temperature conditions.
I'm sorry. Is it the same temperature all the time when it comes to your roof outside?
That makes it worse because of heat regulation. So
Yeah,
women have a
no.
harder time heating up and cooling down. And so what happens is when you're doing something like roof work, for instance, you'll have a black tar that's laid under you. And so even if it's 70 degrees outside, it'd be 110 degrees on the roof. It's 110 degrees outside, 140 degrees on the roof. What happens is women actually physically cannot deal with the regulation of temperature. And because of their physiology, their musculoskeletal system is so small, what ends up happening is they heat up even faster doing labor that men do, which takes them half the energy.
Yeah.
So it takes more
As I
energy
said-
for a woman to pick something up than a man.
Yeah, as I said before, it might not be optimal, but that doesn't make it impossible. So even using your same example of roof work, what would end up happening is that instead of doing it like almost any time in the day or whatever, if we lived in a society of only women for whatever hypothetical reason, okay, what would have to happen? Women would have to do it in
It
different
wouldn't work.
times.
The
No,
society
it's
wouldn't
not that
work.
it wouldn't do it.
Yeah, then show me a society where women ever fucking built anything and ever ran the fucking society. And I don't want to hear some tribal Amazonian bullshit society
Are
that we
those
look
not
up
societies?
and we find out that nope, it's not some matriarchal society. There is no society ever in the history of of all of mankind you can point to where there was a matriarchal workforce which took care of all of the infrastructure work for the society, or even half, or even 20%, or even 10, or
Has there
even
ever been-
10%.
Has there ever been like a male society with no women whatsoever? No, obviously not.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, wait. We can
Really?
look.
Really?
Yes. Let me
Okay.
explain.
Yeah, go explain.
So we have militaries right? Ancient militaries who often were off doing something for 6-7 years in a foreign nation, right? With a mass unit, and I'm talking thousands, right? Sometimes tens of thousands, 20s of thousands. That's a massive society in the ancient world. All men, right? For years at a time. Yes, we can point to societies of all men regulating
That's
themselves,
not-
operating. Yes, that is.
No, because I'm here. That society would not be able to sustain itself in the long term.
They did
Because-
sustain themselves in the long term.
No, I guess we have different definitions of long term because all I'm thinking about is that there's literally no children in an all-male society.
Well, if you're talking
or women.
cross-generationally,
yeah, no, it would collapse.
But what I'm saying is
'Cause
that no
can't-
society can even do what those men did as soldiers for 10 or 12 years who are women. They can't even do that. It's not possible for them to even do it.
I don't know. I think it's really interesting because when we look at parts of our history, even
Mm-hmm.
within the United States, when a shit ton of men, like the population of men, like decreased. Because they were all at war, because they
Mm-hmm.
all basically went out. It's not like things collapsed on themselves. Like things were
that's
still
because
ongoing.
men were still here running things.
Yeah, no, but women could still, and maybe we just fundamentally disagree here, but women could still be in those positions of power and things would still
No,
work.
they weren't in the positions
but they
of power.
could be,
No, I
theoretically.
don't think that they could be. So
Okay, well, here we have a
let me
fundamental disagreement.
And that's what we're debating. So let's
Yeah.
get into the debate. When all the men went off to war and women went and worked in the factories, they were putting screws in a fucking pack. They weren't designing the bombs. They weren't designing the
Do you
grenades.
think women aren't capable of designing bombs or grenades?
I think that they have extreme trouble with physical engineering because of their physical strength. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that the mind, I'm just really curious here.
Okay.
Here, do you think there's a one-on-one on physical strength and like your mental capabilities?
No, of course not.
Of course not, right?
Yeah, what would that have to do with anything?
Okay, that has to do with everything. Because if
Okay.
you're telling me a woman cannot design how a bomb would be because she's not physically strong enough, there is obviously like a complete
No,
collapse of
that's not what I
reality.
said.
Yeah,
What I said-
asked you, is it possible
Yeah,
for women
and what
to
was my
design
answer?
bombs?
What was my answer?
You said because you're not strong enough,
No,
it would be difficult.
I said with what field? Applied what?
But you didn't say applied anything.
Yes, I said applied engineering was my exact words. You're just not listening.
I am listening, and I'm pretty sure we can go back.
Go
on the
back.
Video. I'll start.
I'll
writing
tell you
down
what.
all the
I'll tell you
notes.
what. You buy In and Out for the entire studio if we back this up and I said in applied engineering.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. Where's Brian?
You want us to
Back it up.
Go back to where did you say applied engineering specifically?
If I said women have trouble and struggle
In applied
physically with
engineering.
applied engineering, yep, then you'll buy In and Out for the whole studio.
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
how long ago?
This was only rewind it to a minute and a half. Minute and a half.
I don't know. I think it's really interesting because when we look at parts of our history, even within the United States, when a shit ton of men, like the population of men, like decreased. Because they were all at war, because they all basically went out. It's not like
No,
things
just let it go
collapsed
for a
on
second.
themselves.
We don't
Like
want to miss
things
it.
are
No, that's
still
because
ongoing.
men were still here running things.
Yeah, no, but women could still, and maybe we just fundamentally disagree here, but women could still be in those positions of power and things would still
No,
work.
they weren't in the positions
but they
of power.
could be,
No, I
theoretically.
don't think that they could be. So
Okay, well, here we have a
let me
fundamental disagreement.
And that's what we're debating. So let's
Yeah.
get into the debate. When all the men went off to war and women went and worked in the factories, they were putting screws in a fucking pack. They weren't go. designing the bombs. They weren't designing the
Do you
grenades.
think women aren't capable of designing bombs or grenades?
I think that they have extreme trouble with physical engineering because Physical of their
You did not
Yeah.
say physical applied
Okay.
engineering. You said
Oh,
applied. There is a difference.
What physical is applied?
No, okay. You said applied
yeah.
engineering.
Yeah,
Okay.
Go
no.
get the fucking In and Out. You can't weasel your way
I'm
out
not
of this
losing
one.
my way. There's a very big.
That
no,
was
it.
it.
is not it because he did not say physical applied engineering. So go back 30 seconds or go back 1 minute actually right now.
want to go further back?
No, I want to go now further back because he said physical applied engineering, and I said
physical engineering.
no. You said physical applied engineering, and then you said oh I never said that.
Listen, you're right. I said if I didn't say applied engineering, physical engineering is applied engineering.
Okay, there's a very okay.
Need to go back? Or?
It's fine.
I just need the In and Out. That's what I need.
There's a very when
You're
you,
not getting out of the In and
okay,
Out.
there's a very big difference between what is it? Me having to physically build a bomb
Yep.
versus me engineering a bomb for physical use. Can we agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So you agree women are capable of like physically designing
What I
a
said
bomb.
is that women have trouble with physical engineering, which is a lot of applied engineering, yes.
Okay. I'm trying to counterphrase this.
Putting your hand on your face doesn't make you a better debater.
I know. I'm frustrated.
It's a
because of my-
destinyism. You got to stop. Next, you're going to do
I
the
know.
triangle. Do the
Yes.
triangle hands. There you
Triangle
go.
hands.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Applied engineering, or I want to even say physical applied engineering, and maybe I'm just wrong here. Maybe we can Google the definitions. There's a difference between design, right, and designing things for application and for use, versus actually physically building those things.
Yeah.
Most engineering, and maybe I'm wrong here, I'm open to being wrong, is focused on design. It's not focused on me actually building those things. That's somebody else's job.
That would be the person I'm talking about.
Okay.
You see, the
but
person.
we specifically
hang
were
on.
talking about
You
design.
can design a house, right?
Yes.
But somebody has to build the house.
Yes.
You're the designer going to build the house.
Yeah, okay.
So when I say that women have trouble with physical engineering, what I'm saying is that when they have to actually apply past the this is in my mind and build the fucking thing, where you need the engineers to actually build it, they have a big fucking struggle with that.
Okay, but that's interesting because I asked you specifically, do you think women are going to have trouble designing bombs?
And I said no. I said, but what they have trouble with is
I
physical
think,
engineering.
Maybe my reality is being like lapsed or something with yours or something because I thought you specifically said, yes, they're going to have trouble with it.
They do have trouble because of the physical application
but these are
part.
two separate things.
Yes, but what I'm saying to you is that, listen, if you have women who are just there in an engineering, all the men are off at war, okay? This was the point of this. All the men are off at war, and a woman designs a phenomenal bomb, like the bestest bomb ever. Doesn't matter if she can't fucking build it, or the other women around can't fucking build it if it requires the male engineers. That's the point.
Okay. Here's another thing. It does require a level of strength to build things. However, we also, and I'm saying machinery as if it's like this really complicated thing, but I'm talking about like simple like pulley or lever systems. Ever since like humanity first could build things to get out of having to use their brute physical strength, they have. And this has come to the advantage of both men and women who are capable of doing this. I'm not saying men and women are one-on-one when it comes to physical strength.
Then
I've never said that.
Then why haven't they been building
Again,
shit forever?
they have.
What?
They have. Maybe not in the same way.
I'll tell you what. Name one single female invention.
I'm trying to think of what is it. There's a specific tool in agriculture.
What's it called?
I can't. Let's Google it right now.
No, it's not. Can you just
Why?
name it?
No, I am gonna.
No,
Google it.
name it. You
What?
can't name a single one.
I can't.
You got to Google it.
Well, what is it? You're just asking me about specifically.
You said women invent shit all the time. What? What are they inventing?
They literally specifically invented like a form of agriculture that had to do with like, what is it? Oh, like rotational crop fielding, something like that. Like that's the exact terminology or something.
Can you think of a tool?
I don't think you can even bring back the like first tools to like man or woman. Like I don't think you have like the first like I don't think it's fair to say the first spear was like built by a man or the first hammer.
Why not?
Because we have no evidence of that. We just have evidence of humans using tools.
We know who brewed the first beers. They were monks.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, but we're talking about very basic tools. We're talking about tools that either a man or woman can do.
Now you're obfuscating him.
No, I'm not
Your
obfuscating.
claim was, since the beginning of time, when we figured out the pulley and the lever system,
Yes.
which I would say we probably had access to even from an evolutionary prism for like 50,000 years or more.
Sure, yeah.
Okay? If that is the case, this was not knowledge which was just limited to men. Okay? So if that is the case, where's all these women building all these fucking societies knowing how to use that pulley and that lever system?
Because society, well, let's start here. You do know that there are societies and that there were societies before.
By the way, how can you be a
physical
feminist
buildings.
and have to Google a single female invention?
I have female accomplishments from the top of my head, but regardless of that, separate from that,
Okay.
you do know there were societies that existed before the invention of like a concrete building, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do know this. Okay, cool. You know what a nomadic society is?
There were?
Yeah, there were.
Wait.
Cool,
They
awesome.
didn't have concrete buildings?
Yeah, cool. So you know what nomadic
Oh my God!
societies were.
Debate over. I concede.
You know, okay.
No, I didn't know that. Now
You didn't know
that
nomadic
just blew my
societies
mind.
existed.
There was societies which existed without concrete
Yes,
buildings.
I know it's very hard to believe.
Go ahead.
So you know about nomadic societies, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you know, for like tens of thousands, if not a lot more years, the way that humans lived, for the vast majority of societies humans lived in were nomadic societies, right? Yes. The answer is yes.
So wait a second. We're not sure. Here's why. We do know that we had civilizations up to 10,000 years ago, real civilizations that had governments and writing and sophisticated individuals who ran inside those civilizations. So when you say most of these societies were nomadic,
We're talking
not
about
sure
early-
because we've lost tons and tons of information on even the societies which existed 10,000 years ago. There could have been great societies which existed before that. Not sure about that.
Okay.
Not sure I'm willing to concede that most of them, even up to 20,000 years ago, were nomadic.
Okay. At least according to most like modern anthropologists and even those beforehand, what seems to be
When you use that tone like
Sorry.
this, it actually doesn't help your case, but it is annoying.
well, I want
right.
to maybe
Anyway, go ahead.
annoy a little bit because it's just my voice.
It's the Destiny tone. Why do
It's
y'all
not-
do?
I don't
Why do
even
y'all do
watch
that
Destiny.
anyway? Why do we look at the da and the da 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 da
Okay.
and the da da and da da da, right?
So when we look at most societies, I'm just gonna keep doing it because you keep calling out, so it's harder to even like forget. Basically, throughout most human history, we were nomadic creatures. We would basically hunt and travel in groups essentially. And then it usually became like once the first agricultural revolution came, where we were like, oh my God, we could actually stay in this area. We can actually grow things here. We don't have to constantly move from one place to another
and
place to
animal
another
husbandry
place.
and all of this. I don't know what this has to do with anything.
Because you're saying, oh, why weren't women essentially building like these intense architectural
They've had at least
designs?
10,000 years.
And then the
10,000 years of
answer comes
recorded
to-
history.
The fact is, we've had societies for tens of thousands of years that just weren't based on like having to have physical structure to function. Like that's just it. This came as
Yeah,
a
but that would be for men. And so what I'm saying is, when we did, which is at least 10,000 years, we've had standing buildings with structures that had some kind of government in them, this type of thing. At least you would agree 4,000 years ago, we had great structures, cities, nations, the whole 9 yards. Up to 2,000 years ago, which is a long fucking time, 2,000 years. Where's all these fucking female inventions, civilizations? Where's all these great
So the answer
contributions? Where are they at?
Oh my gosh. Okay. What I want to say, or what I want to explain, is that
The ancient world stigmatized women.
well, what happened was after the agricultural revolution, what it seems to happen is that men got more control of the agricultural supply. So they gained more level and power in society to institute essentially societal rules. So if you want to talk about like why haven't women done this or why women haven't done that, well,
How come they couldn't just use their big brains to stop that from happening?
post-agricultural revolution, part of the reason is men did institute these systems of power in place that benefited them.
Because they're much stronger than women?
Partially because of physical force.
No.
Yeah.
Well, wait. What would
Sorry.
the other?
No. Let's go for it.
Yeah,
Yes. Physical
so because
force.
of physical force, because they're much
Yes.
stronger than women.
But that doesn't mean that society was always predicated upon brute physical force. Because as we've seen before,
I think
we've
society
had nomadic
right this second
societies.
is predicated on brute physical force.
Okay. Sure. We could talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay.
So this is what we were leading into
Wait, but
anyway.
I need to clarify.
Okay.
You're saying, this is just how it is. This is just how it be. And I'm trying to say, no, there were, tens of thousands of years before modern day civilization where we still existed in a society without brute physical force.
Where?
Essentially. Nomadic societies.
Nomadic societies use brute physical force all the time.
Okay. Nomadic societies as a whole were not predicated on this idea of men have all this 100% control over women. What it seemed to be is that we would hunt and gather at packs.
when you say seemed, I need you to take a stronger position than seemed. See, seemings are frustrating to me because I'm not really committing to this. I'm just saying, I think so, maybe. So without using the word seem, are you willing to commit to that position?
I'm willing to commit to the fact that the way that early human society formed and was structured was basically around, like nomadic principles of essentially always moving, hunting in packs as groups together, taking care of children together, like basically wandering around the globe in the pursuit of
Yeah, but
bigger
civilization's predicated on force. You agree with that?
Yes, I would say after, yeah.
Okay, and
After,
including this one.
We're talking about modern civilization, yes.
Yes. Okay, well, modern being whatever
post-agricultural-
civilization is stationary.
Post-agricultural revolution.
Yeah, so that's all predicated on physical force.
Somewhat, but I'll say yes for now.
Okay, so men have the monopoly on this force?
Not anymore, but they did.
How do we not have a monopoly on force now?
What happened was essentially with the invention of modern weaponry, which became essentially a great equalizer, and not just modern weaponry, but also the ability. I guess we can say bombs are a type of modern weaponry. Still.
You realize modern weaponry still requires physical strength to use.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but the point is, if I have a gun and you don't, you're fucked.
Yeah, but what if you have a gun and I have a gun?
Yeah,
Who has
the problem
advantage?
is not everybody is strapped all the time.
Yeah, but
The
it
vast
doesn't.
majority-
It doesn't.
No,
need
it
to
does
be.
matter.
No,
It does. 100%. It does.
I can demonstrate this for you.
Okay, it does matter because if I had a gun in this room right now, it would make me basically the czar of violence or whatever.
But you would be disadvantaged compared to men who had them.
Maybe.
Well, I can demonstrate this.
I know
for
you're
you.
gonna talk about recoil and stuff like that.
Nope, I'm just going to talk about a basic statistic. Which
Sure, go for it.
so women have their guns taken away from them in physical altercations where they're defending themselves at 10 times the rate that men do.
Okay.
Which means that they 10 times the rate, right? But let's just say it's just double, or let's just say it's just half again. They're still at a disadvantage to men, even when it comes to having weapons.
Yeah, there is.
So men still. So even if you use the weapons as being a force multiplier, men would still have the advantage.
There is a multitude of factors that are going into conflating in here. So when it comes to women getting their weaponry taken away from them, it could be argued that okay, maybe it's because women aren't necessarily socialized to shoot per se.
Because they're not as strong as men, and so
not because
I would
they're not strong as men, but because women are taught to be very nurturing.
That's
and
fucking
loving.
insane. Look, I'll demonstrate it for you really easy. I think you're gonna have to concede this point. If not, I don't even know where to go from there. If a woman who is not you but has the same amount of firearms training that you do is twice as strong as you
Paladins donated $100. Wow, what a gross misunderstanding of history. No concept at all of where our foods come from. Try and go kill a cow with some stone tools, princess. How is that not brute force?
That's true. Well, that's the part of the force predicate, but we're getting to it. If a woman who was not you, but had the exact same amount of weapons training that you did, was twice as strong as you, would she have an advantage with weapons over you?
She had more training,
Same.
but she was more strong than me.
She was just double your strength, but had the same amount of weapons knowledge. Would she have an
Is she
advantage?
faster than me?
She's just stronger.
I'm not sure.
Would she have an advantage over you if she was armed and you were not versus you were armed and she was not?
She was armed, I'm not.
Yes, if she's armed and you're not,
She would have an advantage over me.
and if you were armed and she was not, right? That
have the
advantage, well, you would have the advantage from the gun, right?
Yes.
But she would have an advantage over you if you were unarmed, right?
If I was unarmed, yeah.
So think of it this way. In this situation, if you had a gun and she did not, she would have more of an advantage than if she had a gun and you did not. You see what I'm saying? So it would still, her chances of being able to disarm you would still be better than your chances of disarming her in the same situation.
Yeah, the question becomes essentially who shoots faster and more accurate if we
Well,
both had
fast
a gun.
is a matter of strength as well. Guns require great hand strength. You don't believe me?
No, it's not that I don't believe you.
I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Walk me through loading a semi-automatic handgun.
I'm not going to walk you through loading a semi-automatic.
Okay, walk me through loading a revolver.
I'm not going to walk you through loading.
Walk me through loading a revolver. Hang on.
I'm not going to walk you through anything.
Okay,
what
got
I
it.
will tell you is that we look at Olympic level.
I'm not done with the inquiry, and
Okay.
then you can ask me yours.
Here.
Can you walk me through loading a rifle?
I'm not going to talk to you about.
Have you ever
walking
even used a
through-
gun?
Yes, I've used a gun before.
What kind?
I've used a pistol and rifle before.
What kind?
I don't remember the exact kind, but none of this questioning has to do with the basic of what we were trying to get
Oh,
here.
no, I think that it gets right to the
because
core
what you're
principle of the
what
force
you're
monopoly.
what you're trying to do is that you're trying to essentially flex. I have more, knowledge on specific
Nope.
gunnery.
I don't care about that.
Okay,
what I
well,
care
then
about
why-
is the force monopoly and your misunderstanding of it.
No, because what I am trying to convey here is very simple. When we
Okay.
look at even like Olympic style athletes, Olympic shooting, top of the top, they're thinking about getting rid of individual gender categories because guess what? Men and women are shooting essentially almost exactly the same rate.
That's because they're using 22s.
Okay. The point being.
Yeah, if they were using 50 caliber BMGs, you would have gender categories, I promise.
Okay. The point being is that when it comes to weaponry,
Nick,
when it comes to the great force equalizer, unless if we are living in a hypothetical world where everybody is strapped all the time, which they are not, the person usually, even though there are exceptions, there are cases you can wrestle out the gun from the person's arm, whatever, like that does happen. The vast majority of time, the person who has the gun is at a ridiculous advantage.
And who has all the guns?
Whoever, like both men and women have guns right now.
Who has the
more
most overwhelming majority, not even close?
Yeah, okay.
Who is it? Which one?
No, you're going to be like, oh, you see, men have a lot of guns, so that's
This
why.
is your case for force multiplication. My case for force multiplication is one, men can build guns. Women don't seem to be very competent at building guns. We've had 3D tech for an awful long time to just build your own. They don't do it.
But
I'm not
it's
even
not that
sure.
they're incapable
well,
of
when you
doing
say
it.
that, right? What's your demonstration that they are?
What do you
That
mean?
most women are capable of even building their own gun.
I think because, very simply put, and we can Google the instructions of like how to build a gun. It's something that most people who have the knowledge and the schematics to do can do. It's not something that is like, oh no, you have to be at least 6'5" to be able to build a gun. Like that's not the case.
Why do you think it is that women don't really ever build them?
I think women are usually trained from a young age to not really be into stuff that are violent. I think that's generally the case.
Oh, wait, that's weird. There's nations in which women have to do mandatory military service. They're still not building
but even
guns.
in nations that have mandatory military service, there's still very specific roles that we generally push women and men to do.
So how do you think that right now in modern society that men don't have the monopoly on force? How do women have any sort of comparable monopoly on force to men? I gotta know.
What is it? The monopoly of force, even if you say like, oh no, men in general have more guns, therefore they have more monopoly on force.
Well, they have the monopoly on force from physical strength.
Yeah, I think it's also like
Physical strength and the ability to produce things that are even make them even more powerful.
Yeah,
right?
I think even the way that you're conceptualizing monopoly of force is, I don't want to say gross misrepresentation, but a little bit. Here, let's phrase it this way.
Okay.
How do you think war, I think I know what I'm going to get to, or whatever.
Okay.
You are equating the ability to use brute force to the ability of power. Or you're saying power essentially comes from the ability of being like physically powerful. Yeah, no. That's where we have a fundamentally disagreement.
Okay, so powerful people don't rely on enforcement.
Powerful people don't just rely on brute force.
No, that's not what I said.
Wait, let me finish.
That wasn't what I said.
I know, you said on enforcement.
Mm-hmm. And what does enforcement rely on?
Multiple different things.
What?
One of them, I'll grant you, one of them is physical.
LOL Paladins donated $100. It's the same reason there are no women Navy SEALs. It's not because their co-workers will tease
It's
them.
because we don't want women to be in the Navy and the SEALs. It's
eliminating
stigma.
terrorists and protecting their country.
It's not because Pixie over here couldn't walk me through how to load a gun. It's because the stigma against women in the Navy is preventing them from completing basic underwater demolition training.
Let's focus.
All right, I'm focusing.
One of the ways to enforce power is through brute force. That is one way.
No, all power is going to have enforcement. All.
Yeah, but there's different types of enforcement.
Okay, but all of it's going to reduce to brute force.
No, I disagree.
Okay, give me a power dynamic that's not going to reduce to brute force.
Let's say you have a person, a guy who doesn't want to pay child support or whatever. You can have the state throw him into physical jail, whatever. Or if he's, doing his job, he's going to work, you could have a social agreement with a job, essentially, to garnish your wages. So that is an agreement that technically there's no physical force involved.
Oh, wait.
You can just talk.
That's really weird. What happens if the guy who's paying him says, I'm not going to do that?
Yeah, in a theoretical world, that could result
Yeah,
into
what if he
physical
says
force.
that?
But
No,
but
it's
that
not
doesn't matter.
theoretical.
You're looking.
Don't go.
what-
Let me
you're-
finish
no, you're-
answering the
okay,
question.
You're missing the force.
Let me finish
Okay,
answering
here, finish
or
answering
asking the question. Then you can answer it. What happens in your scenario? This is your scenario. Guy A, who is the payer, right? And he is paying X to the state. Says, I'm not going to give it to you.
You changed my scenario.
What happens to him?
You changed my scenario.
Yeah, well, because
you changed my
wait,
scenario to something else.
wait. The thing that makes your scenario work implicitly is force.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Let me finish. Let me explain.
Then why would anybody pay it?
Because maybe, we socially agree, the payer is like, wow, I think it's really fucked up that guy isn't paying his child support. I agree with you. I'm going to garnish his wages. He's not physically, it's a social agreement.
So wait a second. I agree with you that two people can make an agreement external force. However, any agreement that they make, if there's a violation of it, it's going to require force, no matter what.
Okay. But we have clearly...
Which means everything that is the pinnacle of what you're talking about, any of this social contract bullshit you're talking about, physical contracts you're talking about, any contract you're talking about, if there's a violation of it, you're resorting to force.
Yeah, but what the point that I'm trying to get across is that I quite clearly listed an example where it is possible to enforce something without physical force.
Nope. Physical
Because
force
it
is
was
implicit.
No, there's
Yes.
no implicit thing. The person doesn't
It
have
is.
to garnish his wages. The person can be like, no, you know what? Take him to jail instead or whatever. You could theoretically...
That would be force.
Yeah, no. But the point is, again, I think you're missing the forest.
No,
for
I
the-
think
looking
you're
at
missing the
tree.
forest of the
No,
trees.
because-
All of that requires force.
No, because the point is, you could theoretically have an example where none of it required force. The person just
Then
had to
give me that
agree.
example.
I literally just gave it to you, and you're like, no, there's an implicit.
Because the example here of consent, of wait a second, we can make a contract with each other, and as long as we both follow the
But it's not
contract,
even a contract. It's just an agreement. It's
an
like,
agreement's a contract.
no, but a contract basically presupposes that there's going to be some level of terms, essentially. You get this, I get this.
And if the terms get violated,
then whatever happens.
then there's force.
Sure.
So the thing
But what
that
I'm
gives
saying
that
is that
contract validity.
you can have an agreement with a person
Yep.
that, but you basically get what you want without any implicit threat of force. You could literally
Ulysses
have
the
the
pagan
person.
donated $100. The point is that
Exactly.
the courts and then police would have to enforce the
it. They
man
would
to
have
pay
to.
support. If refusal, they're going to jail using force.
Yeah, the problem
Yeah,
with
no,
it,
then
I
you're
get your
bringing it to
argument.
the
I'll
person
steel man the
individual.
argument, and instead of spurging and screaming, just like listen to what
I
I'm saying.
love spurging.
I know, and screaming. But instead of screaming, like, don't be the screeching feminist for a second,
I love screeching.
okay?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
to steel man.
LOL Paladins donated $100. Perfect example, she can agree to buy you in and out by making a bad bet contract.
True.
But without force, she isn't ever going to actually
think
do
so.
it.
I don't think she's
That's
going to.
the problem with bad contracts without
force, right? So the thing is I'm going to agree to this principle. The agreement of the principle is that if I agree or enter into an agreement with you of any kind, and I hold up my end of the agreement, you hold up your end of the agreement, we can have something where there's no force. But what I am going to say is that there's an implicit underlying kind of thing here, which is saying if you don't agree, because otherwise why would we need agreements, or if you change the agreement, there's going to be some kind of repercussion. Otherwise, why would you even need an agreement in the first place? So if I say to you, okay, we're going to take this guy's fucking money. I agree with you. I'm going to garnish his wage. I'm going to give it to you. Great, you're right. There's no force at all that's applied there, but there is the threat implicitly of force if I suddenly say, I changed my fucking mind, right? Now it's, okay, now there's going to be repercussions. So I still think that that's force doctrine. I'm not sure you've given me an example where it's not force doctrine.
Do you think we can have, let's say in this theoretical society or whatever, you as an employer have either the right to agree with me, or you can say, oh no, you know what, you're gonna have to take it up with him instead, or individually through the state, whatever. As an employer, I'm gonna choose to step away from this and not, touch his wages or whatever. Such a society could exist, right?
Where an employer opts to not deal with the state in a...
Or not, yeah, to basically, when it comes to like garnishing their wages, you know what? Instead of me doing it, go to the bank instead. That's the first route would be...
Yeah, I guess the guy could exit himself from this entire situation, sure.
Yeah, okay. So, in such a society where that is an option, there is no implicit threat of force for you not agreeing with me, or for you deciding to not garnish his wages.
Well, because there hasn't been any agreement.
Yeah, no, but you could say, hey.
So yeah, I guess in a
and then you could pull out
in a society where you make no agreements.
Well, no, that's literally not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you could easily have a society where you just agree with me. You're like, yeah, that guy fucking sucks. I'm gonna garnish his wages. Don't worry about it.
No, that society would still need force, yeah.
I'm not saying this. I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you a specific
Yeah, I know,
example.
but even in this specific example, it sure seems like the implicit threat of force
Well, no,
is still there.
I'm telling you literally, hey, you know what? Like, we can basically institute this rule without any force, and then if you decide to step away from it, I'm not going to put a gun in your head and say, no, you have to garnish your wages. I have to go to the bank instead and do an agreement with that, and maybe that might involve force, but the point that I'm trying to get across is this is one example where we're able to institute a change without any force or implicit threat of force because you don't have to say yes to me.
In order for you to be capable of having a society which even exists, where you're allowed to have an agreement with somebody that they can back out of and then you have to go external, you would have to have protectors of that society, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
And would those protectors be like armed military guys with vests and fucking helmets and tanks and bombs and
police
guns?
Force.
Yeah,
But
wouldn't you have to have an enforcement arm?
That wasn't the original question, essentially.
No, the original thing is that society has all societies operate off of force doctrine, and men have the monopoly on force, and all you've done is demonstrate that that's true.
No, the argument that you were originally presupposing or supposing, whatever, was that it is not possible to basically exert power without physical force. And I gave you an example.
Yeah, that's not exerting power. No,
yes, it is.
No,
Getting
it's
a person's wages
it's
garnished
there's
is
an
a form
implicit
of power.
threat of force there.
No, but I literally gave you an example where you were not threatened by force to garnish their wages.
How could you, for instance, lead a community, an entire community of hundreds of people, absent a force doctrine? How could that even be done?
That's not, what is it? That was not the original.
Well, that's power. That's exercising power.
Okay. That's not what we were originally taught. Well, that's basically you're extrapolating to a larger example because you can't contend with the fact that I did give you an example where no physical force had to be involved to execute power.
It was implicit in the contract itself.
We literally just agreed that the person was not implicitly threatened, that they could say, I don't want to, and it would have to go to the bank or somewhere else.
Okay, person B can back out of this entire arrangement and use no force.
Yes.
Don't disagree. However, that still leaves with person A who wants the child support, person C who doesn't.
Yes, and that might involve force. I'm
Stop.
Okay.
So person A still exists. He still wants support, still wants to get it from personal C. We still have force. All you've done is say if you back away from making an agreement of any kind socially with anybody, you don't have to worry about force doctrine. Okay,
no,
so what? That's not an exercise of power. In fact, the power dynamic here is the collector. He's the guy who has the power. The guy he's trying to collect from does not have the power. So guy A still has the power and is still exercising force.
First of all, and now the example that you just gave me of guy A garnishing the wages, therefore he has a power, that's also an example where it's not physical force, where he's using
It is.
money.
It's backed with physical force.
He's using essentially money or like the ability to like give money to leverage his power, which is another example of power not necessarily needing physical force.
Wait. Okay, listen. Let's go through this scenario again. Guy A, he's our collector, right? Guy A is collector. Guy B is our middleman. You agree, right? Our middle guy, he's the guy you're collecting from. And then guy C, he is our agent we're taking from. Okay, so we'll call him, well, we won't call him agent. We'll call him victim. Okay, so he's our victim.
Okay.
So our collector goes to our middleman and says, I want C's money. Okay?
I want
and
victim's
B agrees. He's like, great. I'll give you C's money. I don't give a fuck, right? Now we've entered into an agreement. Now guy B says, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. You're saying that under the laws of the land, guy B can back out of that. Guy A can give him no repercussions for doing that. However, guy B was never the guy who had the power here to begin with.
He did. He
never.
just garnished
Guy
the wages.
A was the guy who was collecting from guy B. Guy B only had the power to ever walk away from the arrangement, but had no power over the arrangement itself. Guy A is still in power, still has force, can still go after Guy C.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
Guy B obviously still has power because he obviously could garnish the wages. He obviously has the ability to monetarily control someone.
Guy A.
Here, pass me the thing.
Absent Guy A, Guy B is not garnishing shit, right?
Oh, okay. I don't see that.
Guy A. Guy A is absent. Guy A. Guy B isn't garnishing anything, right?
Okay, you're saying collector, middleman,
and then our victim.
And the middleman is the one who can garnish.
No. Guy A is asking middleman to garnish.
And you're saying the middleman doesn't really have any power.
Right, because the collector who's approaching him, he has the power in the situation because he's saying, even if you move away from this, I can still just directly go after Guy C. Guy B, just because he agrees to work with Guy A, doesn't actually have the power in this situation.
We just fundamentally disagree here because...
What?
Yeah, no, we do.
On what?
Because the middleman has the ability to garnish or not garnish wages. That is a form of power.
Okay, but
being able to execute financial control over someone is a form of power
Pixie,
without force.
This is the opposite. Guy B, if he disagrees, what happens to him?
Nothing happens, as we've established here.
And so then Guy A just bypasses him and goes for Guy C, right?
Yeah, finds a different way to go to Guy C.
So how did Guy B ever have power here?
Because Guy B can decide whether to garnish the wages or not.
And by the way, if you were, let me ask you this. If you're Guy A, right, and Guy B can tell you no and you can just directly go after Guy C, why would you use Guy B?
Because, as we've stated before, there's forms of executing power that don't include brute force. So brute force might be the last option. It might be not the most reliable option. There's a chance the other guy might fight back. That's why we have so many forms of power in our society that don't rely on brute force. That are all backed on brute.
What? No, I can't really think of any.
Money is the biggest one. Money is the biggest reinforcer. Money is the one that is like most easy to control and manipulate other people with.
So utilizing incentives, right? I agree that you can accumulate some kind of power, which is then going to have some kind of enforcement arm to keep no matter what. There's no power dynamic I can think of that's not going to require some kind of force or enforcement. Even you getting divorced is going to require enforcement. Even you having child custody is going to require enforcement. You driving down the street requires enforcement. You sleeping at night requires enforcement. Everything you do has an enforcement arm behind it.
Yeah, I think or maybe our major disagreement, or I'm not even sure anymore, but basically, there are forms of executing power that don't rely on brute force. Now, if you don't get what you want, you might eventually end up doing brute force. But there are still ways of controlling other people that don't involve a gun to your head.
I'm not saying that you can't make incentive programs or agreements which people can follow or that people will volunteer for. What I'm saying is that there's no power dynamic that I'm aware of where force is not implicit. If the contract is broken, or I can't use money, or I can't get you to agree, then we use force. Otherwise, we would have no criminal element. We just bribe them out of being criminals, right? And you can't do that. You can't bribe everybody out of being criminals. You got to still, because no matter what, even in your communist, socialist utopia, where everybody's singing fucking Kumbaya and they're all, playing guitars around trees, there's going to be some fucking element there which is going to require enforcement no matter what.
Yeah, I think...
And who are those people going to be, do you think, for the most part? Men or women executing that enforcement?
Yeah, it's basically the people who hold weaponry. So if the vast majority...
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it's the people who hold weaponry.
Yes, it is. Because as we've stated before, for the vast majority of cases, even though, yes, women might be more likely to get wrestled out, it doesn't matter because the vast majority of cases, the person who holds a weapon is a person with advantage.
So let me ask you a question. Let's assume for a second that you were in charge of a prison, right? Each one of your prison guards, they have a weapon, right? In this case, a fucking club. And some of them who sit up in the guard towers, they have rifles. That's true, okay? And what their job is to make sure that this collection of really, really strong fucking men who are in there for a variety of very violent crimes, they were kept under control and guarded day and night. You could choose the most qualified security team possible for this. The women are just as trained as the men as prison guards, right? They have the exact same amount of training, the same skill set. Would you go with all women or all men?
This is okay. Obviously.
This is okay is not an argument.
No. To me, this is just what is it? The deflection, or I'm not sure if deflection is the right word. The point is, as we've stated before, when it comes to brute physical strength, or even
said it's the weapons that matter.
Let me finish. Even weapons that do include a greater amount of strength, they're not great. Yeah, but no, there's a huge difference between me having to sway around like a javelin or something. Let's use something like that as an example, versus me, but it still just requires a level of strength, but being able to shoot somebody from across the room.
Oh, really? So
yes.
You don't have to carry ammunition, magazines, tactical vests, sidearm, helmets. You don't have to carry hundreds of pounds of equipment with you while you're using these weapons that you don't have to swing.
Through you. Mm-hmm. The chances
no, that's not the point.
Yes, it is the point, because the vast majority of people, once that bullet fucking goes through you, you're gonna be
the
down.
The point here is
you're gonna be down for the count.
Which sex is more capable of handling these weapons, and so thus will always have monopoly even with weapons. When it comes to weaponry itself,
this is another thing.
Let me finish my turn. Inside of a prison, for instance, you have guards who hold Mini 14s. Okay, Mini 14s do require some strength to wield accurately. And you're going to be loading up fucking magazines. It takes a lot of hand strength.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $100. Pxie is hung up on, enforcement doesn't mean exclusively physical force. If you get a speeding ticket, the courts have the enforcement power to compel to pay. Refusal then brings involuntary compliance.
But that is physical force. So actually, that is a physical force example. If you refuse to pay, we're going to use physical force to make you pay. But here, when I'm talking about inside of a prison, you think that guns themselves are just, I have this lightweight, little tiny gun. Well, then what are you trying to say?
No, what I'm trying to say is that for the vast majority of people, if a person is weaponless and another person has a gun, specifically a gun, the person who does not have anything is at a disadvantage.
Yes, but I don't even disagree that that's true.
$100. Sorry in advance, but all women understand this. I'm a big, strong man. I want Pixie. The only thing keeping you safe from me is force.
Right.
Sleep comfortably tonight because force is protecting you from me.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm gonna give you these two scenarios to try to take this to its logical conclusion as fast as we can. All the gun distribution in the United States, right this second, overnight, okay, disappear from the hands of men and are redistributed to all women in the United States. They now have every gun inside of the United States. That's what they have. The men have 0 guns. They have none. Not a single one, okay? And the women collectively decide, we're going to enslave men, okay? That's what they decide. They have all the guns. They should be able to enslave all the men, right?
No, I don't think so. I think But I don't think it's the other way around either. I think there's a reason.
Triangle. I'm doing the
Sorry.
triangle.
There's a reason why even there's a reason why even most patriarchal societies fall down, even if men do have the monopoly of violence in those areas as well. And the reason why is because the way that
What
warfare.
patriarchies are falling down? They're doing fine.
I don't know. Well, do you think the United States is the same patriarchy it was 100 years ago?
It's never been. It was a republic from the gate.
Okay. Do you think a patriarchy and republic are fundamentally opposing? I thought
It can be, yeah. But what I'm
They can,
saying
but
is
they're not
that
always.
this wasn't set up as a traditional patriarchy. This was set
Okay.
up as a weird, kind of bizarre Protestant Enlightenment experiment.
Yeah. Has a patriarchy ever fallen down before?
Well, yeah, but there's only ever been patriarchy. There's never been
No, but
real
there's
matriarchies.
No, I'm not saying it has to be matriarchy. Then I'm just saying it's like
So I mean,
no
if the
longer
pool
a
is
patriarchy.
100% and some of them fall off, I don't even know how that would
but
make your
I'm
point.
saying it goes from a full-on patriarchy to basically a much more egalitarian society compared to before.
I don't know that you can even avoid patriarchy. I have fundamental disagreements that a society can even exist really absent of patriarchy. But let's get
Can
back
a-
to
wait,
this.
sorry, can a
No,
society
you
become
can't.
less
I'm not gonna.
patriarchal?
I'm not gonna let you deflect.
Okay,
Why
I'm gonna
is
write
it
this right
that
now.
the collective of all women inside of the United States, if they had firearms and decided to enslave men, why is it that they couldn't?
I don't think either way. Maybe temporarily. But I
no,
think that
I mean
would fall
definitely
apart.
men could do it.
No, I think again.
I can give
I
you
think-
societies
hey,
right
let me
now where
finish.
they've done it.
Yeah, no, please let me finish.
Okay.
I think it would be possible temporarily to enslave maybe the other half of the population, but the way that most warfare works out is not even brute force, brute strength. I'm going to give you an example.
Okay.
The United States in the 60s against the Viet Cong, the average American was a lot better nutritioned, stronger, even the scrawnier ones, whatever, than the average Viet Cong person.
That is incorrect.
I do not believe that's incorrect.
Not
You can
only is that
shut up right now.
Well, go ahead.
Here.
So the Viet Cong operated on a fish rice diet. They were extremely strong. They were very lithe, and they were able to operate for way longer periods of time absent food than the American soldier was. They were not weaklings by
I'm not
any
saying that they were weaklings.
metric.
I didn't say they were weaklings. I'm saying that, yeah, it did not seem like the nutritional standard was necessarily
It
the
was
same.
better.
I don't know about that.
Rice and fish?
Here, can you guys go?
Are you
let me-
serious? Rice and fish?
Yes.
That's like the staple for how these people live to
Regardless.
120 years old.
Regardless, we could use another example.
Okay.
We could say the average American soldier versus the British Army. That's another example.
You mean when?
In the 1800s, like when we were, or sorry, before 1800s.
You mean in the 1700s during
Yes,
the Revolution?
yes, 1700s.
Yeah,
the
the British were
Revolution.
way better. They had way better nutrition. Men
Yeah.
couldn't cook.
Yeah, and we still somehow won. Why?
Yeah, because of the French.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Not
That
just
had
that.
nothing to do with it
Not,
because
no,
of the
not
French.
just that. Not just that. But also because of the warfare that we were doing specifically, and we could not just like basically.
We lost every major battle in the war almost.
What do you?
The only reason we ended up winning is because the British were fucking sick of sending troops all the way to fucking North America. That was it. It was
I'm
if
pretty
there
sure
wasn't
there
a
were a
vast
few-
ocean, there wouldn't be this would be a
Okay.
British colony.
What is it? I'm pretty sure there were various battles the United States won, significant battles.
There were,
Regardless,
but I'm saying
Yeah,
that
no, but let
almost
me
in
finish.
almost every engagement.
Let me finish. Because I know.
Let me finish. But in almost every engagement, the British soldier was better trained, better equipped, better outfitted, and had better nutrition, and they won the vast majority of the conflicts.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if that's true.
It's true.
I also don't think they won basically.
The militia, they
some
couldn't
very-
get two shots out of the fucking
Let
militia.
me finish.
They couldn't get two shots out of the militia.
To my understanding, I remember from reading in history, the way that warfare was carried out between the British and Americas was something that they were not necessarily used to because the American people at that time used what we would essentially modern day call like guerrilla warfare tactics.
That was highly
And this
ineffective.
No, guerrilla warfare is known for being super freaking effective.
It was not during that time period.
Yeah,
and here's
it-
why. I'll explain to you
Wait,
why.
Can I just finish talking about guerrilla warfare for 1 second?
Even though in this particular case you brought up, it's not really a very good example.
But I'm not.
Oh,
whatever.
the Native Americans were great at guerrilla warfare too. What happened to them?
Yeah, no, but it seems like a lot of Native Americans died because of straight up disease more than anything
That's
else.
true. I agree.
it seems that when it comes to
Ooh,
guerrilla,
I don't know about that seems. Can we make a
Okay.
committed statement?
Yes. Guerrilla warfare tactics are highly effective, especially against traditional militaries for a variety of reasons. The point that I'm trying to get at is that modern warfare is not even 100% like brute physical strength, even machine strength, not necessarily. Which I'm sure that we could agree that the Americans, at least in terms of like machinery, were much better equipped than the Viet Cong.
Nope.
Okay, well, I
They
guess
were
we'll
they
have
were
to-
better. They were better equipped in some ways. For they had helicopter tactics, but they also had
Agent Orange. They
stop.
had. Sorry.
They also
okay.
had M16A1s. That these were invented by Eugene Stoner, and they didn't fucking work. And the Viet Cong and the Vietnamese running around with SKSs and AK-47s had an advantage for 2 years of the war because of that. So no, our weaponry was subpar. Going into the war from an infantry standard, we went from Thompsons to M16s. Terrible idea by Robert McNamara. That aside, you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Okay, no,
but
let me-
here's the thing. No, let you nothing. You're going to listen for a second.
I am listening.
Because
You're
you
just
don't-
trying to.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you what this. You brought this up.
No, but yeah, you're not letting me finish my freaking sentence. I was gonna
Okay,
say.
well, when you're done, then
Okay.
say I'm done, and then when I say 2 words, don't cut me off.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The point that I'm trying to get across is that it seems a lot of guerrilla warfare tactics, especially when it comes to like modern day fighting, whatever, are highly effective. And the reason for that being is that the way that warfare seems to work, or it seems to work a lot of times, is that, hey, if you're able to catch your enemy by surprise, if you're able to use subverted measures, if you're able to basically, catch them off guard, there is a tactical advantage to that. So when you're talking about a society that's like, oh, let's say all the men now suddenly have the guns, are they going to be like able to enslave women for eternity? The answer is not necessarily, because there are subvertive methods of fighting back that do make it impossible for, I think, any one gender to have a long-term, forever, for 100% in the future, complete control.
Okay, then we'll limit it. We'll limit it. Do you think that if the United States, all of the guns went over to the women, okay, and none of them, no men now had guns, none, okay? These are just gone. They wake up, their entire closet, all been magicked.
LOL Paladins donated $100. I won't let you besmirch the good name of Eugene Stoner. Absolutely nothing wrong with his rifle
There was
design.
an inception.
Blame
The
the
ammunition
military for
was
poor
fucked.
training if you must. Much like women, lubrication is key.
Nope, that's not true, Low Paladins. They had the wrong ammunition for the gun, and there's a whole tale of it. You should read Robert McNamara's memoirs on it. He really fucked things up when it came to the distribution of the M16. But that aside, doesn't matter. Back to this. The question is, all women wake up, they have all of the arsenal of all of the men in the United States. They're not looking to enslave them. They're going to take them all out. That's what they're going to do. They're going to take them all out. Versus the opposition of men collectively wake up one day in the United States and they're going to take out all the women. Do you think that women would be able to accomplish this?
I don't think either. Yeah, no, they wouldn't.
I think that men could accomplish it.
I don't think men could have.
Okay, so tell me what the barrier would be if men collectively woke up tomorrow with the weapons that they have available to them right now and decided to wipe every woman off the face of the United States. What would actually be the barrier there?
I think what would end up happening, God forbid, this is such a bleak scenario. You'd probably end up having a shit ton of women doing, or men, whichever one you want to do, essentially like using guerrilla warfare tactics to fight against the other half. So whether that means making like homemade bombs, whether that means, I'm not joking, the fucking Molotov cocktail, like,
What do you think?
you don't have to laugh at me.
Do you think that women are going to be making pipe bombs in their kitchen while men are walking
I
around
think-
taking them all out?
No, I think if we're gonna create an absurd scenario where half of the population wants to actively kill the other population with guns, I think people are going to take extreme measures wherever they can to protect themselves and to fight against the other half.
So, do you think that if men collectively had that will to do that, right? That's all they wanted to do was just take out the other sex, right? Would they accomplish that feat? Or do you think that women would have a good fighting chance?
I don't know about what a good fighting chance, but I think that there is going to be a percentage. Well, I don't think it's going to be ever possible to completely holocaust the other gender, just because in terms of numbers.
Don't use that word. You know better than that. On
Wait,
YouTube.
no, I mean, you would be purposely eliminating.
Yeah, I know, but don't use the word. Just don't use the word. Use any other word but that word.
Was it because of TOS?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, so I understand they want to G-word the other sex. I understand that you don't think that that's possible, but please engage with it.
Yeah, I'm even engaging hypothetically. I'm saying, like, even in these hypotheticals, I still think because of the amount of women and men there are.
LOL Paladins donated $100.
Yeah, I know.
If
I was
men
just about
wanted
to get to the Middle
suppress
East in a
women,
second.
it's exactly what did happen in Afghanistan as soon the US left.
Yep, took away
their rights.
And there's nothing they can do about
Islam
it.
is right about women. Joking, maybe?
That's absolutely what happened. Whenever men have collectively decided to take away women's rights, they don't have rights anymore. That's it.
Okay,
and
but
hang on.
Okay.
Before you make it's because, but long term, there could be social revolutions. I'm going to go ahead and agree. There could be social revolutions where you change men's mind. That's why I'm asking specifically about intent. Men's minds in this scenario can't be changed. They have decided you need to be a second-class citizen forever, and that's all they're ever going to think forevermore. What could women physically do about that?
So what I wanted to bring up, or what I'm going to bring up, is that now these scenarios have fundamentally changed. There's a difference between I'm going to try to G-word an entire population and I want them under my subservience.
Either way.
There's fundamental differences here.
Then engage with both. I don't care.
Okay,
It's going to be the same answer either way.
No, because the fundamental difference here is that when it comes to the second one, you are forcibly trying to keep women alive, to have them be the second-class citizens.
Yeah.
That is the scenario where you end up with basically women, potentially, not always, but poisoning the shit out of men, essentially.
Oh, no.
Or finding subservient measures, not subservient, subservient.
Oh, no, not a couple of poisoned men.
Not just a couple. I mean, there's a reason why it's hard to figure out the amount of women who are serial killers, and when we even find them, the number is like extremely high.
It's hard to find out the number of men, too.
Well, it's a lot easier because men tend to use, I guess, like the brute force tactics versus poisonings tend to be a lot harder.
We don't know how many men utilize poisoning, just like with women. We don't know.
That's fair. But the point is that when it comes to basically being subversive, trying to fight against systems of oppression, it doesn't always have to be done in terms of brute force. There are other measures that people can take. For example, poisoning, which can be very effective and can go a long time without being traced to help overtake status quos. Or even more explicit methods, but the point is they're not up to your face, like guerrilla warfare.
So if the men decided to G-word all women tomorrow, and they have the monopoly on force just in its current state, okay? I would actually like to know if General Daisy, like John Connor from the ashes rose like a fucking Terminator, right? A Terminator destroyer. And she's like, I'm going to lead you to victory. I'm going to teach you how to smash those metal motherfuckers into junk, right? General Daisy is the leader of the female army who's going to stop these fucking men from G-wording them. What would General Daisy do?
Yeah. To be clear, I don't think in such a society women will be able to overtake and put the status quo back in order. I think they would have to live basically the rest of their lives essentially like in hiding.
Now let's reverse the role.
Yeah, I think the same could be said with men.
Yeah, you think that... So here's what I would say. I would say that if all of the weapons, including the nukes, were handed over to women tomorrow collectively inside of the United States, and we had no access to any of that immediately, and women said, we're taking all the men out, I think we would win in 3 days.
Yeah, I think that's delusional.
Yeah, okay, well, let me tell you what I would base this on. Okay, so day one, I think that men would grab chair legs and bars and things like this, and they would literally just run straight force at a few women, beat the tar out of them, take their guns, and then they would just continue the slew. And I don't think women could do much about it. I don't think if women were even going house to house, they could do much about it. And here's why I think that. Because I've seen trained officer after trained officer right, try to subdue, even with lethal force, with firearms, men, and watch them fail time and time and time again against just average guys. They're not going up against UFC fighters. They're going up against fat old dudes like me, losing time and time again. How is it possible that these highly trained women who have been learning all sorts of self-defense, subduance, tactics, all of this, are losing to just randos? No training, no nothing. It's the brute force category, right?
I think there's definitely cases where, you know, women lose control, like we stated before. I think there's also probably a vast more majority of cases where women are just either shooting or incapacitating the guy or killing him. So just because there's some examples of women losing control doesn't mean, again, as we've stated before, the vast majority
of female officers have a hard time subduing male suspects.
It's not that the point is, the vast majority of women with a gun, even with like a male suspect or whatever, if they use a gun, the male suspect is going to be hurt.
No,
They're gonna go down.
even in the cases where they're in for the purpose of lethal force, they still often get subdued and have their firearms taken away from them.
What is the exact percentage? Because last time you said, or maybe I misunderstood when you
I
were
can
saying
pull up
10%.
the exact percentages, but
Yeah,
let us be highly charitable. Highly charitable, and just say it's a lot more. A lot more could be 10%, let's say. It's probably way higher than that. I don't know off the top of my head, but you would at least agree it's got to be at least 10%.
Just for the sake of this argument, let's say 10%.
Yeah, it's at least 10% of them more than the men who get subdued. That's enough of an advantage. I mean, that's really all you would need is 10%.
Yeah, I also
Now,
think...
let's apply that also to the fact that most women, like you, couldn't tell me the process to even load a firearm. So even if their collective will was all to take out the men, I don't think most of these women could even use the guns that magically appeared for them.
I think what would most likely happen is that if women collectively decided to want to get rid of men, and this is so dark, I kind of don't, whatever. They would probably wait until men are most vulnerable and weak, which would probably ideally be while they're sleeping. And I think...
They'd still lose.
Yeah, I don't think...
They'd still lose. But this is my point, right, is that even if we take what you're saying at face value, and that women could put up some kind of resistance, you have to agree that men overwhelmingly in this scenario would have a massive advantage in comparison to women in that scenario. If that is the case, then you are agreeing that when it comes to force doctrine, men are always going to be superior at it than women. The next thing that we just need to agree
It doesn't follow
to...
from that.
What?
No, it doesn't follow. You're saying that just because, they might have a slight advantage at
On
defending
force,
themselves,
yeah.
that means now men always have the advantage when it comes to force doctrine.
They always have the advantage when it comes to force doctrine. They're stronger. That's all you need.
No. But you're saying in terms of, if I'm talking about, like, again, pure physical strength, sure. But if we're talking about using, like, great equalizers,
Yes,
then,
even
no,
great equalizers. We
no,
have a
but
massive...
again,
did you see what happened with Trump
as-
when the assassination?
as
Did you
we-
see what the women did with their
Okay,
guns?
you're trying to use, like, emotional appeal to... Okay, but let's focus.
Okay, let's focus.
Okay. Literally, even if there is a slight advantage to be able to defend yourself if you're a man, whatever, the point is, for the vast majority of cases, the person with the gun wins. Just because you are, 10%, whatever, more likely to defend yourself doesn't change the fact that 9 out of 10 times, you're fucked.
Okay, backing up, you do agree with me that you have to at least know how to use a firearm?
Sure, but people have, what is it? You probably will injure yourself if you don't do it correctly. But yeah, like people.
And you agree that ammunition weighs a certain amount?
Yeah, but
and you agree that guns weigh a certain amount?
Yeah, sure.
And you agree
Yeah,
that
no,
you
no,
have
I'm
to
not
have
disagreeing with any
some
of
kind
this
of
stuff.
equipment that you carry with you?
Yeah, but the point being is that even with all of that, this isn't like a John Wick movie, whatever. Most people, when they shot, they're down. So even with all those additional stuff,
you have to
if
be
I
able.
shoot you,
have to be
you're
capable.
down. You're fucked.
You have to be capable. So guns can only work one-dimensionally. You have to be able to point it at the target and be competent enough with it to actually hit the target, which is not as easy to do as you think, by the way. then the question becomes, does physical strength give you a massive advantage in that category? The answer is overwhelmingly yes, it does. And the thing is, the proofs of this are innumerable.
Yeah,
not just the
compared to
military.
somebody
Let's take a
who
look at the
has-
military training standards. They have to consistently be lowered for women for everything from sharpshooting to accuracy to just basic infantry standards.
There's, again, still a vast difference, even with all of that into account, with a person who's armed and a person who's not armed at the end of the day. Obviously, it's very different if we're equally armed, but if we're not equally armed and the other person is not armed, yeah, like even in the cases where you might wrestle it out in time or whatever, the vast majority of the time, the person with the gun just wins.
So in this case, when you're saying force doctrine, you're saying that as long as women are armed sufficiently, they can have the monopoly on force.
I'm saying the monopoly on force doesn't rely on man or woman as much as it relies on who has weaponry.
Then why is it that all of the force jobs which exist are overwhelmingly men?
Yeah, we go back to a variety of different factors. One of them, you know, men might be just more inclined or wanting to do those jobs. The other one being, some level of discrimination. The other one being, I guess those would be the two biggest
And
ones.
I could
essentially.
take that stigma argument, and I would even agree with it, except for this. Why do they have to keep lowering the standards in law enforcement for women and in the military for women for physical readiness? Why do they have to lower the standard across the board in prisons for female readiness? Why do they have to keep lowering the standards, lower standard, because they can't get enough women to qualify for the regular standards that men have to adhere to if it is just a matter of stigma?
Yeah. And what I was trying to say before is that just because an institution tries to lower the requirements, is trying to make it easier for women to be there, doesn't necessarily mean the stigma is erased, right? Stigma does not just come from an institution's rules. Stigma usually comes from the overlying societal
Yeah, but
pressure.
that would be proof that women could not adhere to the same standards as men when it came to physical readiness.
No, basically. Or let me phrase it this way. If I am, let's say we have a pool of women, right? And let's say only a minority of women. Let's say only 20% of women are capable of meeting those standards.
Women.
Within these 20%, chances are 18% won't even apply, and 2% will apply. And maybe from the other people who won't even make it, the other 80%, let's say 5% apply. Okay. Now you have more women who are applying, but they can't meet the standards. Very few who apply and can meet the standards. But the vast majority of women from both of these camps are just not applying at all because, hey, like, their family is not very into it. They're more like scared for them. Or their family's more like, no, you should focus more on child rearing or doing this other thing. It would look better for you. Like, we would be happier if you did that. That's where you get like screwy numbers, essentially. I do agree the vast
For the
majority
lowering of the standards, okay.
No, I'm saying societal pressure exists outside
Let me
of
ask you
lowering
this.
standards.
Let me ask you this question. If there's a fire in your apartment,
Yeah.
would you prefer that a 220-pound male firefighter came in?
Sure, I'm not disagreeing men are generally stronger.
Wait. Hang on. Or would you prefer that a 220-pound woman came in?
Oh. To my understanding, even with the same weight, it seems like men might have, muscular
Yeah,
advantage?
a huge advantage, right? So
Yeah.
you would still prefer that it was the man.
Yeah, sure.
And would you prefer that the people who guarded you while you were asleep, by that same logic, were men or women?
Yeah, if we're talking about brute force.
And if you're saying that your military is the people who are guarding you while you're sleeping, you would prefer them to be men then, yes?
Generally speaking, we're talking about brute force.
So then you're saying that even in your preferences, you prefer that men have the monopoly on force to even protect you in the first place.
What I'm saying is that if it comes to brute force, obviously I would take the person who's stronger. So if
Which
you're
is
saying,
almost
on
always going to be the
average,
men. Not
yeah.
on average, on an overwhelming average.
Okay, but the point that I'm trying to explain here.
I don't want you to underplay it and say, it's 51% to 49.
But the point that I'm trying to explain here is that if I had to pick between like a 220-pound man and like a 5'5" woman with a gun, I'd pick the 5'5" woman with a gun.
But if you could pick between the 5'5" woman with the gun or a 5'5" 5'5" man with a gun, which would you pick?
Yeah, sure. I'll pick the guy with the
Right,
gun.
so
well,
the-
actually,
so-
I have one more
so
question.
this- hang on.
Saying that they're both exactly equal, right? Not one is because if the
I'm
woman's
saying
more
that they have
accurate-
equal training only.
Okay.
I'm not ruling out their physiology. That would defeat the purpose of the hypothetical.
Okay. Because this is another, and I mean, there's like a bunch of like different studies here, and I know you said, oh, it's because they're using the same type of rifle, which I'm assuming they're using the same type here. Because
Sure.
then, what is it? That's where things get more complicated because it becomes a question of who's a more accurate and faster shooter, essentially. Because that's who's going to
So
win.
you would prefer the woman?
If she's a more accurate and faster shooter.
Okay, so just so that we have the man would still be stronger. You agree with that?
Sure, the man is stronger, but the woman's more accurate and faster.
And so you would still go with the woman.
Bovia's
Yeah.
manslave
moment.
donated $100. Fixie, name 2 philosophers not named Nietzsche, Derrida, Simone, Foucault, Marx, Sartre, Engels.
Before we get
that
there.
your free education grant asked you read. That you chose to read yourself. Hess isn't an answer.
Do you have a quick response to the TTS?
I can't read all the names that he described, but from the top of my head, I'm thinking Mills. I'm thinking, I don't know if he mentioned that. You could even go ancient, Socrates,
Okay.
Aristotle, if you want.
Of course, you went for the utilitarian first.
Yeah, that's what
One quick thing, Andrew, you posed a question to Pixie that I don't think received a response and an answer. The question was, it was a jail scenario, I believe, where if it could be all men or all women,
Women, which
correction
would you prefer,
officers.
yeah.
I don't think we got a response on that.
Oh yeah,
Pixie.
well, if you're in a jail and like, I would not say batons are the same equalizer as a gun is. Then
You
yeah,
don't have to use
obviously
batons.
guys.
You can have guns.
No. So the question was, if you could have an all-female or an all-male correction staff, which would you pick? And I think it was same exact training,
Same training, same weapons.
same weapons.
They could be guns.
If you had to pick one, which would you pick?
They're
There's
all
there's plenty of
guns.
prisons that use guns.
Okay.
And they don't even use batons hardly. They use guns.
Are they the same level of? Again, this all goes back to me.
Random. They're just random correction officers who have the same exact training with weaponry, same exact training for control.
Okay. Just because you have the same exact training doesn't necessarily mean that you're at same levels. Or maybe I'm here. You couldn't quantify for this for me or whatever. Accuracy and speed. Those are my number one concerns.
I'm going to even grant this and say that the women inside of this correctional facility with their firearms are more accurate than the men and slightly faster in the deployment
I'd
of those
pick them.
firearms. You would pick the women?
Yes. And if the guys were more accurate and faster, because here's the deal. You can't, you could try, but if you're going to go after someone and try to take their gun and they're a faster and more accurate shooter, good fucking luck, you know? Like, again, just like how this is in a John Wick movie, the vast majority of people, once you shoot them, are fucking down. That's just it. Mm-hmm. So my number one concern is accuracy.
Now,
and
would it
fast.
now, let me ask you this counter.
Yeah.
The prison inmates are very upset about the fact that there's a bunch of armed bitches running around this prison, and they're like, yeah, you know, they are more accurate than the men, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know to what degree, but let's just say twice as accurate, and they're slightly faster than the men. And so the prisoners go, yeah, but we don't fucking care because they're a bunch of women and we're way stronger than them. Would it be easier for them to overpower those women, you think, than the men?
Well, the reason why I keep saying accuracy and speed is so important is because, yeah, they could try.
Well, I mean, how accurate do you need to be point blank with a gun? Not very accurate, right?
Yeah, but if they're basically, my concern about speed is just like, yeah, good luck wrestling the gun away if the person is just, just kills you.
And you
essentially.
think even in that scenario that women would have the advantage over less accurate and less fast shooters than women would inside of a prison environment?
Yes, I think the number one when it comes to guns, if you're accurate, fast enough, nobody's going to be
And
able
how much easier would it be for men then to overpower those women?
Yeah, I think it would be substantially harder because they would just
Because
die.
they're just so quick, right?
Yeah, because we're saying
Even though they're
these
only slightly
scenarios-
faster than the men
Oh no,
would
you
be.
said what is it? Or did you say
They're
accuracy
way more
was
accurate,
twice?
but they're only slightly quicker.
Okay.
But even if we doubled Their speed. Do you realize when you quantify this, that what you're talking about is reloading a magazine from 3 seconds to 6 seconds? That's speed, right? That's speed. When you're talking about accuracy, you're talking about the difference between hitting here and hitting there, which who gives a shit? Who cares if I hit your button or I hit you in the neck? It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. The men are clearly going to have an advantage over the women in every aspect of this scenario. Whether you give them melee weapons, you give them normal guns, it wouldn't matter if they were less trained than the women. Just the physical strength component of it alone is going to give them an advantage over women.
It's, again, you can be a 6'6", buff beefcake, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If I have a gun and I shoot you before you can reach me, you're going to go down.
You do realize that men are less likely to go down than women are, especially if you shoot, even if you're shooting them center mass.
The vast majority of people...
You don't need the vast majority. You only need a few.
Okay. The reason why I say the vast majority is because I'm saying, like, on average, even a guy like that, most people, on average, are not going to be able to withstand a gunshot and keep going. It's not the John Wick movie.
Now, let me ask you this. You can invest in 2 prisons. You can invest in 2.
Okay.
Prison 1, they're going to hire female security or female, prison guards. Those female prison guards are going to fit this criteria. Yes, they're going to be far less strong than their male counterparts, okay? But they have been tested on the range, and on the range we have determined they do reload quicker, and they are more accurate with shot placement than the men. And we're going to give them all guns. They're going to guard the facility, all right? All females. Another one, it's all males who have slightly lesser standards, like I said, or even significant. They're way less accurate. When they're aiming here, they hit you there instead. And instead of a 6-second reload, you know what I mean? They have a 12-second reload speed, okay? You can invest your life savings, but only in these 2 options. Would you invest it in the female prison or the male prison?
One more question. I'm sorry I'm being so specific about this. It just
Sure,
does
go
matter.
ahead.
In the earlier one, you said, they're less likely to respect the woman, so they're more likely to revolt. Is this the case here too?
Well, no, I'm only giving you these qualifiers.
Okay.
And the qualifiers are, it fits your criteria. The all-female guards who are going to be guarding the most horrific rapists, murderers, and lunatics that you can think of. But they're all going to be armed. And it's going to be the same exact weaponry that the men have in a counter prison in this hypothetical. In this case, the women do reload swiftly, right? They can pull the trigger even faster than the men can. And their shot placements are above par of that of their male counterparts.
Yeah, I'll go with a woman. I'm always going to put...
You would invest your money in the female prison.
Yes, I'm going to put my money where whoever is more accurate and faster. Because good luck being as buff as you want if I get to shoot you twice or even once in most cases before you get at me, you know?
Now, do you agree that women, for these jobs, you mentioned stigma, for a job like a prison inmate, would you agree that female prison guards for the same work probably make a slightly lesser wage?
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. So then how come somebody doesn't just make an all-female prison with these categories where they could pay these women way less wage?
Well, I think what we were probably describing before, I think maybe I'm wrong, but to my understanding, like they usually don't want people to result into lethal force, right? We're talking about, like in the examples you gave me, at least my understanding.
What do you mean? There's prisons all over the world where they only use guns.
I thought we were talking about the United States, but even I thought we were
even
talking
in the
about
United States,
even
there
the
are
United
maximum
States.
security prisons where there's guys on the walls with guns. Yeah.
Okay, let me phrase it this way. When you gave me the original scenario, what I'm thinking is, okay, like inmates are trying to escape, whatever.
Yeah, they would be trying to escape in these scenarios too. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. In real life, usually first of all, usually I would say probably more men are applying. I don't think women are very interested in being female guards.
Yeah, sure. They're not interested.
Prisons.
That's why they're selecting. They're selecting from this group, right?
Yeah. I'm saying, like, you're asking me why doesn't this play out in real life? And I'm saying, like, okay, well, in real life, here's a couple of things. There's not that many women interested.
Bovia's manslave donated $100. Answer, what is an R? Have you ever shot? What is the deadliest gun available? I trained with a judo Olympian who refused to train with men. No lethal force? Have you trained? Are you more educated on it?
Anyways, I'm not trained. We've established that I'm not shooting people. Regardless, back to the original question that you were saying about the guards. Why doesn't this happen in real life? Okay, well, not as many women are interested. That's
Yeah, I know,
partially
but
the
we're
reason.
selecting from a pool who are interested.
Yeah, I'm saying
And
that
you could
probably,
definitely staff a prison with the selection of what is interested. That definitely fits the criteria that you put from the
Really?
quick. Yeah, why couldn't you?
Because I don't think.
Why couldn't you go all around the United States to select for these guards, right? And say, okay, we'll pay you a big bonus to come relocate over here, and you can be in this
That-
all-female prison.
Just trying to go on that massive hunt across the United States prisons to find the women who are the top caliber of shooting and accuracy.
Seems like a brilliant financial move.
No, it seems awful financially.
Why?
Because just the startup cost alone.
That's what all companies do. All companies scour the world for talent. Google
They don't
scours the
scour
world for talent.
Okay, yeah, Google.
Why wouldn't a prison system do the same thing?
A multi-billion-dollar company is very different than your local prison system, who's also trying to just probably
if I
cut
could
costs.
staff tomorrow
And also,
an all-female force, right, that I knew for sure I could pay less money than the male counterparts in a similar business around me, I'd be raking it the fuck in. What are you talking about?
First of all, I don't think it would be substantially enough. The level that you'd be paying them less would be enough to overset the onset startup cost of finding these women.
The highest
to begin
cost
with.
in a business is payroll.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
there's startup costs. You know, like a startup, like
Yeah, that's what investors are for. They're looking at the long game, 25 years. They're not going to get a dime back for 25 years. What do you mean?
yeah, and these people also, it would not just be a one-time startup cost because women would obviously leave, and you're trying to find not just any woman, you're trying to find the top caliber woman.
No, not the top
Yeah,
caliber.
we
All we're
established.
trying to do is find women who generally, right, can reload their weapons faster and do better shot placement than the women or than the men.
Yeah.
There's got to be millions of those.
Yeah, no. Well, here, first of all, I don't know how many of those are prison guards. First of all, as we've established before, I said, oh, the number is probably like pretty low.
Oh, there's tons of female prisons worldwide. Tons.
Yeah, but how many prison female guards?
Well, I mean, how many would you need? Let's say you needed 100. He couldn't find 100?
Yeah, I think you would have to literally, again, as I stated before, spend a shit ton of money scouring for talent.
You have to do that if it's all men.
What? No, I don't think most pure prisons are looking for top caliber men to be prison guards.
What are they looking for?
They're looking for people who meet the basic requirements.
Which is that? They're fucking strong, right?
That they can, yeah, that they can
That they can
shoot or
manhandle
whatever.
inmates and that they can deal with the rigors of a prison. In your
Sure.
case, you would staff your entire prison with women. Even if we gave them these characteristics, it seems like you're just trying to avoid the idea that even if you could find them with these characteristics and bring them in, right, and pay them less money, how would that be a bad financial decision? You've already invested your
Because-
life savings in such a prison.
No, because the reason why is because I'm telling you the startup cost alone
Mm-hmm.
of finding those women. And you're saying like this would have to be like a continuous thing, so you know people would be dropping out, coming back
Oh
in.
no, every
whatever.
business ever.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think in general, unless if you're a multi-billion-dollar company like Google, you should be spending a significant amount of your resources scouring for like the #1 talent or
Let's
whatever.
say if you could get state funding. It's going to be a small prison. It only requires 10 male guards on staff day and night. So you're rotating just 20 people. That's it. Okay? But the state they want you to house the worst of the worst, so they're giving you a larger stipend than they are anywhere else.
Yeah,
If
I
that
would
is the
still-
case and you could cut down in your private prison the payroll cost, you can't revolve 20 fucking women?
I think when you're acting as, first of all, the pay gap is so like exponentially huge, which I don't necessarily think is the case. I think there might be a pay gap. I don't think it's
Well,
necessarily
then this
that
idea of
big.
you not going into it because of the stigma also is reduced immediately.
Yeah, it's reduced. No, it's reduced a pool of possible applicants. Let's start there.
Not much. If it's just a tiny pay gap,
Well,
right?
because there's a difference, as I've stated before, between let's say, an institutional stigma versus a social stigma. So you can have a job that still pays pretty well. It doesn't necessarily take away the social stigma of being part of that job.
Yeah. So
Let's use garbage people.
Yeah,
I just
want to make sure. Let's use garbage people.
Yeah. So when it comes to like garbage, let's say specifically like garbage men in New York, they get paid really well. They get paid like bank. But I would say that in our society, we don't really value people who pick up garbage. I don't think that should be the case. I think those people are very necessary and vital for our society to survive.
Are there a bunch of female garbage men?
I don't think it matters. The point that I'm trying to get across here is that it's a clear example of something that can pay very well, but still has a social stigma attached to it.
Okay, but wouldn't that be a social stigma for men and women?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because what I'm trying to get across here is that you're saying, oh, look at this example. Like, you see they're paying well.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that there's a huge social stigma against garbage men, honestly.
I think
I really don't think so. I don't think anybody's like, oh, your dad is, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Know.
I don't think there's a big social stigma.
I think there's usually, I think
that women aren't garbage men because they don't want to fucking do that job, and it's physically laborious.
I think
and women don't want to do.
Most people don't want to.
The most people don't want to do physically laborious jobs. I think you're gonna have to back that up, because as it turns out, men, when they're polled on this, actually do enjoy physically laborious jobs. And that's why they gravitate towards them. The idea that kind of the socialists like you on the left say, nobody wants to do a physically intensive job. Actually, there's quite a few people who only want to do physically intensive jobs. They get bored at a desk. They don't like working inside. Any number of different reasons.
The point is that our society, and hopefully we can just agree on this, doesn't really value physical labor maybe as much as it should.
Yeah, I think it does. I think maybe women don't.
I don't think.
Maybe women don't value it because they don't do any of those jobs, so they don't know how valuable they are.
I think if that was the case, you would see a
return to the trades, which we're seeing overwhelmingly.
Yeah,
you would see tons of men gravitating towards more of the trades job, which are now doing overwhelmingly.
First of all, I don't know about the word overwhelmingly. Second of all, I think you would see like basically their pay to be that or equal that of like CEOs essentially, or scientists or doctors or lawyers.
Yeah, electricians are making pretty close to what scientists are making.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
It is true. In fact, if you look at nurses often will make pretty close to what like a social scientist might make, or close to what a university scientist might even make. They may not get tenured, but they make something similar. Master electricians, they make often what nurses.
I know what is it. Yeah. I know that there's certain physical labor jobs that are getting paid very well right now.
Trade jobs.
Yeah, trade jobs.
All trade jobs.
I don't know about all trade jobs, but even if I grant that, two things. Again, there is still a stigma that is hopefully changing. The stigma is still kind of there.
From who?
Second of all,
from men?
Not from both men and women, honestly.
I don't think there's a big stigma towards the trades from men.
I think
since men are the ones who are doing all the trades.
I think this is a class thing, honestly. I think it is like a class sort of thing, not even like men versus women. I think there is some level of upper society that views getting your hands dirty as a dirty thing.
No, I think that women will often consider themselves in prestigious jobs that aren't particularly prestigious, and will often, I think that the stigma towards the trades comes from females who look down on the trades, not because I don't think men are looking down on the trades.
CEOs and other. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like you keep making this a men and women thing, and I just think, honestly, it is a class-based thing. I also think across the world...
But you said that women are moving towards prestigious jobs.
Yeah, I think both men and...
So isn't that boosting them up in the class in their own mind?
Class dynamics are very complicated.
You say that a lot. You say it's complicated, it's dynamic, it's multifaceted.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, yeah. I think society is complicated, but I think most ideas can be reduced to singular core principles or singular core things which the idea expands from. And what I think happens here a lot is you say it's complex, it's multifaceted, there's a lot of factors here as a mode of obfuscation, ultimately.
I'm not trying to obfuscate.
I think you don't want to answer. So like for instance, when you say, I would invest my life savings in that female prison.
I didn't say
Hang on, that was the question.
Okay.
I said, between these two prisons, would you invest your life savings in this one or that one if you only had the choice between the two? You say the woman's prison. I actually don't believe you. I literally don't
Okay.
believe you. It's not believable to me that you would say that.
You don't have to believe me. From my perspective and point of view, when it comes to that example, I specifically specified, to me, it depends on speed and accuracy.
Yeah.
Going back to the trade jobs, I also think when we look globally, yeah, most people in, let's say, like, let's use China, for example, who are working hard labor jobs are not getting paid very well. Most people globally who are doing hard, labor jobs are not getting paid very well. I think part of the reason why these jobs have historically, not anymore, hopefully it's changing for the better. I agree that they should be more respect, labor is labor. Call me a socialist hippie, I don't care. Part of the reason for this is because for a long time, it was seen as something that anybody can learn. Anybody can learn a trade if they really want to, whatever. Now, we've moved so much to a service society that not as many people are learning how to do that labor. So that creates a higher demand for that labor because there's not as much people who are willing to supply that because they can't. I still don't think the stigma has completely reversed or changed. I think that there are more people talking about how those jobs should be valued, which I agree with. But I still think that the vast majority of people are told, you go to college, go to college, go to college, go to college, go to college.
But I mean, that's being pushed towards women, the female dynamic.
I think, what is it? A lot of men.
Most women are, if you look at the vast majority of college graduates, it's women, right?
Yeah.
So the reason for this is because women are the ones who are being appealed to go to college. Men are often appealed to go into the trades. This is why this is further evidence, by the way, that kind of this social stigma that you're talking about is coming down from women, not coming down from men. Men are being encouraged to go into trades. Women are the ones who are being encouraged to go to college and waste their fucking time getting a degree in basket weaving. Right?
I promise you that there is no son of any CEO or any super high-paying person in power who's telling their son, like, oh, go do a trade instead. They're being taught to essentially take over the family business.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $100. Prisons have had multiple prison riots over the decades. Many cases the all-male correctional officers were overwhelmed. Local state enforcement and military were brought in. Women would fare better.
Under her logic, they would, yeah.
No, I think, again, as I stated before, we were talking about like top echelon of people. I don't think the average all-woman prison facility versus the average.
That wasn't the criteria.
That's why specifically. No,
your criteria was two things. What was the criteria?
It was speed and accuracy.
So that's not the highest echelon of women.
Okay.
All they would need to do is have an advantage over the men in this criteria for this one thing.
I don't think the average prison guard woman is more faster, more accurate than the average guy.
I don't think that would be the deciding requirement on being able to run a prison nor quell any prison riots. Would that be that they reloaded faster and shot you here instead of there? I don't think that those are significant markers.
I think the reason why
the significant marker, I think, is physical strength.
The reason why I bring up speed is not just reloading speed. It's shooting you speed. It's me pulling the gun the trigger fast enough before you get to me.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah, I still think that physical strength is going to be the dominant power here. And the reason that physical strength is going to be the dominant power is because even if you have a gun, if four guys are coming at you, even if you're really quick, Wyatt Earp, okay, they can over-fucking-whelm you very quickly. Men fare very, very good in those scenarios. Women, very bad. And you also have an additional incentive, which is that a lot of those prisoners in this prison you would invest in would want to do what thing to all those female prison guards?
That's why when we brought up the example again, I specifically asked you, is it still the case, or is it the case that the women are seen as like catty bitches, essentially?
Yeah, and what I granted to you
My
was
bullet
I'm only giving you the two
$100.
qualifiers.
Ladies
the only
looking
two qualifiers.
for a career change? Are you fast and accurate with a pew-pew? I'm Pixie, and join me and my new business venture in alternative correctional facilities. Only
prisoners, yeah.
Show us what you got.
So I granted everything. You said that there was just these two criteria, so I gave you only the two criteria.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm confused.
When you ask for...
That's why I'm confused.
Stop. Let me finish. asking me for additional qualifiers has nothing to do with anything.
No,
We're saying that they're going to be still females. They're just going to fit the 2 qualifiers that you have.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused when the person said the comment and then you were like, oh, what else do men want to do with women? Because in the example that we were talking about, you specifically stated no, like the only thing that matters here, like there's no additional factor.
No.
So maybe I misunderstood what you said then.
These are still females. Everything else is equal between how females would be treated in prison and how men are treated in prison.
So they don't...
Minus these
Ally
2
Outpost
criteria. I was very clear and
$100.
specific about that.
Just a sec.
Pixie isn't taking force escalation into account. Men will be better equipped to prevent escalation into a shooting because they have more tools in the toolbox. Female cops tend to go straight to gun.
Yeah, but we can just grant it. Because when we grant it and we show that she's only compensated for these 2 things, which is speed and accuracy, we left everything else equal.
Yeah.
I gave it all to you.
That's why...
So what you say instead is, okay, so even knowing that it's equal, meaning every other criteria of a woman would still exist, which is what I put in the hypothetical, you still would have invested your life savings in this female prison because
Andrew,
of only these 2 criteria.
I specifically asked you if it was the case that, oh, you know, the prison men, whatever, didn't respect the women or viewed them as catty bitches. And you said no, they're treated the same as the guys. I'm granting you that they're like equal in all those senses except the speed and accuracy.
No, they're equal in all of their training.
Okay, so it's not the case, to clarify, that the inmates respect the woman the same way they respect the man. You're saying that's not the case.
I'm just only granting you these 2 things, which is you want speed and accuracy.
So you're saying,
and you would invest your life savings based on those 2 criteria.
I'm confused because earlier you said everything is equal. No, I'm not obfuscating. I feel like you're not.
Do we need to play it back again? Do you need to give me dinner tomorrow too?
You're literally jumping back and forth. I'm trying to ask a clarifying question, and then you're.
I don't know how else I can clarify this. All other criteria are completely equal to how it would be viewed in modernity, minus 2 attributes. Stop. Minus 2 attributes, the 2 that you demanded,
if
speed and accuracy.
All criteria is equal, then you're also saying the way that the inmates are treating the
That's why you got to talk less. You got to talk less.
Did you not just say all criteria are equal? Can we go back a minute, please?
Pixie. I said all criteria are equal as to that in general society. You only heard part because you can't shut up long enough to listen. Stop talking. Stop. Let me finish. Everything is equal to how it would be in general society with men and women, minus however they're viewed, right, by anybody at any time in any given arena. It's equal to that now, minus these 2 attributes. That's it.
Okay.
I was very clear about that. And you're just kind of wanting to change the scenario now.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to understand what your scenario exactly is.
It's just too complex.
No, because you're using...
How many attributes do we have?
Your wordplay is literally jumping around everywhere.
How many attributes do we have that we're looking at?
We're saying that there's 2. So you're saying all else is equal. Yes or no?
No. Well, no. When I say all else is equal to what?
All else is equal to those 2 attributes.
Nope.
To general society?
To general society.
Okay, you did not say general society before.
We're only
you said
looking at 2 attributes, Pixie.
You're saying you're granting me everything except the 2 attributes that we're changing, and now you're going back and saying no, general society.
No, I'm granting you that there's the same women, they're the same everything.
People can
the only
rewatch
distinction,
and they can jump back and forth and see.
I have said these 2 attributes 50 times. These are the only differences.
Yes, can you understand how it might be confusing
No.
when you say these are the only 2 differences? And
only 2 differences.
And then when I ask you for clarification, if men and women are being treated equally, you're saying, oh no, the only 2 differences
First of all,
are the accuracy and speed.
Your clarification came post question. That's 1. And 2, here's the thing. You already answered it before you asked for the clarifier.
No.
You had already answered it.
That's why I asked for the clarifier,
because I was confused. So let's do it again. Let's do it again. These are the 2 attributes that you want to see. Those are the only 2 that matter to Pixie. Yes or no? Because you said yes.
I said we're saying if everything else is equal, if men and women are being viewed equally the same, treated equally the same, and the only difference is that the women are faster and more accurate, then that's a different answer versus, oh no, the men and women are still viewed differently. They're viewing the women as catty bitches.
So all of the men inside of this prison, right?
Yes.
They want to kill all of the men and they want to kill all of the women. Doesn't matter who's guarding them. They want to kill them and get out.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Both sides.
Okay.
Okay? There. We got that clear?
Okay.
Repeat it back to me.
You're saying the prisoners in either scenario want to just kill and get away.
They want to kill them and they want to get away. That's all they want to do. They're going to
Oh.
plot it. They're going to do whatever they need to do that. Okay? The two attributes. We have the two attributes. The women have an edge on those attributes. Okay?
Okay.
One of them, they're much better. Their shot placement is not here, right? It's much more centered. Okay, and the men are kind of hitting all over the place inside
hit at all.
inside of something like this. No, they still hit, but they're hitting all over.
Okay.
Their group is much wider.
The
Okay?
reason- okay.
However, these women are much quicker and they are much more accurate. We have the two attributes. We know now what the prisoners view them as. You have everything. Which prison are you investing your life savings in if you had to invest it in one?
No, I have an additional question I just thought
Of course you
no,
do.
I'm not. This is not me to be bad. This is
Total. Okay, it's not
Okay,
meant.
no, fine.
Go ahead. What is it? What's the question?
okay. They're usually linked, but not always. Stamina.
Uh-huh.
Do the men have more stamina, or do the women have
What's
more
meant by
stamina?
stamina?
If after shooting 5 times or whatever, it's harder for the women to keep. They're basically their accuracy.
No, as
speed
it
go down.
turns out, they're still women. Yes, they are still women. So they have the same on average stamina that a normal prison guard woman would have. But they are indeed faster with their guns. They do indeed have better shot placement with their guns. But they are still women, unfortunately, in this scenario. And yes, the prisoners want to escape, right? They just want to get rid of these guards and go. Okay? That's what you know.
Okay.
Before you're investing, which prison are you investing in?
Okay, now this becomes a math problem. My first instinct is still accuracy and speed, but if you're saying their stamina is significantly lower than the men, then now I'm leaning more towards the men, just because it would be really bad if the scenario would eventually become their stamina would affect their speed and accuracy, essentially, because it's hard to do the same action over and over again if you're losing stamina, essentially. So if they had similar levels of stamina, obviously, as I thought the original question was, only speed and accuracy were changed, then speed and accuracy would still win. But if you're telling me the stamina is significantly lower, then the person who has
So they're
more
women?
stamina. No, I would
They're
say
women. But wait, I thought as long as the women could shoot better and were faster, that's what you really cared about, because all that matters is when the bullet hits,
Yes.
they're down.
Yes.
Then why? So
Because
then
the
are
difference
we
is-
going to go ahead and invest in the
Let's
woman's
start
savings or
dying more.
not?
The reason why I bring up stamina now, or the reason why it's as important, is because if you have,
I thought all it was important is that the bullet hit them.
yes, that is the most important part. But
Speed and accuracy.
yes, but here's the deal.
Okay.
Here's the only scenario where that would change.
Okay.
If you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's pretend this is 10 men. This is not 10 men, but let's
Okay.
pretend. Let's say you have 10 men.
We got 10 men.
Yes. And you have the person shooting, right?
Uh-huh.
But let's say after the 4th man, they're too tired to continue shooting.
Uh-huh.
Then they're fucked, basically,
Okay.
essentially.
So which one are we investing in?
So if you're telling me the men are less accurate and less fast, but their stamina could take over all the other guys,
I didn't say
essentially?
that. I said that these are just going to have the normal stamina of a female prison guard, normal stamina of a male prison guard.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm going to assume that the normal stamina of the guy is more than the normal stamina
It
of the
seems
woman.
like a safe assumption.
Okay. Then I would say the guy.
So which prison are you investing in?
The male one,
The male one. Okay.
if the stamina is that much significantly more important.
So then,
Unless-
so then men are, even if the women are more
Wait.
accurate and
No.
can shoot better, you still would invest in the male prison because they're still going to be better prison guards overall.
The only problem I can see is it doesn't matter how much stamina you have if your accuracy is shit.
Oh yeah. So which one? Again?
Well, no, it's a fucking math problem. That's the problem. That's where you have put me at. I would literally have to sit down. I'm not even joking. I would have to sit down. I would have to look at the average staminas. I would have to look at the prison inmates themselves, essentially, and I'd literally have to figure out.
Okay, that's fair.
calculation.
What would your intuition tell you right now, based on the information you have?
My intuition would say that, hey, if their stamina and their let's say, fairly competent or whatever, then I would go with the guys because they have more stamina. But again, if in this scenario they have stamina but their accuracy is shit, then I would go with a woman, because if your accuracy is shit, it doesn't matter if you have a lot of stamina. If somebody gets a
So
fucking
here's the
gun
knowledge
from you,
that
you're
you have.
fucked.
These are women. These are men. You can make whatever assumptions you want from there, but you do know for sure that the women can shoot better, and they have much tighter groups. They're faster, and they can shoot with more accuracy. You can put your life savings in one. Which one would you put it in?
Okay. I'm going back and forth. It's a math problem. I would say right now I'm going with stamina as the number one thing, because it doesn't matter how accurate and fast you are.
So we're going with the men.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Is that right?
For now, yeah.
Okay. So you think that men, even if women can shoot better and are faster, still would have an advantage?
What do you mean? Okay, you're saying, with the, what is it? Female prison guards or whatever.
Yes. They would have an advantage even then.
Okay, are you talking about, male guard versus woman guard? Or are you talking about male prisoner?
I'm talking about so we're not going to obfuscate anymore. I don't know if you need to take an Adderall pill, but I've been super clear. So we have two attributes, right? 1 and 2 are our attributes. Okay? We know only that you have males in one prison who are going to guard it and females in the other prison who are going to guard it. Okay? But you do only know that these two attributes, 1 and 2, those two attributes for the women are going to be superior than that of the men. In some cases, significantly superior. Okay? In the case of speed, it's going to be significant difference.
Last question. What's the ratio of prison guard to person?
I do have to move this on soon.
Okay.
So if you
Whatever
guys
the
can
average is, let's
try
say it's 6 to 1.
Then yeah, accuracy and speed.
Accuracy and speed. Now let's say it's 20 to 1.
Stamina.
Okay, now let's say it's 100 to 1.
Stamina.
Stamina again.
Yes.
Okay. So if you had a 100 to 1 ratio of prison guard to prisoner, or 50 to 1, you would still take the men.
If the stamina.
Even though we've created now many more targets, right? So I guess speed and accuracy is not our most important attribute, but strength also.
It becomes basically essentially like math problem. Like if we're just doing 1-to-1 essentially, speed.
So
and
your
accuracy
intuition though
matters
says
more.
you would invest in the male prison, right?
If the population is large enough, then yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, when it comes to force doctrine, even if we take your 2 criterion for guns, turns out, not really the truth that's your real criterion here for force doctrine, is it?
Because no.
I'm sorry, I do have to move it on a little bit. We have been on the topic for a long time. We
Yeah,
do
we
have a
have.
super chat here from Paul James. OMG, I'm losing brain cells listening to her argument. Something that goes round and around like a merry-go-round. Dumb down your ego. Stop arguing. It makes no sense. Always trying to an escape. Stop talking, king, and listen. Okay, thank you, Paul James. Appreciate your super chat. Now, I did have a question for you, Pixie. So, you're a feminist. You believe in equality. What are your thoughts on the
Buying the In-N-Out later. What are your thoughts on the buying?
What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, are you gonna hold your bet?
You didn't.
Wait,
Okay.
I can actually also, we can give you an out here. For the rest of the show, we have an In-N-Out hat. You don't have to buy us In-N-Out if you wear the hat for the rest of the show.
That seems fair.
Is that a fair compromise?
I don't think I owe the In-N-Out. I kind of do want to see the hat though.
There's
Sounds
also
funny.
I think there's a,
Doesn't owe the In-N-Out.
there's a dunce
Definitely
cap,
owe
too.
the In-N-Out or the In-N-Out. You definitely owe it.
I wanna
Sorry.
see-
You guys did make a bet, didn't you? For
Yeah,
Totally.
he said
And I won.
physical application, and I was literally physical application
Andrew, you want to
engineering.
grab that
Physical
In-N-Out?
engineering.
You said
but
physical application.
You want to grab the
engineering.
In-N-Out? I think you would look good, honestly, in the
With the
In-N-Out
In-N-Out?
hat.
I'm down.
You want to just grab it really quick? It's right next to the fedora. So it's like white. It's just white paper. You'll see it. It's right by the Game Boys. No. Yeah, that one right there. Perfect. Boom.
I'll do it for the memes.
For the memes. You don't have to wear. I mean, you don't have to wear for the whole show, but
the In-N-Out
look at that.
prison.
Boom.
That,
Ready for duty.
Look at your future, Pixie.
Looks good. All right.
It kind of matches. I look like a sailor a little bit right now.
That's a good look. It's a good look. So really quick. So currently the state of affairs when it comes to the selective service system, the draft. Men are required to register for the selective service. Women are not. What are your thoughts on this?
That's fucked up. I don't think men should be required to be drafted.
Well, assuming in a country where the draft would not be able to be legislated away, the government will never relinquish, its right to draft from its citizenry. Do you think then that women should also be drafted?
Yes, but
And would that be equality and equity?
I guess I'm indifferent, honestly. I think, what is it? I don't think anybody should be drafted. I know you're saying in a system where you have to either pick one or the other, and then the other option is essentially gone. Then yeah, I'd rather have both men and women have essentially like equal suffering in that respect, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Would you assume that in such a system where a draft was there, that men would still be deployed into combat situations far more than women would, even if women were to get drafted?
Probably because, what is it? I don't know. Because you're saying in such a society or whatever, we would assume.
Like this one. If we had a draft tomorrow, where then.
Yeah, I think men would probably be picked more. I think part of an example of how, like, people think that the patriarchy doesn't negatively affect men, and I think it does in certain ways, and I think this is like one of the ways where men are expected and essentially like burdened to have or have like these like basically expectations of having to protect always, even in the detriment of their own life. And I don't think it's fair for the government to be able to dictate that in such a way. So
I mean, aren't men going to make better soldiers?
To me, it's not a question about whether men make better soldiers or not. To me, it's a question about should the government have a right to put your life on the line?
Yeah, but we're assuming they have the right.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, you don't really believe that. Like, the United States was attacked, right? You don't think that the government shouldn't be able to draft its citizens to repel attack?
I don't think, what is it? I think it has to be
Then how do you have a nation?
volunteer basis, like essentially.
Yeah, but if you don't have enough volunteers and your country's being attacked, you think that...
Then your country doesn't deserve to survive if not enough people are willing to take up arms against a foreign predator.
Yeah, but I mean, you do realize that if you were to take volunteer service, for instance, if you have a draft, you can recall people who have been in the armed forces who have some training that you can immediately deploy versus brand new, fresh-faced people who then you have to train.
I guess let me rephrase it. What I'm assuming we're talking about here is a mandatory draft. So it's I pick you, you have to go, and if not, the government will punish you.
Yeah, that's true. But that would also include, as a subset, people who have former military training.
Yeah, I think we should differentiate. I think if the former military...
Yeah, but it's an entailment. You can't differentiate. It's entailed.
If those people want to go and fight for the country, great, awesome. I don't think you should force those people to fight
that's
for the
great,
country.
but that's not the question. The question is not whether or not you think that should happen. The question is, if you have a draft, the entailment of having a draft is that people who have formerly served are going to get drafted.
Okay, how is that a question?
Okay, that's an entailment. I need you to agree that that's an entailment of that. Because earlier you were saying that it wasn't. So I just want to make sure it is.
What do you mean by entailment? Please clarify.
It means that if you're drafting everybody,
Yeah.
then the pool of people who have formerly served will also get drafted.
Okay, that's not a question.
No, it's an entailment. So I just asked you to acknowledge the entailment.
Okay, yes, they will draft people who had former experience.
Yes. Okay. So if you're going to do a draft, right, the logic behind it also would be that you can then call up soldiers quickly who have had some kind of training.
Sure.
Yeah. So then if you're only dealing on a volunteer basis, a volunteer force, and your country's attacked by a much larger force, then wouldn't you want the systems in place for conscription so that you could quickly field men into battle, starting with people who have former military experience to stave the enemy off as you train new soldiers?
You can create a system where those people are basically on standby or reserve. So then...
Yeah, but if it's voluntary, it would defeat the purpose of conscription.
What is it? I mean... Again, I don't think the draft should be a thing. I think we can have a system in place, or let's call it draft light, whatever you want to call it, where people volunteer their services in case there is such a situation. But I don't think you should be able to force an individual ever, under any circumstances, to put their life on the line for the government.
Well, no, for their own nation.
That's. I don't think. I think oftentimes.
Like, for instance, you realize governments can be subverted, for instance.
Yeah, I realize governments.
And you
can be
realize
subverted.
that inside of this type of subversion, you can have like surprise attacks nobody's prepared for, right? You can have all sorts of
Sure.
different things happen where you would need to call up soldiers very, very quickly, whether they wanted to go or not.
Yes. I think in the history of the United States, most of the time it is not necessarily a surprise attack like that.
So
Yeah.
what? What
Because
the
I
fuck's
care
that have to
about
do with
how
anything?
realistic the scenarios are. But regardless.
Wait. That's a very realistic scenario that you could be. In fact,
saying how-
what was Pearl Harbor a surprise attack?
Yeah, the one and only.
That was a pretty big surprise. No, not
sorry,
the one and
9/11,
only.
that too.
No, not just 9/11 either.
Okay, what
no,
other-
many surprise attacks. War of 1812 started with a surprise attack. By the way, the
Sorry.
Civil War started with a surprise attack.
Can we compare?
No, let's compare.
Let's
Stop cutting me
compare.
off. I'm not done.
Okay.
The Civil War started with a surprise attack.
How many of those wars can we compare with like wars the United States has been a part of or has directly been involved in that are not surprised?
Those wars don't have conscripts. So World War II it was a conscription war, yeah. And then if you go back to the Civil War, there was conscription during the Civil War as well.
What about
those
Vietnam?
those were our big surprise attacks.
What about Vietnam?
Yeah, Vietnam, there was a draft, but not very many
Korean
people
War?
actually got drafted. Interestingly
Korean
enough,
War.
Was there a conscription in the
I'm
Korean War?
pretty
I think
sure
there
there
was.
was.
Yeah, a 2-year war. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the point that I'm trying to get across.
But the two major ones, both of them seem to fit this criteria.
The point that I'm trying to get across is that I think that, yeah, you should not force the general populace to essentially, or any individual, to be part of a war they don't want to be part of. I just think that's fundamentally not okay for a government to do. And the reason why is because I'm sure we can agree there are times where the government doesn't necessarily have the best interest at heart when it comes to going to war.
So I just want to take this to its logical conclusion then. So if Russia had some fucking big windfall of wealth and came to the shores of the United States and said, okay, I'm going to bribe all of you to join our military and invade. But by giving each of you, every man in the United States, $1 million, okay, to join our army and take over. If the citizenry of the United States agreed to that, the men, right, or even just a large portion of them, let's say the fighting age, like 10%, okay, joined the Ruskies and attacked us, you'd be okay with that because of voluntarism?
It's not that I'd be okay with it. It's just basically at that point, I guess, yeah, the nation deserves to die at that point. If your nation does not have enough people who are willing
Okay.
to volunteer to fight for it and is willing to give
So
up
if
to an
another
enemy
nation, so if another nation bribes a portion of ours to go turncoat and join their military in order to take ours out, you don't believe that our military or our government should be able to conscript its citizens to fight this nation off?
I think a nation that doesn't have enough people willing to line up to fight against these people is a nation that's already dead to begin with, essentially. I don't think. Also,
What
in
if you're dealing with a
let me finish.
significantly larger military?
In what world is the example that you're giving us would not be applicable to the people who got drafted? Like, in what?
What do you mean?
Because if Russia has this large windfall of wealth or whatever, and is
Mm-hmm.
like, hey guys, join our military and we'll give you like $1 million, would it not also be in Russia's best interest to say like, hey, defect from the military and we'll give you $1 million?
Yeah, but then you have patriotism and consequence of patriotism.
Yeah, and patriotism and consequence of patriotism should either exist in the country
Yeah,
beforehand
but under your
or die.
but under your scenario, they're not traitors.
What do you mean they're not
Well,
traitors?
what are they doing wrong?
No,
they
I
are,
still think they're traitors. They're
what
not
are they?
fighting for
Wait,
their nation.
traitors to what?
To the nation. They're going for an enemy conscript instead. They've decided that
So they're
I'm going-
traitors, but you don't care if they join the enemy because you deserve it.
It's not that I don't care if they join the enemy. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that I believe that the strength of the nation should be strong enough to have people being willing to take up arms and volunteer. And if you haven't created
So
a
let me give
nation
you
with
the.
that,
let
then
me-
your nation is essentially
So let me give you the
nothing.
major scenario then. The major scenario is you cannot reveal to the public how strong the enemy actually is because it would be strategically disadvantageous. You can't actually tell them how big this threat is. You can't tell them where this threat is. And the reason that you can't tell them this is because then the enemy will know, and then they will use that to their advantage to destroy your army. So because you have to keep that secretive, right, you might not be able to give the general public enough information to know why it is that they should be joining to protect their country. So in that case, wouldn't conscription be a viable option?
There's still something unethical about it. Mainly speaking, that you're essentially taking away people's choice.
But shouldn't you sometimes need to do that?
I think there are times where you can take away choices. I don't think you should ever be able to play roulette with a person's life without their consent.
Yeah, but again, this goes back to, I've just got to know in this scenario.
Yeah, no.
The government sees that there's an overwhelming force, but cannot announce this to the American public, because if they were to say to the American public that they knew about how overwhelming this force really was and why it is people needed to volunteer to protect the nation, that would give away that they knew this critical information. And so instead they used conscription and quietly began to conscript people into the armed forces. Why would that be a problem?
Final thing from Pixie, and I'll move it on. Go ahead.
Because ultimately, what you're doing is that you're taking people's individual right to determine essentially if they're going to live or die. I think at that point, what you should do is you should offer basically extremely high incentives for them to join, which is basically like, hey, after this war or after this
don't have time.
Years,
we need them now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I do have to move things on.
I got to have her answer that last thing. We need them now.
I don't think you should be able to play roulette with a person's life under any circumstance.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I do want to touch on briefly the topic of get back to feminism, get back to patriarchy. One question for you, though, Pixie. If you could, would you ban men from being able to vote on anything related to abortion rights?
No.
Okay. That was my question. Really quick, I think this would be good, I guess, bringing it back to the very beginning. How do you each define feminism, Pixie?
She has not actually defined it.
I'll have you go first.
We're using basically the working definition that we said earlier before.
No, I'm asking for yours.
Basically, again, feminism is super duper broad. The way I personally would describe it would be the movement / ideology of trying to create a system where men and women have equality or equal opportunities, essentially.
So if the system was patriarchal, in order to achieve equality, you would need to dismantle patriarchal systems, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then my definition of feminism is the movement towards egalitarianism, and the dismantling of patriarchy follows, right?
Yeah, it does follow.
So then you basically utilize my definition of feminism.
Well, that's why we agreed in the beginning. I said, let's use that definition.
Yeah, but saying let's use it doesn't mean you agree with it.
It's because I'm not, and I know you're like, oh, you're obfuscating, like you're making this so much more complicated than it is.
No, I'm fine with that if it has a point and it's not actually obfuscation.
Okay. The reason why I'm not being super strict with the definition of feminism is because since feminism is such a broad topic, somebody can easily bring up, I don't know if this will happen, I can't think of one from the top of my head, but if another definition is brought up, that also makes sense. I would be open to using that definition as well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm just holding you to some kind of standard we can operate off of.
Yeah.
I understand it could be broader than the standard.
Yeah.
But at least the standard gives us something to talk around, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so whether it's mine or yours, so I wanted to move past the you're granting me mine into this is a definition that at its core you kind of agree is also true. Okay, so that would be the definition.
Do we live in a patriarchy?
Yeah, I'd say we do.
Yeah, otherwise what could she dismantle?
And what is it? Did we define patriarchy earlier? What is a patriarchy? What is the patriarchy?
Basically, the patriarchy is, I don't even say necessarily like a system of governance, but a system of like societal structure where men have more power on the basis of being men.
Men have more power on the basis of being men.
Yes, like basically being a male in the system by virtue or whatever, because of the way that society views it, grants you with automatically some level of power more or respect
Is
more.
this all men or some men?
Oh, that's a good question. I kind of want some men, honestly, because even if you try to argue that, like, oh no, men in general, or even if we say men in general, the point being is that there are certain men out there who do not meet the standards of what it means to be a man, like societally, and as a return, they're treated very, very badly, looked down upon, like at the same level of like women, essentially. That's why I would argue that there are some extreme cases like that.
Yeah, I don't think patriarchy has anything to do with status. So my definition is just of the father. So this just means that men are in charge of shit. They're in charge of something.
Yeah.
That would be a patriarchal system, that men are in charge of it.
Yeah. I think.
So status itself, to me, how society views it, I don't actually care about. I don't actually care about the entailment of the societal viewing of men having more or less status, because arguably right now, I would say that men are not looked at as having more status than women in this society. Would you?
I think in certain areas.
Like?
I think men, basically women can exhibit some of the same behaviors men have, and they'll be looked down upon it, essentially.
Like?
Straightforwardness, assertiveness, just domineering behavior.
But they're looked... They're looked down on often by other women for that.
And men, both.
Yeah, but I mean, men and women also look down on men if they're not exhibiting proper masculine qualities.
Yeah, I agree. But
why would that be patriarchal?
It's patriarchal because it puts men in an inherent like benefit for acting in ways that are manly.
You haven't demonstrated the benefit. You just said
well,
that if women don't act like women,
okay.
they get there's a punishment for it. But the same with men.
The benefit is that if what is it? The benefit is basically they're more likely to be promoted, to be essentially put into power because they're acting like men. That's the point. If I'm a woman, if let's say how we were talking about human characteristics
give me a
earlier?
demonstration of that.
Okay, easy. Let's take a man and a woman, and let's say they're both, trying to get this like CEO position, whatever. They're trying to apply for it, and they're getting interviewed by basically they're interviewing the subordinates to see like who's better, blah 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 blah. If the woman is as assertive as the guy is or has been towards her subordinates, they're usually seen as like bitchy, or they're usually seen as like a pain in the ass or whatever. While the guy is more likely to be seen as, no, he's just assertive. He just knows what he wants. So, based on this, the woman is more likely to be like penalized, to not get that position, to be looked down upon, because she is exhibiting the same attribute that the man is, which is being assertive or domineering.
But that doesn't demonstrate, because we view men and women a certain way based on their ontology and the physicality and the way that they actually operate, that there's no advantages that are equal to this advantage you perceive in the CEO aspect to women. And if that is the case, then the idea that men have certain advantages and women have other certain advantages still wouldn't make it patriarchal if we're looking at status.
Well, first of all, can you give me an example? And then second of all...
Yeah, let me give you tons of examples where women's status is very helpful to them just by being women, where it's not for men.
Before, I said first of all, but then second of all...
well, can we do one at a time so we don't get bogged down in this? We have to answer 5 points at a time. Let's do one at a time.
They're intertwined. Because I was going to say, like, second of all, even in cases where, a woman has an advantage because she's acting womanly versus a man who's has an advantage because he's acting like manly or whatever. The argument here is just not, are there advantages to being a woman or a man? There are advantages to being both. The one is, which one is more likely to put you in a position of power?
Okay, but when you're talking about status, you agree with me that power comes in many forms.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're talking about status, don't you think that it's a very powerful position for women to be in, to be the default when it comes to custodial agreements of children?
Yes, but it's usually not because they're women. It's usually because they're the primary caretaker.
Nope, it's traditionally just been because they're women. In fact, there's laws which governed this for years and years. Just because woman,
Yes.
instant custody.
Because women
and
were
even
seen as a
right
primary
now,
caretaker.
that's carried on the same exact way that it is in the CEO idea. So this is going to be case specific. Some men aren't going to look at women applying for a CEO job and say, oh, she's being a bitch, therefore she's gone. They might prefer assertive women in those positions. Some men, maybe not. And maybe it's the majority of those some men who don't want that assertiveness that they would prefer in a man. Great. Okay, so maybe that gives men an advantage in that particular criteria. However, the status of women is also advantageous in other areas. So I'm not confident that using your definition of status proves patriarchy if women are advantaged in different areas.
Okay. I don't think. Well, here's a few things. The first one I want to ask you is if you could give me a specific study so that I can look at specifically of like in recent era.
Here's one we can agree on easily. For the same crime, including violent crimes, women get lesser sentences than men.
Yes, absolutely. That is an advantage.
It's an advantage,
yes,
massive advantage.
I said that's an advantage. Yes, and again, as I said before, there are certain advantages women have under the patriarchy.
That would fall under status, yes? That your status merely
yeah.
as being a woman
But that's because
is assisting you?
Yeah, I agree with that. But that's also because women are viewed as weaker. They're not viewed as much as a threat. They are viewed. It's a status that is lower. It's essentially saying like, oh, you know, I view you the same way I would view like, you know, like a cat trying to like claw me. Like, and you're not that much of a threat, so I'm not going to punish you as much because, you know, who the fuck cares? You're just a woman. So that is, maybe it's an advantage towards women, but it's fucked up and it shouldn't be that way.
Who cares? It's still a status which is enjoyed and a privilege by women.
But it's not a status over men.
Okay, first of all, again, here's our conflicting definitions. When you say status, right? I say patriarchy's of the father, men are in charge. Okay, that would be a patriarchal system. Women often, as judges in these cases, hand down lighter sentences just like the men do. This is not a purely male phenomenon at all, so how could it be patriarchal?
What is it? Again, it's patriarchal because the view is that men should be taken more seriously than women. They are
by even including women.
Yes, I'm not.
So how could that be patriarchy?
Again,
is the patriarchy brainwashing them to believe that?
No, unironically.
Yes,
unironically, yeah, no.
Yeah,
women do uphold the patriarchy. I've never disagreed with this. The whole idea.
I think that women are upholding the idea that women are less of a threat. I think that women uphold the idea that women deserve to have custody. I think that women use the stats, including feminists specifically use stats all the time, everywhere.
I'm sorry.
Hang on, let me finish my argument. Saying that men are hyper-predatory. Because they're hyper-predatory, this is why they're viewed as being predators. They should be viewed this way. Women should get lighter sentences. They don't do as much crime as men do. Women enforce this narrative, not men.
I think both men and women enforce this narrative.
I think feminists.
We literally had a conversation for the past 2 hours where you were telling me how men, you know, if they decided to go and kill everybody or kill all women, they could because they have the monopoly on power.
So?
You are enforcing the same patriarchy that now you're saying, oh no, it's women who are actually doing this, not me.
I'm giving you a logical argumentation that rights themselves come only because men allow women to have those rights. Do I think that the default is that men will be in charge indefinitely in some capacity? Yes. But your definition is status.
Yeah.
Status. So men could conceivably be in charge and women still have a higher status, which would make it, in your definition, not a patriarchy.
No, I think, power and status are often interlinked.
Not always.
More often than not, though. When you are...
Prove it.
Okay. Who is the most powerful person in the world right now?
I don't know.
I'd argue the President of the United States.
Yeah, and that would be an argue, I guess.
Historically speaking...
I wouldn't say that that's a high-status job anymore, though.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree then.
What did you think when Trump was in office that the presidency was a really high status job?
Yeah, I think it still was. I think it
I don't
literally being the president of the United
And who's
States
about to be Kamala?
is probably it's the most. I would
And
argue.
is Kamala right now about to be the president, possibly?
We'll find out.
But if she is, then is it a matriarchy then? Because she's at the highest status?
As again, I stated before, it would be like a general system. Just having one CEO, one woman CEO, one woman president, one woman in power doesn't necessarily dismantle
be a
the
one-to-one?
entire system. Yeah, no, it would or similar. It would have to be pretty
So
close.
I don't understand how come tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of women can enjoy the status and privilege of custodial agreements, getting lighter sentences, having their doors open for them, making sure that all of their meals are bought for them, making sure that society in and of itself caters to them. In a way that they do not cater back to society. They're not doing the most dangerous jobs in the world. The mortality rates inside of men's workforce versus women are astrofucking-nomical because women can't do the jobs men can do. Seems like you have a much higher status in society than men do. We're viewed as interchangeable,
That's so
expendable
interesting.
widgets.
You know, if women really had like that same level of status that men do, you would expect that to carry out more in the workforce too. You'd expect them to have, let's say, like more positions of power. You'd expect them to have more positions of governance. You would expect it to be like around similar numbers, but
Why?
for some reason we don't get that.
Yeah, because you don't
What do you mean? It's the
because
same
you
level of
don't do
status.
anything of status.
What do you?
Well, how much status are you going to have as a kindergarten teacher? You don't do anything anybody gives you status
We're talking
for.
about women and men who are similar, if not the exact same qualifications,
Okay.
applying to the same exact jobs and having the men still being picked more.
Oh no, is that so? Do they enjoy on some kind of hiring status quo the fact that they don't get fucking pregnant, and so they won't have to leave their job for 9 months out of the fucking year, and they won't have to stay home and take extended vacations, which is what women demand and men don't? From an employer standpoint, male or female, makes sense, doesn't it? That's
no,
not a status
it
symbol.
doesn't. It really doesn't make sense because one, you're presupposing that every woman who applies to the job ever is going to get fucking pregnant.
If you
and
are-
then second of all,
bro, if
for
you're
the
an
society
employer-
that I'm advocating for, both men and women would get equal levels of paternity and maternity
Oh,
leave.
great. That's nice. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out
Yeah,
that way
okay.
equally. Hang on.
And then
My
the po-
turn. I just listened. My turn to respond. So just so you know, if you are running a company which is hiring a lot of men and women, you would probably just make general policies, not individualistic policies. You and I can both agree that only females can get pregnant, right?
Yeah.
Only females can get pregnant. No males ever can get pregnant, ever.
Can I? I don't want to derail, but
No males can become
You
pregnant.
can answer the question. You can answer.
okay. Do you consider a person with XY chromosomes male or female?
No. You can be a male and have a double X chromosome depending on your biology. But you can still be a male. You only have two.
How do you define male?
That would be somebody who follows the typified pathway for female or male. So your organs, your body can only have X amount of organs. Those organs are going to be, even in chimeras, this is true. You're only going to have one reproductive pathway that's viable. And so
Okay.
you can determine the sex that way.
So you agree that I'm just curious. I'm just generally curious. So there are people who have XY chromosomes that can get pregnant.
Yeah, so what?
So they're women or men?
No. Again, didn't I just say that it had nothing to do with chromosomes? Repeat.
No, that's why I'm clarifying.
Stop. Repeat back to me what I told you.
You said-
what is a male and a female from my definition?
You said it depends on the reproductive status,
No,
essentially. That
that's
there's
not
only
what I
one
said.
reproductive
So
path.
let me try
and
it
even
again. Let me
chimeras.
try it again. You can only, as a human being, have one of two viable reproductive pathways.
That's why literally.
I didn't say reproductive status
Okay.
because there's women without uteruses who are still
Pathways.
females.
Okay. Sorry for
It's important that we make this distinction.
Okay.
And do you know why it's important to make this distinction?
Because
there's women who obviously can't have children,
Yeah,
but they're still
okay.
quite female.
Okay, so it's a reproductive pathway.
Yes, it's the one of two reproductive pathways your body is capable of going down.
Okay.
And there's only two.
Okay, and so I'm just curious, and because of the whole trans athlete, well, they're not trans, but
You
because
mean the
they were-
female?
Huh?
You mean the female athlete?
Yeah, and that there were a bunch of people.
Yeah, that was a female.
Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm glad we agree.
Yeah, I mean, I used it as a great way to bash on the T's because I like to do that. But yes, that was a female.
Okay, cool.
So, one of two reproductive pathways which are available. No men can become pregnant, and let's assume for a second that because you're like a blue-haired social justice lunatic, that there's 10 males or 20 or 200 males or even 2,000. We could say with great confidence that almost every company on planet Earth is never going to have to deal with one.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so if that is the case, then we can reduce this to females only are going to be the carriers of the children. So if you are in charge of a company and you are setting a standard for who you want to hire, right, why would you not set the standard for people who are going to require less in the way of leaving the company for extended periods of time based on pregnancy, based on this, based on that?
I understand what you're trying to say. I just think fundamentally, I would focus more on who has more qualifications, or basically who I believe to be more qualified to lead.
Yeah, I mean, but who cares what you personally would like? From the, if you can envision from the employer's standpoint, you're in charge of 500 employees with a revolving door.
And I think from the employer standpoint, you can make generalizations about gender, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're hiring the best person per se if you're making those generalizations on gender.
Yeah, but
so you might be missing some of the top applicants just because you're assuming that they can get pregnant.
So maybe your job. I had
what
a job
is it?
once,
I want to listen to what you have to say. I just have to also run to the bathroom. I'm not going to be able to. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
That's fine.
Sorry.
We'll take a little break here.
Yeah, I'll have a smoke then. Do we have enough time for that? Maybe not.
Maybe this would be a good opportunity for us to plug
Debate University.
Unfortunately, I can't really pull it up. Here, hold on. Andrew, I'll run to the computer and we'll plug it real quick.
Sure.
If you can.
Oh, yeah. You have to carry the show. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying the debate so far. It's been enjoyable for me. I don't often get to tangle with the Twitch politics lunatics anymore as much as I used to. You can get bogged down on some very specific quagmires, but they're all good to get bogged down on because it just kind of shows how fucking crazy they are the more you go, right? We're going to have all-female prison because you can shoot slightly better. Fucking crazies, dude. Crazies. But what can you do? Except have the debates because they're fun to have. What can you do? By the way, you're looking at Verbal Combat. This is a course put on by myself, and it has been partnered with Whatever Podcast and Brian Atlas. Verbal Combat, if you're enjoying what you see today, that is part of Verbal Combat, showing you exactly the case-by-case for how to have informal debates. Ton of fun to have. It will help you in all aspects of your life, though, when it comes to verbally jousting with any opponent. This could be family, friends, boss. It could be a lunatic, blue-haired feminist, like is in the room now.
Obviously.
Who's only missing the destiny die. So I would highly recommend that you go as fast as possible, pick up that course. We sure hope that you will. You're going to learn a lot. There's over...
Yeah. I was gonna go full out.
Over 80 videos, 6 hours of content. We have a bunch more content we're going to be releasing in the next 60 days or so. And those of you who have bought the course, of course, you're going to have access to that at no additional charge. You can become a member of the debate group. We'll be in there a couple times a month, hosting Q&A sessions for anything that you guys want to talk about. So that's debateuniversity.com, and the course you want is Verbal Combat. Hope you guys pick it up. Okay, so we're back to this. Now, where the fuck were we?
What is it? We're talking
about... Did you run in the bathroom and read your text message? You did, didn't you?
No, I left my phone here. You could look. You'll go back.
All right. I'm just fucking around.
I know.
So, Brian, we're going to, about 30 minutes, wrap this up? Okay.
Please, I'm so hungry.
Yeah, I know. That's why. I know she's dying. Yeah. We'll get centered for you, Brian. Is that better?
Turn the mic a little bit.
This way?
Yeah, that's good.
Are you sure?
Scoot it a little closer to you. The microphone, scoot it to the edge.
Okay.
Well done. Continue on.
Congrats underscore you underscore played underscore yourself donated $100. 100% of what you scam as the patriarchy derives from female sexual selection. Men must climb hierarchies plus attain power. If you didn't demand IT, it'd go away plus you'd have any real shot at equality.
Yeah, this is a good point that is brought in, that women essentially demand based on sexual selection that men be high status.
Ugh.
I'll tell you what, though, you can prove me wrong, right? The dating prospects that you're going to have in the future, lower or higher status men?
Ideally, same or somebody who matches me where I'm weak.
Yeah, based on your history, the men that you've dated have been equally yoked to you, or they have been higher status?
I would say equal.
Equal.
Yeah, I would say
And have you ever dated a prominent Twitch or YouTube streamer?
no,
Never?
no,
Not even once?
not even. I disappeared off the internet for like 3 to 4 years.
Okay.
Like,
So what'd your last boyfriend do?
my last boyfriend was a philosophy student.
Okay.
I was in college.
Okay. So in the future, you'd want somebody who's equal to you. Not going to be taller, not going to be stronger.
No, equal or I would say equal or higher.
Or higher, yeah.
But it's just weird because I don't really view relationships in terms of higher or lower. I usually view as who's going to help. It sounds so weird. So I want to have children in the future. I want to have 3 children. And I want somebody who's ideally good at the things I'm not good at, you know? Because I want to be able to raise my children like equally.
What are those?
So for example, I suck at cooking. I'm really bad at cooking.
You want your man to cook?
Yes. I would be the happiest woman alive if my man knows how to cook.
So you want a stay-at-home dad?
No, not completely. So he would take over probably cooking. I would probably take over more cleaning to even things out. We don't have to make the same exact salary. I could make some more, or he could make some more. But then I expect that to be reflected in the amount of like home labor that we take over. So if he's making more, I would do more home labor. And if I'm making more, I would expect him to do more home labor.
Okay, that's fair. So now let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
And you can go ahead and lie as much as you want. I'm almost, in fact, I will bet you the milkshake that you lie to me right now. I will bet you a milkshake that you lie. Do you think that most women prefer to have men who have a higher status than them, or they want it to be about equal?
No, they want equal or higher. I think they prefer higher. And I think the reason for this goes back to basically
Social conditioning, right?
not just social conditioning, but I guess maybe this is a form of social conditioning, labor in the household. So right now, the problem that you have for a lot of women is that they're making either the same as their guy, or in the scenarios where they're sometimes even making more, but they're taking basically all of the household labor. So it's like, fuck. Like, let's say we're both, let's say I'm in a relationship with somebody and we're making the same. But now at home, I am doing all the cooking, all the cleaning, I'm taking care of the children. Well, fuck. Now I'm doing basically twice the labor that you are. I'm doing the labor in the home and I'm doing the labor outside the home.
It seems like it would be preferable to have like a man who could just hire all that out.
I think for a lot of women, yeah. I think for most people.
So higher status?
Well, yes, but the
And
point
is that
I'm
based
trying...
on social conditioning, or is it just based on the fact that they want men to be able to provide the life they want?
Yeah, sure, provision. But I also think there's a lot of women out there who's not going to essentially go for a guy just because he has a lot of money. If they genuinely love a guy, then they don't need the guy to be like freaking rich Mr. McGee money pants. They just need the guy to be able to carry their weight.
Yeah, but the social status that you're talking about, if you want to be desired by women, the higher your social status is, the higher you're usually desired by women, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, then if that's the case,
lot of
then this
women.
commenter, when he says, okay, and by the way, you do owe me the burger, but I don't owe you the milkshake, because I feel like you were actually honest there. Then the commenter is correct that men have every incentive to climb the hierarchy because of female expectation that they do climb the hierarchy. How would that be patriarchal? Based on status? If the status is demanded by women, wouldn't women be imposing a matriarchy then?
No, because I'm saying that women can demand whatever.
Women.
They can demand whatever from their partner. One, it doesn't mean that the men are actually meeting that expectation. And then two, women themselves are not reaching that status. I'm talking about individually. Am I at the same level status as this other guy? I'm not saying like what I demand of my partner or demand of the other person. I'm saying like from my merits alone, can I reach that status?
Yeah, but men don't give a shit if you're a Starbucks barista and you're hot. But women,
I don't think that's true.
Yeah,
I think a lot of men care about beauty. Don't get me wrong. I think okay.
Do you okay? So let's see if we can figure this out in 5 seconds.
Okay.
Really, really, really fucking ugly rich chick, really, really hot Starbucks barista, 35-year-old guy. Go.
I think a lot of guys, especially like nowadays, would be gigolos, 100%.
Now you definitely owe me the milkshake. Definitely owe me the milkshake. Lying through your teeth.
I'm
Who
not
would they
lying through my
take? Come
teeth.
on.
I
They're going
think-
to take the fucking really heinous, ugly millionaire over the barista who's hot? Really?
Yeah, dude. I think they would 100%. And they cheat on her too. They cheat on her.
Triangle.
I think what is it? Well, whatever. Even if we disagree.
No, I don't think we disagree. So let's try this again. I just want to make sure that I'm crystal clear on this because you're saying it publicly on a massive platform. So I want to make sure I can clip this 1,000 times and distribute it everywhere, and I'm going to.
Everywhere.
You think that if a man, an average 35-year-old Joe, had the option, right, of being in a monogamous relationship with a hideous, ugly, unattractive as fuck millionaire chick or a really fucking hot 24-year-old barista, they would take the really hideous millionaire?
I don't think they would be monogamous. I think they cheat on her.
Okay, but they don't want you to cheat, so
Yeah.
yeah.
think
So
that
because
doesn't
of that,
matter.
you
I
don't
think
get
you'd still
you
do
don't
it.
get the millionaire, right?
I
But
think what is it? They would 100% cheat on her.
I don't think that's the question. Though.
that's not the
Okay.
question.
I think most guys would fuck the 24-year-old chick.
No, which one would they want?
I don't know. I want to
You don't
say.
know,
I
yeah.
know. I want to say the millionaire. I do. I think what is it? It's Cap being like, oh no, they won't cheat on them. I think they will.
Fine.
I also think what
They'll
is
take
it?
the fucking millionaire over the beautiful woman. I get it. They care that much about status.
No, I think what is it? It's just
Uh-huh.
it's more about the stuff they can buy than the status and stuff. Whatever.
Do you think that it's?
Wait, can I-
Do you think that? Yeah, you can ask whatever you want. I just have one quick
Okay.
follow up. Right? How is it possible for me to debate with somebody who's delusional? Like how
you
can I
think I'm
make?
delusional?
How can I craft a coherent argument if we can't agree on the basics?
Average Joe donated $100. I'll take the broke hottie
Yeah, of
and an
course.
Americano.
Of course. Who wouldn't take that?
I could
Who
do a
wouldn't take the
poll.
broke hottie?
Should I do a poll in the chat?
Did
Yeah,
you
ask 'em.
mention? I'm pretty sure there was one time.
Ask
where
him,
we were,
wicked fucking witch of the West who's a millionaire
So-
with a hump on her back and she's gross as
Okay,
shit.
if she's the grossest person alive.
No, not the
maybe
grossest
not.
alive. She's just really ugly.
Yeah, I think.
So what's the poll question? Which would you pick?
Really ugly chick?
No,
or
but I know the two differences. But which would you pick? Which would you date? Which would you
which would you pick for a monogamous relationship?
which
you
would
date?
you which would you date? How about that?
How about
Keep
marry?
it simple.
Which one would you marry?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, that's fine,
Which
too.
would you date /
They're all
marry?
gonna
How about
say
that?
the hot one.
So
Well, I know,
There's-
but you know, they secretly though, all of them
Ugly-
secretly
No.
want the millionaire, right?
I think what
so
would happen
wait,
is
is
they
it
pick the
ugly
millionaire and
fat
cheat on
rich
her.
woman? Ugly fat rich woman versus ugly fat old rich woman.
Yeah.
Versus
Young,
Okay.
hot Starbucks
They
barista.
would
Ugly-
take advantage of her wealth and then sleep with whatever young woman they want. That's what I think
Yeah,
would
but if they
happen.
could choose one.
Yeah, what is it? I don't think.
Yeah, but if they could
Yeah,
choose one.
you're saying if
so
just
without
for
changing
banging,
the question, if they could choose one.
they would bang. If they had to pick one to bang, it would be the 24-year-old chick.
No, if they had to
this
pick one
is
to
a
be
date
with.
to marry. Date to marry.
To live their entire life, maybe I'm too female-brained or whatever. I would find it very hard for so many men to just be like, no, like I actually would pick the 24-year-old barista.
They would.
Well, anyways,
And I'm not saying, I don't want you to be confused by this. I don't want you to think that I'm saying 51% would. I don't want you to be confused and think that I'm saying 60%
You're saying
would.
like 99.
I want you to understand that it would be 90+% of men who would pick the young, hot Starbucks barista. And I would like to know from your worldview why you think that is, other than because you would value the status of the millionaire.
I
Pull us
think
up.
guys like to think of themselves as, oh, and I shouldn't say guys in general because it's not in general. I think there's a subsection of men who like to view themselves as, you know, valiant, like, oh, I'll protect her, I'll take care of her, blah, 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 blah.
No, they
like,
want to
that's
fuck
why,
her. They want to fuck
or,
her.
you know, yeah, I just want to fuck, whatever.
No, do you know why they want to fuck young, hot women? Do you know why
They're
they
going
do?
to say because of the reproductive
Yeah,
value.
what else would it be?
Yeah. I think right now,
If the primary
especially
edict
as our,
is to breed, like what else would it be?
okay, do you think looks is all that matters?
No, of course not.
What else?
Well, I think it's situational. So
What do you
I
mean by
think,
that? Yeah,
so
sorry.
I think that it's conditional upon the situation of the man, that some things could change when it comes to that. But I would always say this, that primarily attraction does have to be there. And attraction not only does have to be there, but it has to be there long term. Both people have to be attracted to each other or it won't work. You can't falsify attraction. So yeah, attraction is still going to be the number one edict.
Do you think there are factors for men that influence attraction outside of physical appearance?
Yes, but not nearly as much. So it's overwhelmingly going to be this one category first. You couldn't have umbrella trains from it, right? But the thing is that I want to, for the rest of my life, want to be attracted to my wife.
Why do these other factors influence?
Oh, for a variety of reasons. Because men have external preferences to just singular things.
No, but I'm saying okay. When it comes to physical attraction, there is a basis, right? You're saying reproductive value. Is it fair?
That's why you value youth, yeah.
Yes. Is it fair to say that other factors are also influenced by reproductive value, like basically outside of beauty?
Ulysses the Pagan donated $100. I would marry the hot barista and then steal her tips. See, I can force in outliners too, Pxie.
Anyway,
Speaking of which, really quickly, we do have the poll results in. There's they're still coming in, but there's over 900 votes. Which would you date, marry? It's 93% hot 25-year-old minimum wage woman versus, it just shifted to 92. 8% say the ugly, fat 35-year-old rich woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now it's
Okay.
back to 93.
Okay, so basically, why?
so wait. Remember I told you earlier, not 60%.
I know, okay.
Not 70%. Not 80%. 90+% of men would prefer this.
Okay,
And these are probably trolls who are
yeah.
voting for the...
She has an
Well,
audience. They've got to be offsetting it with that other 7%.
No, my audience is nothing.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Anyways,
Those are just Andrew haters, right? But anyway, go ahead.
do you think that basically the other factors outside of physical appearance are also influenced by the reproductive value they have? I'm going to use intelligence as an example, right? The whole idea why, like, I want to mate, I want to reproduce, whatever. So theoretically speaking, a guy would value intelligence in a woman because it means that genetically
Men don't value intelligence in women.
Oh, okay, interesting. Is it enough to just reproduce?
For men,
Yeah.
it's enough for most men. Yeah, to be with a hot chick, that's enough.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is that
So I think that they don't want their women to like be knuckle dragging retards, but when you're talking about hyper intelligent or high intelligent, I think that you're talking about like they want them to be really, really smart, right? That's like an attractive feature.
what I'm trying to say, kind of. What I'm trying to say is that it's not.
I mean, I think that they have to be able to like, do basic things like cook and clean. I'm not sure that they need to be fucking neurosurgeons. No, I don't think they care about that. No.
Yeah, men care about not just their child only being born, but their child surviving, right? Otherwise, that defeats the entire purpose. If
Yeah,
the child
but that's why
reproduces
youth
and
is
dies 2
selected
seconds
for.
later. Yeah, okay, so we agree. It's not just enough for the child to be born. The child has to survive and thrive. Because
Okay.
otherwise, there's no point in reproduction. They're born and they die 2 seconds later. No. Okay, so now that we've established that,
Yeah, but how hard is it to keep a kid alive?
Yeah, okay.
Literal fucking retards can do this.
now what is it? The question becomes, and it's what's going to be better for the kid to thrive?
Yeah,
A smart mom or a dumb mom?
You're thinking way far past what men are thinking about.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like reproductively.
No, you're thinking like a woman.
Like genetically.
You're thinking maternally. You select men based on the fact of what is the longevity of our children going to be like? Men don't select you for that. They don't need to.
Okay, reproductively speaking, if it's not enough to just have your child be born, your child has to thrive, because otherwise there's no purpose of it being born if it's going to die and not actually be able to reproduce and continue your family lineage.
Almost every woman can do this because it's not difficult to do.
Okay. Do you
it is
want
super
your family...
not difficult to keep a baby alive, in other words.
Okay, but it's not just that, right? It's not just keeping the baby alive. It's having the baby thrive eventually so he can spread your lineage.
Yeah, but he thinks that the baby's going to thrive based on his ability to produce, not your ability to keep it alive.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why?
Because just reproducing, as we established before, is not enough. If the baby is born, and even if the baby meets a minimum standard of being alive, that doesn't necessarily, according to your view of like, essentially like hierarchy, the baby has to be able to climb or get higher in the hierarchy so that they can then reproduce and continue the family lineage. Men aren't
thinking in those terms. You're wrong.
You're saying we agreed evolutionarily that men want their children to thrive. It's not enough for it to be born.
Stop. The mechanism for which that occurs, we have two very distinct opinions about. So let me explain. I firmly 100% believe, having raised many children into maturity, that keeping a child alive is fucking easy. And it's even easy for a woman to do because they're designed to stay alive. And so what happens is even 70, 80 IQ, dumbass women can keep a child alive. Men don't bank on the fact, never bank on the fact, that, oh, well, when this baby is fucking 5 or 6, what are the values she's going to instill? They don't think like that. What they think instead is the kid going to be healthy? I can do all that shit. I can instill the values. I can instill the program. I can instill all of that.
Okay. What child is going to be easier to install these values or programs in? An average
actually, if the
smart child,
actually, if the mom is kind of stupid, that would make it way
child.
Easier for you to download your programming into the kid's brain.
Okay.
Because then what's the mom going to say? She's too dumb to argue.
50-50.
What's that?
Genetics are 50-50.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Mike Davis donated $100. Andrew, forget this debate for a minute. I want to hear you speak on that fat juice head fake tough guy who tried to alpha you on Fresh and Fit. Roast that bozo.
Well, apparently he just got swatted. And he was caught on the steps of some fucking apartment or something, crying his eyes out, and that was all caught on film because he is I mean, like you said, I guess he's the alpha of the alphas. But anyway, I don't endorse any of that, by the way. No swatting ever. That's gross. But him crying, that's funny.
Yeah. So if genetics are 50-50, then the mother's intelligence matters just as much as your intelligence.
Yeah, but this is a logical argument to preference. I'm talking about what men prefer, not whether or not it's logical.
Yeah, and I'm saying...
that they prefer that.
What is it? I'm saying if you are arguing that men care about beauty because that's linked to fertility and that's linked to your child surviving, they should... Not just should. I do think they do care about intelligence, even though you're saying not. This is where I don't think you're saying the truth. Because
I'll tell you the truth. I'm going to be unequivocally as truthful as I can possibly be. Okay? Men don't give a fuck about you being a doctor or a lawyer or the potential to be a doctor or lawyer because you have some big high IQ. They don't fucking care. Here's what they care about. They care that you have a really nice ass and a nice pair of boobs and you look like you're going to bear children. And the reason they value the big boobs and the nice hip ratio and all of that is because intuitively they can see, genetically, ingrained in them, they know that you can bear their offspring. So what happens is, from the evolutionary standpoint, right, when they see you, it makes their penis hard. And they go, I want to have sex with her. And that's as far as they're usually thinking about it.
Very simple question. You have a 25-year-old hot woman. You have another 25-year-old hot woman, equally hot. One is more intelligent than the other. You're saying to you,
This underscore bish underscore projecting donated $100. You said he'd exploit her plus cheat because that's, at its core, what women do to men. It's her nature, so you assume we are the same.
Right, exactly.
Men seek wealth because it wins them better women.
Right.
Evil shit boo. Smiley
don't fucking
face.
care.
Smiley face. Smiley face.
Yeah, so anyway,
wait.
Also,
Let me
thank you,
get
Mike
my
Davis.
Go
sentence
ahead.
out.
Yeah, no, you were saying.
go ahead. You're going to equalize
Yes.
the primary
20
value.
Yeah,
The 225.
you have a 25-year-old hot woman and another
have the-
25. Let me finish.
yeah.
Let me say the full sentence.
The answer is the
let me
intelligence. You
finish.
would select for the intelligence at that point.
Okay, yeah. So if you had a 25-year-old hot woman, another one 25-year-old hot
You would
woman,
select for
equally
the
the same.
intelligence.
Yeah, you would select for intelligence.
Yeah, but why?
Because
Because you've equalized the primary value. So now, let me give you the counter to this because it's really simple. Now we don't have the equalizing of the primary value. Okay, so the one chick is less hot and more smart, and the other chick is less smart and more hot. Who does the man go for?
yeah, I think it depends on how big. Because I'm pretty sure there's some guys who would take a slightly less attractive woman
wait, you
who's
just-
going to guarantee that their
What do you
child
mean?
is basically going to be the
I'm
next
basing,
Elon Musk.
Wait. I'm basing it in the same exact hypothetical you gave me. You said we're going to equalize the primary thing that men are interested in. We equalized it.
Yeah.
One is more intelligent than the other. I'm giving you the exact same hypothetical back with the only differentiation being, okay, now the primary edict here has been lopsided to the same degree that the intelligence was. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so you're saying one is smarter but less
however smart you in your conditional hypothetical are claiming the one woman is exactly how less attractive she is in mine. So which one is he selecting for?
Yeah, now you're reversing it. So I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
no.
know.
I know what you're saying. I understand what you're
That's
saying.
exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So answer.
Okay.
Like I did.
So yeah, a lot of men would pick the hotter one.
Yeah, there you go.
But
That's that.
there's easily scenarios where you have a woman who is maybe slightly less attractive, but
Sure.
super freaking smart, and a woman who is, more attractive, less smart. There's
Hey,
a lot of men who would pick the smarter
7%
woman.
of men would take the
I think
fucking
more
ugly
than
millionaire.
7%. If you could guarantee, or very high likelihood that your child is going to be the next Elon Musk, would you not take it?
If I had a crystal ball.
Let's say this woman is so intelligent, and you know that, let's say,
But she was ugly?
not even ugly, just slightly less attractive.
Well, no. In that case, maybe I would equalize it that way. But
Wait,
now
so
you,
really? So
but
if you
now
had a
have-
woman who was hotter by
Let me
slightly...
answer the question. When you say slightly, right, that could mean like, I don't know, her nose is in a slightly different position than what I would prefer, right? When you say slightly, what does that mean?
Yeah, it means that we have two women.
Uh-huh.
One's a little hotter, but dumber. The other one is a little less hotter, but a lot smarter.
Yeah, so if you would to take a secondary conditional, like you were to say, we could do this with money too. Oh, this chick her nose is in a slightly different position than I would ordinarily like. But other than that, she's just as hot as this other chick, but she has $2 million. Sure, we can use that as an offset. I'll absolutely bite that bullet because it doesn't do shit to my argument, which is that when it comes to selection, the primary edict is going to be the value of the looks. And when you say that there's these tangentials to this, right, that men select and value for, I've already agreed that that's true, but to a massively lesser degree than the primary edict. In this case, you've taken the tangential, which I've already agreed they value to a much lesser degree, and put it at a massive higher degree than the slight amount of offset from them being hot.
Because the point
so all
that
you've
I'm
done is
trying
make
to-
my fucking point
No,
for
the
me.
point that I'm
Triangle.
trying to illustrate...
Triangle for you.
The point that I'm trying to illustrate here is that you said in the beginning that men don't give a shit about intelligence.
They
They just
don't.
care if you're
They
hot.
don't fucking care.
But we have just illustrated multiple examples where you said, you know what? The more intelligent one, despite the hotness factor. So, yeah.
No. What's happened is the argument started, and I can even show you in my notes, with you saying that they value other things other than this, and me agreeing that that is true. They do value other things other than this, but that the primary thing they value, primary thing. For instance, you would agree with me that men would value a woman with $2 million, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but when put to the poll of she does have that $2 million, but she's not fucking hot, they value the hot one over the $2 million. So we now have an order of operations of what they value. We know that they value the looks over whatever this tangential thing is. That includes intelligence and this and that. But if you were to make a tiny offset, a slight offset to the primary edict here, and you were to take one of these kinds of tangentials and make it overwhelmingly high in order to take care of this tiny offset, that I can literally concede to that, and it makes my fucking point.
Okay.
Keep going. Sorry. I'm helping them out here.
It's okay. Sorry, I got distracted.
Sorry.
The point that I'm trying to illustrate, or as I stated before, well, first of all, I do think most men are capping when they're talking about like the hotness of a woman versus multimillionaires, whatever.
Prove it.
I think
that's not what they marry.
What is it?
Millionaires are marrying fucking poor women. Millionaire women ain't marrying poor men.
Okay.
Sorry.
What do you think?
There's actors out there dating 20-year-old hot women who are not fucking actresses, but show me all of the famous millionaire women who are out there fucking dating the Starbucks barista who's a man.
J-Lo.
J-Lo what?
Didn't she have like a young, like 24?
Yeah, is she married to him? Probably not.
Oh, I just got him. Sorry. I just read physical engineering is a different field than applied engineering. But sorry, that was, let me go back to the main focus. I agree. Most rich women, well, I don't know, because you have cougars. Like, we have a literal entire field. We have a name for this of, rich older women that go for younger men.
The cougars aren't marrying them.
I donated this fucking $200 just to get this dumb argument across. Please let this sink in. Men don't give a rat's ass about a woman's intelligence. We just don't.
Don't fucking care. Like, look, the thing is that if you make these value judgments, I'm willing to concede to your value judgments. I am willing to concede that men value all these different things. They value intelligence. They value kindness. There's a million different kind of like attributes that I would say men value. What I'm saying is that the primary value that they value more than any of those is the idea that you're fucking hot. That's what they value more than anything else. More than any of those tangentials. Now, you can create offsets.
This is so not true. I'm sorry.
Stop. You can create offsets where you say that I can slightly decrease the primary attribute to the point that it's almost who cares? Like nose in a slightly different position, eyelashes a little longer than I'd like, but I can compensate for that with she has $8 million or she's a fucking 160 IQ neurosurgeon. Sure, I'll concede to that. Who gives a fuck?
I want to go back to a couple of things. You were saying, these women aren't marrying like these younger men or whatever.
They're not.
The vast majority are not, but the vast majority of millionaire men are not marrying the 25-year-old baristas either.
No, but far more of them are than the opposite.
The vast majority of people, though, if we're talking about, society as a whole, we're not just talking about outliers, not just age range, we're talking about class lines. Most wealthy people marry other wealthy people. That's just how it be.
Yeah,
so the whole idea, like, look at these subsection of men that are marrying younger women.
But
that's not the vast majority of society.
Though in the avenue of what's pursued. So this is a really interesting phenomenon, which is that, interestingly enough, women's mate selection, when we see what they're moving towards, it seems to be a smaller section of men than it is for men towards women. Meaning that men seem to want a much larger pool of women than the opposite. Why would that be? Well, it's because women desire a few different traits. They want men who are taller than them. Of course, men don't give a fuck if women are taller than them or shorter than them. They don't fucking care. Women want, generally, for men to make slightly more money than they do, or at least on par with the money they do. Men don't give a fuck if they make as much money as they do, right? Women prefer probably to have a mate who they think, can maybe fix cars or has a bunch of practical skills and things like this. Men, again, don't give a flying fuck. So what happens is the pool opens much wider for men because they're selecting for one primary thing over all others. Women aren't doing that. Yes, will women marry unattractive men who have really high status or get together with them? They do it all the fucking time, right? Men, on the other hand, are not going to settle down generally with a woman who's fucking ugly as shit. They're looking for some kind of woman who has some kind of beauty standard. That's it.
As I stated before, the reason why women are looking for people who have around like the same status as they do or higher is because women are still expected to take on the vast majority of home labor and are, basically unhappy with how uneven that system is. Women do not want to be doing both home labor and out home labor. They want to be able to either basically pick one or have it be around equal for both partners.
Then
so
why,
when you have a society,
how do you explain women saying then their preference?
Lol Paladins donated $100. She is also conflating intelligence with university brainwashing. Smart women are rare and nice. A woman with a degree is actually a negative. Most women aren't neurosurgeons, worthless debt.
But even if we were to grant it, Lol Paladins, even if we were just to kind of grant her idea of this, it still wouldn't negate my point. So who cares? But I mean, it's a good point. I'm just saying it doesn't negate mine either way.
As I said before about like home labor, essentially. What was the question that you asked?
Well, so you were saying that the reason that women are selecting for this is because they don't want to do both the external work and have to do the home labor. But the thing that's really interesting is that men are showing...
Oh, sorry, I remember what you asked.
Men are showing a consistent desire to have women stay home where they don't have to do any external labor, and women are still shutting them down. They say, no, that doesn't go in with my preference of having my own safety net and having my own career, which is the thing that I desire, not to stay at home. So this argument that you are making right now, no, women would definitely hook up or end up marrying these guys if only they wouldn't make them work and stay at home, is kind of moot because they don't want that.
Yeah, women basically want to be able to have their own career and have somebody who is willing to take 50% of the at-home labor.
Sounds like they're demanding a higher status from men than men are demanding from
women.
women.
No, they're demanding somebody to also take at-home labor. So when you look at like a lot of reasons why women divorce, one of them is like basically like differences in the household, unsatisfaction.
What's the number one? What's the number one reason they divorce? Irreconcilable differences.
Yeah, followed by money problem. What do you think those irreconcilable differences are?
Well, usually when Pew Research dove into this, it was really interesting because I had the same question. What the fuck? What does that mean, irreconcilable differences? The woman says, I fell out of love. He didn't give me the butterflies
Why
anymore.
do you think that happened?
Well, when they dive into it, they just say over time, in many cases, these women say there was nothing wrong with him. He just didn't give me the feeling anymore.
Yeah, at least from what I've researched, it seems like a lot of these women, when it comes to especially households where the basically chore discrepancy is large and the women are still making around the same as the guy, they start feeling like they're mothers essentially to their men. They feel like, oh, here I am being like basically the same level of breadwinner and now having to do the cleaning, do the picking up.
But they're divorcing at the same rates even if the man is significantly making more money than them.
I am not certain about that. I would have to see the exact study.
Well, not only is it certain, but I mean, if you take the pool, right? Here's the edges.
I'm 99% sure people with higher brackets are less likely to divorce.
In higher brackets, they're less likely to be divorced because both of them are in a higher bracket.
So why are you saying
that's interesting
not the case?
Is that because you have the center class, which is accounting for most marriages, not the higher class or the lower class, but the center class. The lower class, less likely to get divorced. Higher class, more likely to get divorced. Higher class, more likely to stay together. But what about this massive center, this center hole? Yeah. Well, when you look at the preferences in this massive center, which is accommodating almost all of these marriages, most of them, in fact, you find something really interesting, which is that men, their preference is we'll do a little more without, okay? And you can stay at home. Women say, no, fuck that. I don't want that. I don't prefer that lifestyle. I want to work. Okay, so I want to split these chores with you. And he's like, no, I don't want to split chores. I want to work. You do the chores at home. They want a traditional marriage, in other words. Women are saying no. They're opting out of that. So again, if we go back to your idea of status as being the symbol of patriarchy, it appears to me that women are demanding that men reach such a status where they not only are earning the same amount okay, or more, but are also splitting the housework. Whereas men,
You're
their
asking for the
idea,
equal status.
their idea of this is actually less. No, it's not equal.
Yes.
It's a privilege to stay at home. It's not a privilege
It's
to
not
fucking
a privilege
work.
to have to do everybody's chores, laundry,
Oh
cleaning.
no, you have to do your own
No,
fucking
it's
laundry.
not.
Ah.
Why do you think if it
Being
why,
a housewife
why do you
is
think,
the easiest fucking job
Okay,
on planet Earth.
why-
Don't ever try to bullshit me. I've had one for years.
Okay, if this was the
Easiest
case,
job
if this was
ever.
the case, why do fucking rich people outsource that labor if it's basically nothing?
What do you mean? Why not?
What?
Because they're
it's
busy
labor.
touring. They're busy
labor
touring.
is not glamorous.
They're busy touring
Glamorous
fucking
is
Italy.
not. What is it? Labor is not glamorous. It's
Yeah,
a
so what?
labor. When
What
you
does that
can
have to do with
outsource it,
anything?
you do.
Wait,
so
wait, hang on, back
nobody's
up.
like, wow, I'm staying at home and I'm making the same amount of money. This is so much fun.
Let me
like
get this-
obviously,
let me
if
get
you're
this
making
right.
more money, you want the person to do the same level of labor
I
at
just
home.
want to make sure, right? If you're trying to make the case that labor is labor and labor hard, therefore people don't want to do labor, sure, I agree. But you do way more fucking labor having a job than being a stay-at-home mom. What are you talking about?
That's where people would disagree.
Who?
because
Who
I
would disagree? Okay, let's go through
I,
it.
I would say it's a different type of labor.
I
would say at
yeah,
least.
okay, well,
hey,
let's
no,
go
no,
through it.
listen. Yeah, let's get through it.
Let's get through
At
it.
least when it comes to labor in the house, like outside the household, I am guaranteeing a level of wealth for myself. Versus if I'm just doing internal household labor, it becomes significantly harder for me to make my own business or to continue making money. So it means it's less stable. It means I am now.
That's because you're
dependent-
doing less work.
Yeah.
And I thought
Not
our
just-
whole issue
not
was
just
labor.
Less work.
Yes,
not just
less work.
Not just less work, which honestly is contentious. Whatever.
Well, yeah, but let's start with that contention.
No. You
I'm
are
sorry, you
not
keep
making.
jumping around. Let's
you're
start
not
with
making
contention
money.
one.
You're not making. You can be.
Yeah,
You can
okay,
have.
great. You can
I
prattle
can-
all you want.
No,
I'll wait
it's
till you're
not
done
babbling.
prattling, but you're not going to get away from the question.
I can be at home. Let's say I live in a pigsty and I have to do 20 amount more labor than if I went out to work.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how hard the labor is at home because the point of the matter is I am not making money at home.
Great. So now let's get back to this idea first before I address point 2 and 3 because you always bring them up in 4s because you gish gallop a lot.
It's not gish gallop.
Let's just start with the first point. Can you explain to me how being a housewife, can you walk me through your Labor Day? Go ahead, walk me through the Labor Day you think a housewife goes through.
I'm basically cooking, cleaning, taking care of, well, it depends on what type of household you're in. But let's say for the very basics, very essentials, you're cooking, cleaning, and most likely taking care of children.
Okay, so let's say you have 2 kids at home.
Yeah.
Okay. One is 5, and the other one is 10. Okay. Walk me through your housewife day.
I wake up.
What time?
What is it? Probably early because I have to get the kids to school.
What time?
Either 6 or 7 a.m.
Okay, so you wake up at 7 a.m. Gotcha. Okay. Kids get on the bus, right?
Well, no, first I have to cook breakfast.
You don't have to cook breakfast.
Most housewives will.
Most schools have free breakfast.
That's definitely not true.
It's
most
definitely
schools
true.
definitely do not have free
They
breakfast.
most
That's why
definitely
they're
true.
trying to pass bills across the state. Okay.
But even
Whatever.
assuming
Okay.
that you give them a fucking Go-Gurt and a bowl of
no.
cereal, you
Let's-
give them a bowl of
I have
cereal
to
on their
cook-
way out.
Okay. Whatever. You're asking me my day as a housewife. I'm telling you.
Okay, you tell me
I
your
cook
day.
breakfast
Okay.
for them
gonna
and for
cook
my
breakfast.
husband.
And what are you cooking for breakfast on an average day?
Let's say I'm making, eggs, bacon, pancakes.
Every day.
Typical American breakfast.
You're making that every day, huh?
Maybe not every day, but a few
How many
times a
days do you
week.
think a week you would make eggs and bacon and sausage and toast for the kids?
Let's say 2 or 3 times.
Oh, you're going to make it 3 times. Okay. 3 times. Okay, so then what happens?
Then I have to get the children ready for school, which
Mm-hmm.
means that I have to make sure that they put on, basically, get ready, put on your
Yeah,
clothes,
20
whatever.
minutes. We got 20
They're
minutes.
brushing their teeth.
Yeah, 20 minutes of
making
labor.
sure that they have everything in their, what is it? That's more than 20 minutes, by the way.
To get kids ready for school?
To make sure that their, lunchbox has everything, because I have to pack their lunch too.
You pack it the night before.
Okay, well, we can add those minutes of labor at the end anyways. What is it? I also have to make sure that...
So you're up at 7 a.m. You've cooked breakfast, eggs and bacon and sausage. I'm going to give you a generous 30 minutes for that. 20 minutes of getting them ready. Now they're at school.
Okay.
Now, how long do you not have to take care of kids while they're at school?
You're going to say, they're at school for 8 hours.
Uh-huh. So 8 hours of labor gone.
But no, because in between that time, I have to make sure I'm cleaning everything.
Oh,
I have to
okay.
make
so
sure
let's
that the
go through.
groceries
How
are
big is your
filled.
house?
Let's say it's an average, or this is not average, whatever. Let's say it's a 3-bedroom. I'm wealthy
Okay,
enough
so
to
how
have
many
to
square
get-
feet is a 3-bedroom?
I don't know. I can't think from the top of my head.
Okay, so an average 3-bedroom house, I'll just give you the square footage here. We'll say we're going to be really generous, give you a nice big house, 3,000 square feet.
That's big.
Okay.
Big house.
That takes time. Also,
So hang
I'm
on,
sorry.
walk me through your
Wait.
3-bedroom,
Can we
3,000
pause
square
for
foot
1
house.
second? I want to pause for 1 second.
I don't
We
want to
know-
pause. I want you to walk me through
Okay,
your day.
no, because here's
No,
the
no, 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 walk me through your day.
I am
Walk me through your day.
I am walking you through the
Good,
day.
then finish walking me through your
But
day.
here's the deal.
Okay, here we go.
Whatever.
Obfuscation.
It's not obfuscation.
It's gonna be obfuscation.
Just look at the fucking general market. We know how much we value this labor because when we outsource it to other people,
It costs $17 an hour.
it costs more than 17
No,
bucks
it
an hour
costs
to get your
$17
house
an hour.
cleaned. In most
I have a
places-
maid service. What are you talking about?
Okay. I don't want to be that person. Whatever. I grew up with a family that could afford that. I
Costs
understand.
$17 an hour. They come once a week and
It's
do a
more
deep
than
clean. It takes them
17
3
hours.
hours to do a deep clean. 17 an hour. Anyway, so 3-bedroom, 3,000 square foot. Walk me through the rest of your fucking day. Kids are gone. What's the first thing you're going to do?
Probably clean
Clean what?
breakfast.
Okay, so you clean breakfast. That's going to take you, what, 15 minutes?
It's going to take me more. I mean, what is it? That's 4
You
people.
take the dishes, you rinse them, you put them in the fucking dishwasher. This
Okay.
is not rocket science.
It's not just what is it that. It's also like crumbs on the floor, vacuuming, wiping down the table.
What are your fucking kids, animals?
I mean, it
Your
doesn't
kids are
matter
fucking.
if-
Did they just take their plate and put their whole face in it? Or
No,
like,
I mean, what is
What
it?
are you talking about?
Like it's just basic, right? Like
That's
don't-
not basic. My kids don't fucking stick their whole face in a
It
plate
doesn't
and
matter
slop
if they
around
don't
like
stick
pigs.
the whole thing in the plate. It's
Yeah,
just
there's
that-
no crumbs. There's not shit all over the floor. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, so you got, but let's just say you pick up a few crumbs and this and that, okay, from your animal kids who you can't control because you're a bad mom. So now we've got, hang on, so now we're what,
Vacuuming,
30
wiping
minutes?
down.
30 minutes to clean up breakfast?
Maybe more. Whatever.
Okay, how long does it take you to clean up fucking
30
breakfast?
minutes. Let's say 30 minutes.
I swear I could clean
Let's
up a
do it.
breakfast for 6 men in 30 minutes.
Okay, let's say 30 minutes.
Okay,
Whatever.
30 minutes.
What is it? Then I'd probably have to vacuum, like clean down whatever the different rooms in the house.
And
make
how
sure
long
that
does
the
this
kids.
take?
Depends on how big the house is. You said 3,000.
3,000 square feet, yeah. You got to vacuum the house.
Oh, plus laundry.
Yeah, what if you have hardwood floors like most, sane people do when they have kids?
I mean, you still have to vacuum and wipe down, mop.
Yeah, so you mop. So you're going to mop. You're going
What
to do
is
this
that?
every
That's like
day, by the way?
You'd probably do it. It depends on what basically like every other day.
Okay, well, let's just use your most load-heavy day. So this day, you're gonna clean the house. So
Okay.
this is your most load-heavy day you can think of.
Yeah. Okay. So that would probably take me. I don't know. It could be like anywhere like 2 hours.
It's going to take you 2 fucking hours, really?
If I'm doing all the rooms, and if I'm doing what is it, vacuuming.
You're going to deep clean every room in your house
It's not
once
deep
a week?
cleaning. I'm talking about like mopping. I'm then talking about vacuuming.
It's going to take you 2 hours to vacuum your
A
house?
fucking 3,000 square feet and vacuum plus mopping. I'm putting both.
And
of
you're
them
going to do this
together.
every day?
I'm not saying every day.
Okay, but on your labor-intensive day. Okay, so we're going to add 2 hours. Now what?
Okay. Then I have to check if there's enough food in the fridge, if I have to go out to the supermarket or not. Like basically take into consideration that. Sorry, I'm so fidgety.
That's fine, you're
I have
fine.
Okay.
ADHD.
So you've taken into so now you need to go to the store and get something from the supermarket.
Yeah, I have to get food for everybody.
Okay,
at
so
the
you have to get food.
supermarket.
So how long does that take you?
I don't know. Most people take like an hour in the supermarket.
Okay, so we got an hour. Okay, what else?
Okay. Then basically you get back home. You do have free time now, or you have some level of free time. You either basically can like lay around, wait.
So you're gonna lay around and wait for how many hours? So I mean, we've got
I
three.
think-
So now I want to tell you where you're at in your day so
Yeah.
far. Okay, this is what I have. Your day
Oh,
started,
take out the trash.
and this takes hours, I'm sure.
No, it doesn't take hours.
How
but
long?
It's just another thing to add onto the list.
How long? 2
Like-
minutes?
Yeah, basically 5 minutes.
5
whatever.
minutes? We'll just like be really generous here.
Yeah.
Okay, so far, I have the count at, and I think this is very generous to you, 4 hours of work, and now you're lazing around your house. Okay,
But
so
it's
hang
not
on.
just-
By the time you're doing this, I want to let you know your day started at 7.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do we got? 8, 9, 10. So now it's 11 o'clock, and you ain't doing shit.
Okay,
The
but then
kids
your
get out of
children-
school at what time?
3.
They get out at 3:30.
Okay, so I have to go pick up
we
my
have
kids.
so we have 4 hours of you not doing shit right now.
Okay, wait. Let's continue.
Okay.
The kids get back home. Or you have to go pick up the kids, right?
No, you can have the school bus drop them off like every human being on planet Earth usually does. But even assuming you have to go pick them up, we'll generously add
Okay,
another
let's say
30
even
minutes.
a school bus picks them up. Unless if your kids are, unless if you're like a bad mom, basically. Or, I don't want to say that because there's so many different, whatever.
You're bad mom if the school bus drops off your kids?
No. I'm about to say you're gonna have to take them to extracurriculars unless if they have none. So
At 10?
yeah.
What extracurricular? Is your kid going to be in the fucking Einstein program?
Are you
what
kidding me?
extracurriculars?
Did you not have extracurriculars when you were 10?
No.
Okay.
What
everybody I know.
extracurriculars are there at 10?
Easy, simple sports like volleyball or soccer or whatever.
You
know,
think I'm
program.
gonna? You think that kids at 10 years old are
I
out at their
did.
fucking tee? What were you doing at 10?
I was doing volleyball.
At 10?
Yes. I'm not
Every day
joking.
after school?
Not every day, but
How
like
many days after school?
I think like twice or maybe 3 times. I
Okay,
would
so
say.
you got to pick the one kid up from school.
And then the other one probably has other different extracurricular activities.
Okay, so
as
you
well.
pick them both up.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we've lazed around for 4 hours. Now you're doing work again. You've gone and picked them both up. That takes an hour. Now what?
Now you have to drive them to their extracurriculars.
No. You've picked them up from their extracurriculars.
Well, no, okay. You pick them up from school, then you have to take them to their extracurriculars, and then you have to be there.
You went to volleyball absent your school?
What do you mean?
Didn't you just, when you were done with school, you had volleyball at the school, right?
Not always. Sometimes when you have like those groups or whatever, they have practices like outside, or they have
That's
them.
fucking rare. They do it at school.
Not all schools. Okay, well.
What?
I didn't.
You're in a 3,000 square foot house in the poorest community on planet Earth that
No,
doesn't do
it's not
volleyball
the
training
poor-
at the school?
I literally, what is it? Sometimes they do, but sometimes they have outside training.
All right. Okay, so we got another hour. We're at 5 hours of actual labor and 4 hours of lazing. So give me the rest of the 8 hours here in your labor-intensive
Okay,
day.
so then include bringing them back from the extracurriculars.
Okay, so I'll add another hour there. Now we're at
Okay.
6 hours.
Helping them with all their different homework.
Okay, so how long does that take you
It
to do a
depends how much
10-year-old's homework?
Have you ever had?
Yes, I have. Have you?
I mean, I've helped my younger cousins before.
But okay, how long?
Let's say it takes an hour, not because.
1 hour. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're at 7 hours of labor.
Yeah.
This is your most labor-intensive day. Better give me some more because we're only at 7 hours. What
Okay.
else we got? You forgot dinner, right?
Yeah. Now
Definitely got
got
to do dinner. That's an hour.
Yeah.
So now we're at 8 hours, right?
And now you have to clean after dinner.
Now we have to clean after dinner. So that's
you have to
30
pack
minutes. Now we're
lunch.
at 8.5 hours, right?
Yeah. And now, what is it? You have to pack their lunch for the next day. 'cause
Sure.
You said include it at the end. So that means I get to make lunch. So what is that? 30 minutes, an hour?
Hey, sure. We'll get 30 minutes.
Okay.
So now we're at 9 hours.
And then, what is it? None of this includes basically the stuff that you have to do outside of school for your children. So whether it be, or I guess extracurriculars kind of counts, but that's like part of school. But now I'm thinking like, okay, like being involved in like play dates, being involved in.
Okay, so now it's bedtime, basically, right?
Okay, yeah, you have to get them ready for
Oh,
bedtime.
yeah, you get them ready to bed. We got 30 minutes. Now we're at 9.5 hours, and then you go to bed after chilling for a while, right? So we got 9.5 hours of labor on your most labor-intensive day.
Yeah.
Can you walk me through your least labor-intensive day and what that looks like?
Okay, yeah, sure. There's some days where all you have to do is cook and clean.
How many hours do you think in your least labor-intensive days?
In my least labor-intensive days. Well, no, not just cook and clean. Bringing them in and out of school and extracurriculars. But maybe they don't have extra. Okay, least labor-intensive, I'd say like 3 hours.
3 hour days. Okay. How many of those are you going to have a week?
Depends. Maybe 3 or 4.
Okay, so we'll say, just to be conservative, 3.
Okay.
And then on your kind of medium days, we'd split it and say like 6 hours.
Okay, sure.
Okay, 6 hours.
And then that's not.
So now let's come up with our labor value
Wait.
here.
And to be clear, this is
Mm-hmm.
not including basically setting up things like play dates for your kids going to other places or for the kids coming to your house. You know, ideally, if you can.
We'll add
if you
some of that
have-
on. So let's say
Okay.
3 days a week at 3 hours. Okay.
And
So
then,
now we're at 9 hours of total work just on your lightest days. 9 hours total. Then we're going to add in your heaviest day, which is going to be another 9 hours. We're at 18. Okay. That leaves us with the split of 6 at 4. So that's going to be plus 6, plus 6, plus 6, plus 6.
Did we never included laundry.
Yeah, okay. How long for laundry? You put it in the washer and you walk away from it.
Well, no, because you also
Are
have
you
to
doing
put
it
away
by
all
hand?
the clothes, and you're also having to strip
The
the
kids at
sheets.
10 put their own clothes away. Didn't you teach your kids nothing?
What
Are your
is
kids
it?
dumb?
You
They
still
already
have-
are eating out of a trough.
You still have to do your family, your husband and yours, unless if you're
Mm-hmm.
giving your husband labor at home. But assuming you're staying at home, no.
So we're
and then
at,
you're also putting away.
So at a generous,
yeah.
very generous of me, by the way, I'm going to give you in 7 days 45 hours of labor. 7 days. Okay. So now let's go ahead and divide that. Okay. At 7, you're averaging 6 hours of labor a day. What do you think your husband's averaging of labor per day?
Yeah, you're gonna say 9 to 5, basically.
No. He's supporting an entire family. He ain't working 40 hours a fucking week. No fucking way
It
he's
depends on
working
his
40 hours a
fucking income
week.
bracket. 100%.
Yeah, okay, the average income bracket. This guy's pulling in at least 60 hours a week taking care of a family, right?
I don't know, honestly. I don't.
Okay, well,
the
let's just
average
give it
person is
40.
not
Let's just
working
give it
60 hours
40.
a week.
He's still doing 8 hours a day of labor and way less of a labor window than you are. 5 days versus 7. He's still working harder than you. If we give you
Is he
the
doing-
maximum amount of labor I can think of, he's still working harder
Is he
than you.
doing, what is it? Is he doing physical labor or is his job service?
Any labor he's doing is harder than what you have described.
No, I disagree.
Really, vacuuming? Vacuuming and driving to get stuff from the store.
The difference, and I'll tell maybe
You can do your job in your pajamas.
What is it?
Literally.
So basically, and there's been like a couple of studies on this, anyways. The 9 to 5 job.
Oh, thank God there's been studies.
Yeah, no. You can laugh at me all you want. The facts are facts. Nobody actually works 9 to 5.
Yeah, well, then I'm going to assume you don't actually work
Well, no,
this
'cause
amount of labor either.
Okay. The point being is that it seems like even though people go to the office 9 to
seems-
5, let me finish my sentence.
Seems?
It is the case that basically
Okay.
people do not actually work the entire time that they're at the office. It seems like there's a maximum amount. No,
Seems.
let me finish.
Well, no,
whatever.
I can't. I need you to commit to your positions,
Okay.
not say seems.
I'm committing to the fact that people don't actually work their entire 9 to 5. There is a limit to how much human productivity can get in a
Sure.
day, especially in an office.
Why should we assume that the same is the case for the housewife?
The reason why we specifically labeled it different is because and this is why I specified is it physical labor or not, because you are taking care of both. Oh, I know you're gonna laugh at me, whatever. The mental load in the sense of like,
yeah.
trying to keep track of everybody's schedules, trying to keep track of everybody has their things together, trying
It's
to keep
rough
track
out
of
there.
everything.
You
Yeah,
gotta
you
get
don't
your
really
ass
clock
up
out.
You got to get your ass up before 10 o'clock in the morning.
The difference is you don't clock out.
You just had a 4-hour window where you clocked the fuck out.
Not
On your
really.
busiest day, 4 hours of doing nothing on your busiest day.
Not really, because you're still always responsible.
You're sitting on the fucking couch eating bonbons
No,
watching Oprah
The difference
for
is
4
you're
fucking hours.
always going to be responsible for what happens to your children. So if something at
No,
school,
you're not.
yes,
If
if
they're
you're
at
if you're
school, you're not-
clocking out and then you miss a fucking message from the school saying, "Hey, we need you to pick up Jimmy. He just broke his fucking arm." You're the one who has to
Which happens every once in a while.
Well, it doesn't matter if it happens every once in a while. The point that I'm trying to get across here is that
your
you're
afternoon
still,
nap might get interrupted by having to go pick up Jimmy?
No, okay, you're not letting me finish.
Well, I'm sorry. Listen.
No, you can make fun of me.
I have a huge family. I've
Yeah.
raised a lot of kids. I've got a housewife. And let me tell you something. It's not a hard fucking job. And the thing is let me walk you through a real day of an average housewife, not their coping bullshit fucking day. Even giving you a 3,000 square foot house, you couldn't fill more than a 6-hour window of your day, and that doesn't surprise me. Because here's what actually happens. A cold lunch gets put in the fridge for the next fucking day, okay? Kid comes by in the morning, eats a fucking bowl of cereal, grabs the bag lunch, he's on the fucking school bus, and she doesn't do shit for hours. That's most housewives, because they don't have to. Because the nice thing about a house, if it's maintained so you don't have to clean it. The reason it's maintained with a tiny amount of labor so that you don't have to expand a large amount of labor.
Should we have Rachel do a call in real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, I
Like,
do.
can you call her on the phone?
I'd love to hear
3
you
minutes?
tell Rachel
No, I
about
don't
how
want
hard a
to.
housewife's job is.
No, because I'm not trying to play housewife fucking Olympics. What I'm trying to get across. No, it's
I
very.
mean, you kind of are, because you're extrapolating that the labor of a housewife is equal
You
to
won't
that
even
of
let
a
me
worker.
finish my last like 5 sentences. Like,
Go ahead.
holy fuck.
Go ahead.
The point that I'm trying to get across is that when you are a housewife or mom or whatever, you are basically constantly 24/7 responsible for your children and responsible essentially for what your husband does at home. That is taxing, that is exhausting. It is a different type of labor than going to the office. And not only that, but it's a labor where you're not getting fucking paid. So no matter what, at the end of the day, you are put at a disadvantage.
So when I come home,
Ryan.
hang on.
Sorry,
So when I come home, yeah,
Sorry,
make it fair.
okay.
So when I come home from the end of a day, the end of a work day, and I hear, honey, the drain is clogged, the pipe is broke, the fucking door handle fell off, a kid fucking hit their elbow through the wall. Oh, I need all this fucking shit fixed. Oh, and the car's making funny noises. Am I getting paid for any of that labor?
No, but you're getting paid for the labor you do at the office.
No, she's also getting paid for the labor I do. Now, let me ask you a question. Is she eating off that labor?
Sure, yes,
And
she
would
benefits
she have
from
to
your
eat?
labor.
Would she have to eat?
But the point
Would
is,
she have to eat even on the merits of her own labor?
yeah, sure.
Okay, so in both cases, would she have to house herself on the merits of her own labor?
Yes.
Would she have to heat her house?
But
So the thing is she's still getting all of the benefits of the labor, just like I'm getting the benefits of the labor. The difference is that I still have to take on unpaid labor. She's actually getting paid for her labor.
no, the absolute difference
No.
is that no, absolutely not.
Okay.
There is an absolute difference here, and it's that you ultimately do have control of the finances. If you decide to quit or to leave the next day, she is absolutely fucked. There's no way out of it.
Think about what you're saying here. You're saying that because the potential exists, that the relationship may not work out, that you need to create safeguards for yourself in the inevitable conclusion that it won't. Why would any man want to marry a woman in a million fucking years who says, I demand to have a safeguard for when this doesn't work out, if women are the ones initiating most of the divorces?
It's, what is it? It's not even the worst case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
If you die, she's fucked.
Yeah, but what about the net loss to the man? Think about it from a man's perspective of, wait a second, I just worked for 25 fucking years and you spent up huge amounts of my wealth, time, and everything else. You spent that, and I had to spend it on you, taking care of you, you fucking
Because she's
eater.
taking
Hang
care
on.
of your
You
prodigy,
fucking
your
eater.
children.
Even if that's the case, you are also taking care of your children. She has an obligation to take care of her
She's
children.
taking care of their children more without a safety
she
net.
has that obligation, just like you do, to take care of the children. That is equally yoked. But conveniently, you leave out, wait, I spent fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars on fucking you, taking care of making sure that you had the heating and everything else in this big house that I would not ordinarily need, and you got all of that. That doesn't count. Fucking compensate me.
What do you mean? I'm saying that, hey, you can take care of her or whatever while she's taking care of the household labor. Sure, whatever.
Oh, the household
point
labor, a lot of
the
that.
point of it is that if something happens to you, she is now fucked. And I'm not even saying be malicious about it. I'm
So?
saying, let's say you get a heart attack. So the point being is that she is essentially risking everything
So
to
is
just
he.
rely on
So
you.
is he. She
No,
can take him for
you're
everything
not.
in divorce court. Everything. Get alimony. Get half of his shit. Get the house.
Alimony is
Get
what?
custody of the kids.
Let's find
get
what's
everything.
the exact percentage of alimony again?
She could
Sorry,
get-
do most divorces
Stop.
end in alimony?
Stop.
No,
She
let's
could-
do it. Let's Google
You're
it.
not listening to the rest of it. Fuck the alimony then. We'll just say
no one
fuck the
gets
alimony.
alimony.
She can end up with half of everything She could get the house primarily, get full custody of his children, and then who gives a shit? His child support is supporting her even fucking then. And that is most of the ways that divorces go. He's taking a greater risk than she is, even if she's sitting her fucking ass at home, because if she's unemployed, the court's going to award her child support from the man.
Yeah,
so he's
child
going to
support
still
is to
be
support the child,
Yeah, but it goes
not
to
her.
supporting her ass most of the time. Let's not kid ourselves.
I'm not kidding myself. Most of the time, it is supposed to go to support the child.
I know what it's supposed to go to. That doesn't mean that's what it goes to.
Also, what is it? I think you believe the courts enforce like child support more than they actually do. Like,
no, I definitely
there's no
don't.
way if you decide to run off in the middle of the night and go to a fucking different state that she's going to even have the monetary or legal resources to hunt your ass down.
I'm sorry. I do want to come in on this. So a woman can just go to the Department of. There
got to be a neutral moderator here, Brian.
Do
While
I?
we finish up, yeah, be neutral. I like beating the tar out of people in debates, but it has to be fair. That's my rule. So back to
Well,
this.
it's just clarifying a point.
Yeah, but back to this, right? Yes, easily she can be awarded with all of this, and often they are. More often than not, they're awarded with this, especially if they have no income. Then the court looks at it and says the children need to have some type of equal life in both homes, so you need to compensate to make sure that they have that life over there. What is she losing here? In fact, she has an incentive to get divorced and go with a new man because now she cannot report his income taking care of her, plus gets his income.
I'm sorry, most women. Yeah, most women. We can search it up right now. Just Google it, honestly. Search up their economic status before and after divorce, please. How many of them are more financially off, better, being single mamas? The vast majority are not better off. That's just it. Like, it doesn't.
So what?
So what? So the fact is, this picture that you're painting, that women are like, divorcing their husbands.
Prove
for
to me that
funsies.
they're worse off when they're in their 30s and get a divorce than when they were married at 20. Prove that to me. Prove that to me that at 30 they're worse off than when they were at 20 when they got married. I think they're better off still. They may not have had as good of a life as they had when they were married, but they chose the fucking divorce.
No, economically speaking,
at 30, I guarantee you that they're doing a lot better than they were at 20, even if they're fucking divorced. So that argument is moot. It means nothing. It doesn't even make sense.
You're saying, what is it? Well, first of all, I don't think anybody's doing very well if they're getting married in their 20s, generally speaking.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Agreed.
So what is it? I'm 99% sure, and we can find out right now. Most women end up in a lower socioeconomic bracket after they divorce than before they divorce.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that their socioeconomic bracket still isn't higher than it would have ordinarily have been had they not been married.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Prove it.
Let's find out. Can we Google right now, honestly?
Prove that they leave.
You can look it up.
Prove that they go into the marriage at a higher socioeconomic status than when they leave. I would love to see that
How
demonstrated.
about this? While she's looking that up, we do have a super chat. Paul James. She sounds so wild. You sound like the vice I can imagine can be wait, what? Oh, the vice president. I can imagine can be and unburden what has been, but can be unburdened by what has been, but there are those still unburdened.
Word.
Paul James, thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Even though I didn't really understand it, I still appreciate it. Thank you, man. And then we do have, I'm going to let these, there's some TTSs that were...
Yeah, we got to wrap the debate anyway.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up here soon. Guys, if you want, the TTS has been dropped to $69. Unless you guys want to do a 10-minute roast session.
Do the 10-minute roast.
Okay, we'll do a little
There's one
roast
more
session.
thing, then we can go to the roast session. You're saying before marriage
some
and
TTS.
then after marriage.
Hold on, just let these come through real quick.
69 donated $69.69. Hi, Andrew. How are you today, man?
Good. How are
Hey,
you?
Pixie on board. I was wondering, do you want to daily talk on Instagram and get helpful texts by me? I give you 69. Ooh, 304.
Pixie, did you hear that?
What did you say?
Do you want to talk on Instagram with this guy?
Jess Gerald donated $69.
Hey, Gerald, good to see you in
and
chat,
I thought
man.
running
Thank
wheelbarrows of concrete for 12 hours was difficult.
Well put, Gerald. Sorry that it took us a little while to get to these. They came in about 15 minutes ago. I just wanted to pause it to allow the conversation to flow. Gerald, thank you for the TTS. Much appreciated. Pixie, any response to 69? He wants to talk daily on Instagram. No. Yes or no? You need a yes or no?
No.
Okay, just once a week then.
Jess Gerald donated $100. And I thought running wheelbarrows of concrete for 12 hours was rough.
There it is again. Gerald, thank you for the TTS. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, listen.
Oh, wow.
It's not. Okay, housework, 6 hours of it per day on your heaviest day is you and your fucking stupid concrete, bro. You know what, dude? Why don't you just stop being such a little bitch? Go do some housework for 6 hours a day on your heaviest day. That will teach you the value of real work, sir. That is the value of real work.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $69. I'm machinist at a heat treatment plant working 12-hour shifts 5 days a week in overtime. My wife is stay at home, happy and has a beer ready for me. She's not Serbian, just grateful and I her.
Yeah, but dude, okay, listen, Ulysses, you're fucking ridiculous, okay? Just because you work way more than 40 hours a week like every other fucking working class man who has a family that I'm aware of at the moment doesn't mean that your contribution is nearly as much as it is from 6 hours of daily housework. Why don't you get your shit together, bro? Get your fucking shit together. What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, last thing. The poll, I think we ended it. It had about 2,500 votes. It was 91 to 9%. Or sorry, 91 to 9%.
Bias.
So,
very, I mean, it's sample selection of men. I'm sure that all of them are lying about their preferences.
I'm not even going to get into sample selection, but I do want to mention when you were earlier stating, oh, you have to compare it before marriage versus after marriage. You also have to compare it to what would the woman have been making if she did not stay at home.
Yeah, but that's a subjective metric.
That's not a subjective metric.
Yeah, it is.
No,
so the thing is
absolutely
like,
not.
if these chicks are getting married as fucking baristas, and then they go, but I had a dream to be an astronaut. It doesn't mean shit to me.
The vast majority are getting married within, like, essentially their socioeconomic
No, most of them
bracket.
are getting married at fucking 30 and have hopped between 20 fucking jobs in their life.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are most people... Wait.
Most people get married in their 30s.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I thought you said most people... I thought you were saying, like,
and
20
guess
to
what?
30s.
They've jumped 20 fucking jobs before they got married, usually. Most of them don't even have stable fucking linear careers. So what are you talking about?
They're still making cash versus if they just stayed at home.
Yeah, but you said
how is that hard to understand?
Because that cash offset, they would be spending it anyway. And in this case, the man is taking care of that same cash they would have been spending.
We're saying they would be making more cash.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove that they would have been. Prove that the fucking barista would have been making more cash than the fucking machinist.
Okay, all you have to do is like literally compare women who decide to stay at home versus women who just continue to get a career and then also have children.
Yes, but you're not offsetting it with what they normally would have to spend on themselves. So what I'm saying is that it's great.
Are
if you
two-income
stop,
households?
my turn.
No.
Yes. So if you're a barista, okay, and you're pulling in, I don't know, $14 an hour or something like this, you agree with me that you have to pay your living expenses.
Okay.
Stop.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of that. Sure, yes,
I'm going to walk you through it, and then I'll go through your shit, okay? But you can't spurg and just go, I don't want to talk about this. So you agree that they're going to have to pay the living expenses, their heating cost, their car care cost, their gasoline. They're going to have to pay for all of that shit, right?
Sure. Yeah.
All of it. How much money do you think that the average fucking woman has in her savings account after she pays her own expenses?
Tell me.
Almost none of them have any. Almost none of them have a savings account at all. So if that is the case, that most women don't even fucking have a savings account because they don't.
Neither do most men.
Yeah, true,
most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
And guess what? That's very helpful to my argument and not yours. If most people don't have a savings account, then that means that they're spending all of that money on just living expenses and the expenses of being fucking alive. So if that is the case, then if the man is taking care of her this entire time, all of her living expenses, the things she would have been spending that other money on without the savings account, are being accommodated.
What point of it's her money that you don't understand? It's
still her money. They're married.
No, it's not, because when it's the guy, again, as we've stated
They're
before,
married.
if something happens to him or if something malicious happens to him, she is then monetarily fucked.
Yeah, so would he be.
No, he'd be a lot less fucked.
No. If she
he's-
divorces him, takes
No,
half his
if
shit,
he
he's
divorced-
fucked.
Again, as we've stated before, most of these women, after they divorce, are in a lower socioeconomic bracket. So she's
That
not
doesn't
maintaining.
mean
No,
that they
let me
were
finish. Let me
beforehand.
finish. That's obfuscating. You're obfuscating the point. Absolutely, 100%.
You gotta do the L thing when you do that.
You are obfuscating the point.
Not
because the
obfuscating the
point,
point.
yes, the point is that if they are, giving up their ability to work for the past 10 years,
Yeah.
and now they're in a worse economic socio position because of the divorce.
Socioeconomic position.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to continue that same lifestyle as before. Versus if they continue to work and then, got divorced, okay, now they're still around the same level. They still have that same experience. They are not relying just on,
Oh, so
childcare.
they hopped from 10 jobs to, they would have hopped to 20 jobs and still not had a savings account and still not had shit.
They would still be able to be in the workforce. They don't lose that.
They still could be in the workforce. They go back to
It's
work.
gonna be, okay, I don't know in what reality you live in where an employer looks at a 10-year gap on a resume and says, you know what? You should get paid just as much as this person who worked 10 years.
This is an unfortunate argument that you and progressives make all the time, but an employer would actually rather look at a 10-year gap in employment history than see that you job hopped fucking 9 times in the last 10
That's
years.
not true. I'm
It
sorry.
is true.
No, look at the number one way to raise
true.
salaries. Look at the number one way to raise salaries. I'm sorry, it's job hopping. That's why
true.
people do it.
Guess what? That
And
is
they
true. But do
absolutely
you know
do
why?
not prefer a
because
10-year gap.
because employers need bodies. And so when you need bodies, you don't have a labor force which can accommodate bodies, you'll hire fucking anybody.
Not just hire,
regardless
go
of their work
raise their
history.
salary.
Let me finish. I just let you go through your spiel.
Okay,
Okay?
go.
So again, if you have a labor shortage, sure, you can do all the job hopping you want because people are so desperate for bodies. But the same would be true for a woman who hadn't worked for 10 years as it would be for a woman who job hops every 6 months. Do you think an employer, for instance, likes to look at your resume and see that in 6 months, the chances that you're going to leave the company are almost 100%? Probably not. Same thing. They look at, on the other hand, and see, 10-year age or 10-year gap
That's
in
not how
employment
most
history because I
employers
was a
look at
stay-at-home
stuff.
mom. They would probably prefer that. Yes.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely, yes.
What they look at is, you're a hot commodity or whatever. Look at your experience. We want to take you away from your
doing what?
competitor.
They're not even in the same fields. When you
What do you
said the
mean?
job hopping,
Usually people
the
job
way
hop
that you
within
make
their
the hire.
expertise.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Okay, most people are not going from
increase-
astrophysics to then
Nope,
barista or the
biggest
other way around.
well, most people aren't going to astrophysics, nothing. But the biggest increase in salary from job hopping is when you switch careers. So career switching and changing, number one indicator for making
Yeah.
a lot more money.
Careers within the same bracket.
No, not in the same
I am
bracket.
not going from, doing, as I stated before, fucking astrophysics to law. What usually happens is maybe I start as a fucking paralegal or whatever, get my law degree, and then I technically switch
Okay, we're
jobs
talking
into
about
an attorney.
common people?
Yeah, okay. Either way.
Here's what's
Either-
common. Here's
okay.
what's common. Okay, you're right. You know what? You're right. You're not going to jump.
Most people are not going from teacher
You're
to
not.
nurse.
You know what? You're not going to jump from your fucking entry level ass position at the Arby's to the entry ass position at the In-N-Out, right? Both of those positions, one pays In-N-Out, let's say $20 an hour, and your fucking Arby's job paid $9.50 an hour. I guess technically you're in the same field, but the truth is it's a mass career change because everything you're doing within that job capacity totally fucking different
hoping
than
so
anything
hard.
you did. But the other thing is when you're talking about fields, if you're just talking about sales, for instance, okay, is sales dynamically going to change, you think, in the 10 years that you're a housewife? Is the mechanism for sales going to change? If you could sell houses, or you could sell cars, or you could sell any of those things before, could you just not suddenly do that now? It's just not within your purview?
If I'm going to hire someone, I'm going to obviously hire somebody who has more experience in sales than somebody who doesn't. Even if they job hopped 6 months ago, it means that,
That's a really stupid. Why would you want
that's
an asset?
how most people are.
Why
Most
would you
people don't want to take
because
somebody who
there's a
hasn't
labor
been
shortage.
in the labor
When
force for
there-
10 years.
When there wasn't a labor shortage, the number one indicator that you weren't going to be employed was job hopping. Number one indicator.
Let's search.
Find it.
I'm curious.
You can pull it up.
Because I'd be surprised if it wasn't previous unemployment.
Look under the Obama era especially. when you had a huge lack of jobs. Number one indicator you weren't going to get employed, job hopping.
Do you want to look that up? I'll let some TTSs come through. How about that?
The Blind Archer donated
Thank you, Blind Archer.
$69.
Women have
Great
44%
debate
less
tonight.
saved than me. That's
I
funny.
think Pixie can agree. At this point, she's not debating on logic anymore, but emotion and
I'm
nuance.
not.
Do you concur?
No, I'm.
Don't concur. She does not concur. Thank you, Blind Archer. We'll just let the ones that are going to come
I'm
through.
hungry.
Yeah, we're going to wrap
we're
soon.
almost done.
We're going to wrap soon. We'll let these come through. They'll be...
Besides, you have to
William
buy
Mars donated
the dinner. So.
$69. I'm a structural welder at a very prestigious naval shipyard building submarines 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. I live alone and it takes max 3 hours to do housework and cook. It's called multitasking.
No. It's the hardest job in the world, bro. It's super difficult. 6 hours a day, 4 hours of nothing to do.
If you guys want, get your
Wild
chat.
donated
TTS
$30.
is 30 now.
This chick makes Desiree from yesterday look smart.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, she's had some good, solid debate points. I thought tonight that were worth contending with and arguing about. I don't think Pixie's stupid. Annoying and does the triangle thing a lot, but yeah, not stupid.
I feel the same way, Andrew.
The chat donated $69. How about you don't get divorced?
Thank you, the chat. Appreciate it. Really quick, guys, also go to twitch.tv/whatever. I'm not able to pull it up. Nick had to leave twitch.tv/whatever. We are simulcasting over there. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you guys. Thank you.
Read Your Bible donated $69. Matthew 5:37. Let what you say be simply yes or no. Anything more than this comes from evil one.
All right, read your Bible. Appreciate the TTS. Very much appreciated.
No.
We have 5 more. We got 5 more chats coming in if you guys want. The TTS has been lowered to $30 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get them in.
Intel Wild donated $30. Where's Maddie to read these super chats? Brian is cutting his staff like California fast food businesses are doing. F.U. Newsom?
She's just, I think she went out of town. She'll be back
Trad
on
Catholic
Sunday, though.
Spud donated $30. Pixie, I wish you were as right as you are passionate. I was a progressive idiot and am now a trad Catholic because I started reading factual literature. Read from the Austrian School of Economics.
No.
Last day's fair, huh?
Raf_PSA donated $69. See, you presented yourself well. Even if I disagree with a lot of what you speak on. Debates like this are needed. Good on both of you. Enjoyed it. Will Xi be doing verbal combat course?
She needs it. But the big thing is just don't scream as much. It hurts my face. Just don't scream as much.
Sorry, it's the Hispanic in me. It's one stereotype I can adhere to.
Leism2 donated $30. Brixian as a 50th percentile man, this scares TF out me. No wonder 20% to 40% of men have checked out. Women like Xi is the reason why looser men are turning to Islam/incel/red pill ideology. GGWP West.
All right, Leo, thank you for the TTS there. Appreciate it.
Juxtapose 03 donated $69. Pixie, feel the room closing in on you? That's the feeling of getting cornered ideologically by your own circular logic. By the way, how many injuries do stay-at-home moms get? God bless Andrew.
It's pretty rough. Pretty rough for them single stay-at-home or for them stay-at-home moms in the injury department. Sometimes as they get their ass off the couch and they're moving over towards the fridge, they trip, snub their toe. It's a rough life.
Optimus Prime Girl donated $33. Housework doesn't have to be hard or a burden in order to be important. You're making a point against yourself. Working moms could never do this if it was that hard. Pixie, no echo today.
No echo?
Don't know.
Sorry, I thought there were more
His,
coming through.
you might have thought that was a point for you, but actually he was dunking on you slightly. He was saying, Andrew, you're being too charitable by saying that this is even valuable labor to begin with. If it was actually difficult, women wouldn't even be able to fucking do it. That's what he's actually saying. That was very cleverly worded, by the way. Very cleverly worded.
If you guys want, you can get in your final TTS messages before we wrap up here. I'm just going to pause it temporarily to allow Pixie and Andrew to make their closing statements. So if you guys would like, go ahead, make your closing statements while we have Pixie go first, and then...
Well, she went... she
okay,
went
we'll
first, so
reverse it.
usually the person goes first goes last, right?
Okay.
To be like maximum fair.
Sure.
Right? Brian's
Okay.
still learning how to do the debate
Yeah,
thing.
I'm still learning. All right, Andrew, why don't you start with your closing
So first, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. And in the spirit, good sportsmanship across the table, I appreciate it very much. There was a chick whose hand I wouldn't shake yesterday, so I made sure to shake your hand because I was afraid I'd get the same outcome if I didn't. So anyway, back to the closing statement. We went all over the place this debate. We started with epistemology and foundations of ontology, and it went all over the place when it came to feminism. But I did appreciate the spirited argument back and forth. It was a lot of fun for me because I don't get to do it as much as I used to, especially with you Twitch poll nerds, because you guys are fun to argue with. Couple of points of contention that we had. I don't think you demonstrated in any way, shape, or form that feminism is good. Your definition of patriarchy really sucked when it came to status, because I was able to demonstrate that women have tons of statuses that men do not. And if the case was in the power dynamic, I was able to demonstrate that women have much more power in some of these dynamics than men do. So I don't think that that was a really good point for you to make, and I thought that got blown out pretty hard. I thought on the stay-at-home mom, you made the valid point of what happens to women, though, if the marriage goes south, right? What is your answer to this? I thought that was a much better portion of the verbal sparring, and that your points were a lot more solid there. But circling back to the force doctrine of men and women, completely wrecked there. Fucking insane take to say in any way, shape, or form that you would invest your life savings in female prison guards. Nobody ever going to fucking believe you, including you. No fucking way. Even if we gave them more accuracy and quicker trigger fingers, you would put everything on men every fucking time, and I wouldn't blame you. Neither would anybody else. Force doctrine does exist. Your example of force doctrine also sucked from the A to B to C guy, and the reason is because there was still implicit force there. So we never were able to demonstrate that women could ever really grasp force doctrine away from men. So just like a lot of your arguments, I would probably shore them up. But I thought you did pretty good on the last round, right? I thought that was some pretty good jousting. Rest of the debate, not the greatest points I ever heard. But I do appreciate you being a very spirited interlocutor, so I'll just yield with that.
Pixie?
Also, God is real and Christ is God. I just wanted to let you know.
So obviously we disagreed on a lot of stuff. I still don't agree with how you view power in society. Although there is explicit force, I still think that a lot of it is done in ways that are not just brute force. A lot of power in society is wielded through essentially social contracts or through indirect force, essentially, and can be done by just essentially private contracts to a level. I appreciated our conversation overall. I think, what is it? Yeah, I'm trying to think about specifics, but honestly, I'm just very, very hungry right now, so it's hard.
And you owe us In-N-Out.
I do not think I owe you In-N-Out, but I am going to get pizza afterwards, and we'll treat you guys to a slice if you want.
A slice?
Yes, a slice.
A singular
Or a salad.
singular slice.
It'll be a sad slice too. I'm gonna pick the
You can't-
saddest
you
one.
Fuck eats one slice of pizza.
Also, you can't get a salad at the pizza place.
Well, you can. It's just
No,
like it's
I
just a
thought-
whole tomato with lettuce. Though.
Have you seen that Family Guy?
Yeah, totally.
It's
It's exactly
whole
like
head
that.
of lettuce,
Yeah.
tomato
What's your
slice.
closing? You gotta finish your closing.
But yeah, I appreciated the conversation. I do think you made good points. I am very tired. But thank you so much for being here, for being a good sport, and for making this a fun time. 'Cause
Good.
I'm
I'm glad
fun.
you had a good time.
All right, great. We'll allow those.
I just got a feeling we're gonna end up covering dinner, though. I just know it. I just fucking know it. It's female privilege, Brian. Thank you all of you out there in the Whatever podcast. I know we weren't able to restream to the Crucible tonight because there was another debate that was going on there that was pre-scheduled.
I think Rachel's streaming.
Is she?
not?
Was she able to? I don't
was
know.
Under the
I don't know exactly the
okay.
particulars. I thought that there was another debate going on there
okay.
tonight, but I do appreciate everybody in the Whatever audience coming out, showing support for the stream, and of course to the host Brian Atlas for having us and moderating. It's very kind of you.
Of course,
to do.
I will allow the last TTSs to flow through, and then we will wrap the show.
With Ghost donated $30. The stay-at-home mom is getting a salary. It's called her husband's income. Or do you think we don't give our wives money to buy what she needs? Also life insurance and accident/disability insurance. The underscore bomb donated $69. Comment on the bomb debate. When asked to join the Manhattan Project, Lisa Meitner said, I will have nothing to do with the bomb. Not a question of capability. Women not inclined to do certain things.
I would also argue not capable of doing certain things, honestly, but at least not in mass.
The bomb. Really appreciate your TTS. Thank you.
Trad Catholic Spud donated $30. I hope the Theotokos will guide you away from the progressive crowd. Thank you both for being respectful. I am happy to see you both speak in a relatively cordial manner. God bless to you all.
Intel Wild donated $30. Her voice is extremely annoying, but Pixie, please stay away from the blue-haired Kumar Gremlin cat guy named Destiny.
Intel Wild, thank you for that.
Roman Hispanic donated $30. We was job hoppers and she eat. Working as baristas and she eat. Making cash and she eat. By the way, nice haircut, Andrew.
I didn't get a haircut.
Oh.
You just haven't seen my
Nemesis
flowing locks in
donated
person in a
$30.
while.
Imagine being a parental engineer. W. Andrew, W. Brixon. 07 to the both of you.
07, thank you, Nemesis. Good to see you in the chat. That's one of our mods. Shout out to Nemesis. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Walshy donated $30. The wine drunk housewife meme is a meme for a reason. Love you, Andrew, but I had a manager who was married to a billionaire's ugly daughter and would cheat all the time. Make divorce shamed again.
Hey, pointing to the outlier doesn't make it true.
30
but
donated
most people, right?
$30.69. No offensive, but see you ugly 304. I'm not sure why you have an ego. You are nothing except one night stand anyway. 69.69 you woo 69.69 free Andrew Tate.
Hey!
Husband_end_father donated $30. I am venturing I guess that a lot of men would go through hell and do all day every day if it meant they had a loving family at home and a wife that supported them in that context.
Because they do that now.
Intelville donated $30. How would Pixie feel if she didn't have breakfast this morning?
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this
I
morning?
didn't.
I figured you'd feel that way.
What was the cool voice?
That motherfucker donated $30.
I know you're doing that hypothetical
Joe Dirt,
thing, but
quit yapping
the
with
answer
that
is I
human
didn't.
Pillsbury dough boy and show the whopping that fatty. Drop it, little girl. Bust down, Tatiana. What that mouth do though?
What the fuck? What?
Rap_PSA donated $50. Brian, you didn't lint Roxy once. Just saying, would you rather be in the woods without a lint roller or with a bear?
Which one, Brian? Without the lint roller or a bear?
Without the lint roller, of course.
Really? I thought you would take the bear.
Donated $30. I called my boss. Construction isn't challenging enough. Timber framing, steel erecting be damned. I'm going to be a stay-at-home mom.
The hardest job in the world. Hardest job in the world.
Mr. Boulay donated $30.
Mr. Boulay.
Pixie,
Thank you.
I'm disappointed in you. You conceded the argument for only prisons. The business plan was set. Investors lined up, including Wes Watson and our first big sponsor, Tactical Soap. Good show, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Boulay.
Dane_Snyder donated $30. My wife is a refinery mechanic, 17 years. No sexual harassment. Doesn't flirt, giggle, have inappropriate conversations. Acts like a lady. Treated like one. Dane_Snyder donated $30.
Thank you, Dane. Appreciate it.
My wife is kind, gentle, loving, agreeable, fit, feminine, friendly. If she weren't hot, I'd never have known that.
There you go. Dan, thank you, man.
BB donated
Thank
$30.
you, BB. Appreciate it.
Andrew, based on your worldview, you are saying that the Christian God are real because that is just what you believe to be objective truth? How does someone as logical as yourself believe that, lol?
It's like you didn't even hear what I said in my intro. What I said was that the ability to have a unerring, meaning Knowledge itself, I believe that the necessary precondition to even have knowledge is that you have something you can appeal to which is unchanging. That is the argument, the philosophical proof for God, which, by the way, if you noticed what Pixie said, was she was like, but I have knowledge of all of these things because of my even the box that she put herself in and said, do you agree that I have knowledge inside of this box? Even that is a knowledge claim, right? The precondition for us to even have a conversation is based around the idea that we can know something from a standard which is unchanging. Subjectivists can't, how can you even have coherent conversations with them if they can give you no standard from which is unchanging for us to even make knowledge claims? It makes no sense to me. That is logic. It's called the transcendental argument for God. Learn it.
Okay. Let me see if there's any others coming through. We are going to do a quick Twitch raid here. Let me get that going real quick. We will do a raid on Bobcat. We're not going to pull it up, though. All right. I think that's it for all the chats, guys.
But thank you for the super chat, by the way.
Yeah, guys, thank you for all the support tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your patronage. Means the world.
30 donated $30.69. 304 see the Eastern world, a.k.a. Russia, who is white Europeans but not Western washed, laughs at your stupidity, feminist.
Okay, thank you, 30. Do you want to respond? Oh,
George State Greek donated
George.
$30.
What's up, man?
Hey, guys. It was so nice meeting you today.
Hey, it was nice to meet you too, man.
Good to meet you today, man. All right. I think we're all caught up. Let me just do my little outro here. One sec, guys. Okay, GG. Well played to the panel.
Say So NZ donated $30. WTF? The laws of nature are unchanging and fixed. Zero evidence for God or why that would be any standard of logic. There are so many gods and none have any evidence.
Quick response.
Hold
on.
Intel Wild donated $30. Pixie, how old are you and why haven't you found a husband by now? Gonna have your first kid at 33?
Pixie, I'll have you answer that, then Andrew can answer the previous one. Go ahead.
I'm 25, and I don't want to get married until I am closer to 30 for a couple of reasons. I also don't want to get divorced.
One kid. You're going to have one kid.
I want 3 kids.
You're going to have one kid if you get married at 31.
Most of my family got married around that time and has had multiple children, so we'll see what happens.
Most of your family got married at 30 and had multiple children?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
How many members of your family are we talking here?
I have like 14 first cousins. Most of my uncles and aunts got married like around 30 and have had like 3 children. I'm not joking.
Yeah, I just okay.
And then there's the one that came in right before that, Andrew. I don't know if you had something quick on that one.
Which one was it?
Zero evidence for God.
Oh,
there are so many
he
gods.
said there's so many gods.
So
I
many
know,
gods.
but the concession is just that the prerequisite for knowledge would require a God. We just start there before we get into the rest of it.
Dylan Hefner donated $30. Andrew is the GOAT.
Oops.
The Brian/Andrew duo at it again. Ask Pixie, would you rather be alone in the woods with a bear or with Andrew? P.S. Pixie, you were way better than the Psycho last night.
Way better, yeah.
Well, how was the psycho? Is she just yelling?
She was a fucking nutter butter. She was crazier than, well, she was fucking crazy.
Looney bin.
Apparently the person I was going to raid just went offline, so I'm going to have to raid somebody else on Twitch. Who do we have?
So Bear or Andrew?
I'd pick you, Andrew.
Oh.
That's you.
All right, those of you who are still with us on Twitch, I don't know what happened with the raid. We will send it over
But
to
I wouldn't do anything.
S-Fans.
That's the thing, right? I would just be
S-Fan
like,
TV.
you're supposed to do all the fucking work.
All right, guys. So GG, well played. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on the video.
Trad Catholic Spud donated $30. Pixie, you will regret not being married and starting a family now. As a Catholic, I have regretted not being married yet, and divorce is not allowed.
All right, Trad Catholic Spud. Appreciate it.
I mean,
any thoughts on that, Pixie?
Divorce definitely is allowed by Catholics. They just pretend that it's not divorce, but it's most definitely divorce. They just kind of do this weird cope where they're like,
Annul.
no, we just were never married for the 10 years we were married and have children. Right?
All right.
It's kind of a weird cope, dude. You know it's a cope. You know that's a Catholic cope.
I do want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with us. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. Thank you, guys. It's very generous of all of you. You know, a lot of our videos get demonetized, etc. So I really appreciate it. We get almost no sponsorship, so this show is primarily fan funded. So appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific with another dating talk. Unfortunately, I don't know if I announced this, but the two girls or the one girl who was on the dating talk on Tuesday that we were trying to set Andrew up with for debate, not for, anyways. She likes women anyways. So she just sent me paragraphs and novels, and she backed out. She, I guess, sparred with some of you guys in the comments section. And so in any case, she's entirely backed out. But with that said, we are rating SFond over there. Oh, just rated him over there on Twitch. Let me just double check everything. Like the video one more time on your way
Wild
out.
donated $30.
Oh boy, okay.
Pixie, that clock is ticking. Tick tock tock tock.
And by the way, it's still a lot of extra content from the whatever this week for sure. Tons of extra content.
Oh, we got last one.
Ron donated $30. Pixie, if you want a last minute one, put pineapple on that pizza.
That would be an instant win. That's
That
true,
would
because I would
be.
never eat it. And neither would Brian.
If I'm hungry enough, you know, if I'm hungry enough. Okay, guys, well, I hope you guys have a good night. Thank you again to both of you for joining us today for the debate. 07's in the chat. When Pixie was talking about labor jobs, my wife was shouting, "This blank don't know shit."
She.
Do you want to respond to that, Pixie?
No, I want food.
Okay. All right. Dane, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let me just make sure there's none other coming through. Okay, I think that's it. Like the videos. Like the video, guys, on your way out. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a very good night. We'll see you on Sunday. Good night, guys.